Happy Sunday! Allah! Did you guys rot today? Sunday is for rotting. I should have made that the stream title actually, instead of Sunday Fun Day. I'm not in a Sunday Fun Day mood. I'm like solo energy. Sundays we rot. Ah. I don't know. I've been having a lot of trouble falling asleep lately. So I've been falling asleep at like 7 or 8 in the morning, even if I try to go to sleep at like 3 in the morning. So like today I slept from like 8 a.m. I like knocked out until like 5 p.m. I woke up. I was like, what year is it, bro? It's such a waste of my day though, because I've been meaning to go get groceries for several days. I have no fucking food in my house. I have no food. And so I've been meaning to go to the grocery store, but this keeps happening. I keep trying to go to bed at a semi-reasonable time for me, which is like 2, 3 in the morning. And I lay awake for hours. And then sometimes what I do is I get up for a bit. Like, I don't know if you saw me randomly post a new emote in Discord at like 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning, whatever that was. Yeah, so I was like still awake, even though I tried to go to bed several hours before. And I was like checking my emails and stuff on my phone because I was like, I don't know what to do. The fuck? I didn't want to get up, but then I saw that the person I commissioned for that little dink dog, I saw that they finished it. And I was like, oh. So I got up, turned on my computer, and downloaded it, and saved it, and uploaded it to the Discord server, and to Twitch, and everything. And then I sat on my computer for a little bit until I felt real tired, like I was about to like knock the fuck out, like sitting at my computer. And by that time it was like 7 or 8, so I knocked out for like 10 full hours, 9 full hours. I don't know. I don't know the exact math, but I was like very unconscious. Normally I wake up every couple hours, or at least I wake up once to go pee. No, I was like, I was dead. I was dead to the world for the entire day. But it's annoying because then by the time I go to bed, it's like 6 p.m. and I'm like, fuck, I was gonna get groceries, but I still have to like stream and, you know, be a person. And I was like, what the fuck? Someone clip that and title it Yapper. Why? What was I don't think you took a breath. I'm sure I took a breath during that entire time. I don't know. I'm not breathing right into the, sorry. Is that better? Can you hear me breathing into the mic? Does that make it better? I'm holding in my pee tonight. I'm not doing that. It's a good thing. It's a good thing if I sleep through the night, or day in this case, because I'm very bad at sleeping normally, right? So that's a good thing. But the problem is that I'm falling asleep really late, to the point where I'm falling asleep in the morning and sleeping through the day, which is no good. And it's not like I'm just staying up playing video games all night, or like working on stuff, or doing anything, or doing literally fucking anything. I'm just laying awake for like 5 hours and then sleeping for like 9 hours. Wow, Pochita, thank you for 2 months. It's already month 2. I feel like we just got you here. Oh my god. And now you're stuck forever. We hate to see it. I mean, we love to see it. Welcome back. So I don't know what to do about my sleep schedule. I don't know if I should do the thing that people do, where they just pull an all-nighter and then, you know, go to sleep early. But if I try to stay up all night and then stay up all day, I feel like I'm gonna end up falling asleep in the afternoon, and I don't know if that's better or worse than my current sleep schedule. Basically, my sleep schedule is booty cheeks, and I need to fix it, but it's not, I don't know, easier said than done for me. I've never been a very good sleeper. So I don't know. I could set an alarm, like sleep for a few hours so I'm not completely sleep deprived and I have some chance of making it through the day. But sometimes when I do that, I just sleep through the alarm anyways. Or like if I do wake up to the alarm, it's like 3 seconds of consciousness where I look at the alarm and I think to myself, yeah, I should get up. And then all of a sudden it's several hours later and I'm waking up again and I'm like, what the fuck? I'm not very good at waking up early or like to alarms if I haven't slept enough. Anime moans in my ear. Have you tried meds of any kind? I mean, for several months, I was using melatonin gummies, and they like kind of helped, but I feel like they stopped working, so I just stopped taking them. I was okay for a while. Alright, hold on. Okay, so we checked in. Hi, Prometheus. Hi. But yeah, I've tried some stuff. I also have these, I don't know what they're called. I haven't really used them too much. I bought them when the melatonin stopped working. They're like, I don't know. I think they're largely just magnesium with like 1 or 2 other things in them. That's supposed to help with sleep too. But I don't know. I didn't really bother too much with them. I could try them. I did end up getting a new mattress. It wasn't the mattress I like wanted, cause that was a little pricey. I think that was like $800 or $900, cause it's quite nice. But I did cave and ask my stepmom for a little financial assistance because I was like sleep deprived and frustrated, and I was like, bro, I can't do this anymore. So fortunately I talked to her, and she has, I don't know what to call him. He's like kind of the guy that she's seeing now. I don't know, they're too old to call him her boyfriends. I don't know, man. Like, do you call them their boyfriends when they're like in their 60s? It feels so young. Significant other, yeah, I guess. I don't really know what they are to each other because I don't know. I haven't even really met him, but basically both of them had spouses a couple years ago that passed away from the same thing. They both passed away from cancer. So that was like my dad, right? So my stepmom was like alone for a while, you know, whatever. And eventually one day she's like, oh, so, you know, I wanted to talk to you guys because I started kind of seeing this guy, this lad. And I was like, good for you, man. Because I really did feel bad that she was like, she had like this whole house to herself, right? Because it was just her and my dad after they retired. And like me, my sister, my stepsister, we're all like adults, right? We all like gone. Right? So she like really was completely alone all by herself. And I know she had like no intention of like seeing anybody else, but I don't know. I think it's good. They both have similar life circumstances. They can both kind of understand, you know, where each other come from. And they both really would rather still be with their previous spouse. But obviously that's, you know, so at least they have somebody that they can be with and that kind of understands their situation, and, you know, they're not lonely. So I think that's quite nice. Anyway, so this guy, right, her partner, dude, whatever, I don't know. I messaged her asking about the helping me get a new mattress, because I was like, bro, I'm gonna lose it, bro. I can't, right? Like, I don't really like asking my parents or anything for help like that, but I was like, I am gonna lose my mind if I don't start getting better sleep sometime. And so she was like, oh, actually, you know, Mr. Man dude that I'm seeing, he recently got like this a new mattress off like Amazon, and it comes in like a box. They call it like a bed in a box. And apparently, you know, it's been really good. You know, he recommends it. He's like, you know, great bed for like, I don't know, $300 or $350, whatever it is, right? Relatively cheap for a mattress. And she sent me the link and I looked it up and I was like, okay, yeah, this seems kind of like what I need, because my old mattress is basically just like a giant, I don't know what it's made of. I don't remember. I don't know where I got this thing. It's basically like a big hunk of memory foam, but it's like really solid, right? There's like hardly any give to it. So it's like extremely firm. And I don't think that's for me, honestly, but yeah, it's just like not it, man. And so I ordered this new mattress earlier in the week. Okay, it came in a box, just like a big tall box, and I was like, okay, it's like vacuum sealed, rolled up, you know. It's weird how it comes, because it's like a mattress, but the box it comes in is only like a foot wide, a foot thick, and then like, you know, the whole height of the mattress. So it's like this big, tall, thin box. It's really weird. I don't know. And so you like take it out of the box, and then you take off the plastic, you cut it open, and it like springs to life. It's like, wow. It's crazy. And so yeah, I put that on my bed. So I slept on that last night. Last night was my first night sleeping on that. And it's crazy how much more give this has than the other one. Because the other one just feels like really rock solid in comparison. Like, just like I said, like a big fucking block of memory foam or something. And yeah, this one feels a little more soft. I think it's a medium firmness or something. But it definitely, like, I like sink into it a little bit, as opposed to just kind of sitting on top of it, right? And it feels very comfortable. It feels very comfortable and a bit squishy. Very squishy in comparison to my old mattress. And I mean, to be fair, I didn't fall asleep very well last night, but I did knock out for like 9 straight hours. So I don't know, maybe that's a good sign. If I can just sleep at a regular time and do that, maybe we can be chilling. You know what I'm saying? Vacuum seal goes crazy, dude. It's so funny when you get like a plushie in the mail and it comes in the like vacuum seal, and you can see just like the face of the plushie, but it's just flat. And you're like, free him from his confines. I don't know why, I always think it's really funny when you get plushies like that, because they always seal them and they're super flat and their face is just facing up, and you're just like, I'm sorry. And then you like cut it open and they go, wah. I hope never to be vacuum sealed flat like that. That would be unfortunate, to be honest. But yeah, so, you know, I got a new mattress. It seems like a bit better than my old mattress. We'll see how it holds up, because it's not like a super high quality mattress, but I think it's better than my other mattress. And it was only a few $100s. Still better, yeah. So I don't really know what to do with my old mattress in the meantime, because I probably should just, you know, take it to a dump or something, because it's not really worth like trying to give to somebody else or something. Like, it's not a good mattress. But in the meantime, I just kind of put it in the middle of my living room. I still have like a fitted sheet on it, just to like, I don't know, why not? And so I just put it in the middle of my living room, and my cats have been sleeping on it. Yeah. Actually, I wonder if I have a picture here, because this morning, and by this morning I mean a few hours ago when I got up, I went to the kitchen, and obviously that's right near the living room, and I look over and my sister's cat is just sprawled in the middle of this queen size mattress. It's so funny. Let me see if I have the picture, because I think I sent this picture to somebody. Oh, I did. Okay, yeah. So let me just save it. This cat, bruh, Straight up living her best life. She looks so small and yet so... She's so cute. Oh my god. Okay. Oh god, that's a massive photo. Oh. Look at she was just vibing. And then if you see like the little like squares on the mattress, it still has the mattress cover on it that I got to try to make it more comfortable, so that's why it looks like that. That did help a little bit because it is a bit softer than, you know, the rock hard block of memory foam that is the mattress, but you know, it only did so much. But the cats seem to like it, so as long as they're happy. And then here's just a close-up of that same. So yeah, she was just doing a snooze. She's just living her best life. So I don't know, I'll probably leave the mattress there for now. Honestly, it could make a good little living room furniture, low-key, because I've said before, my couch is super fucking uncomfortable, and while this mattress is not the best for sleeping on, because it's so firm, I feel like it could low-key be good like furniture to sit on and watch something on my TV. So I might leave it in there for a while, low-key. And like I said, the cats seem to like it, so, you know, that's what matters. Give the old mattress to the scammer real. You want to know what's funny? I'm gonna become the bane of this person's existence, okay? So, you guys remember they were like, they scammed me off of Kijiji, which is like a Canadian, pretty much Canadian only Craigslist type of vibe. We also have Craigslist. But yeah, so I got their old account basically suspended. So the account that they used on there to scam me out of my $500, I reported them twice. I had to do it to get it done, but you know, I got the time. And yeah, so now their account, they can't use it. There's nothing on there. They can't scam others. And basically they could get it unsuspended if they contacted me and gave me my money back. But of course they didn't do that. And I didn't think that they would, but I've been keeping an eye out because I was like, I'm expecting they're gonna make a new account and they're just gonna go about their day, right? And what did they do? Lo and behold, 2 days ago, I saw somebody who is posting listings exactly like theirs with the exact same like pictures and background on the pictures and all of that, and the same like descriptions and stuff and all of that. And I was like, oh, what a coincidence. They had a completely different name on the account, right? No profile picture, account just made, you know, that day, right? And I was like, oh, well, look, I still have my folder with all of my information, all of my screenshots, everything. And I was like, you know, I'm just sitting here on my little pewter anyways. I might as well report all of their ads and their account. So yeah, every day, when I'm checking my emails, I check to see if they have any new listings on their account, and I report those. And I also sent I guess like a support ticket to the Kijiji support explaining, you know, the situation. I gave them all the ad IDs and the conversation IDs and everything so they can look into it. And I was like, I am 100% certain that this is the same person who scammed me out of my $500. And I think they just made a new account and they're gonna keep doing this. So I hope that account also gets restricted. I'm gonna become the bane of this person's existence. I shit you not. I will keep doing this I will keep doing this. I will get account after account of theirs banned, restricted, suspended, whatever, bro. Like, they don't know. They fucked with the wrong bitch. They fucked with the wrong bitch, okay? I didn't get my money back, but I got the fucking time, and I'm always on my pewter. So I always check. I report every one of their listings, every single time. Yep. No one gets revenge like a bored person. Keep up the good work. Thank you. But yeah, I'm on my pewter all the time anyways. It takes almost no time at all. I copied the message that I sent to report all their listings and their account. I copied and pasted it into like a little note on my computer in my file folder with all my receipts on them. And so every time I want to report something, I just copy and paste. It has all the info in it. It just explains the situation. You know, they scammed me on this account with this ad ID, and this was the conversation ID, and blah, blah, blah. And I just copy and paste. Takes like 2 seconds. I got it all figured out. So best case scenario, they just keep getting their accounts like restricted, and it becomes extremely difficult for them to like use the platform, and it makes it really hard for them to keep scamming people, to the point where either they give up entirely or they realize that it's me doing it, which, you know, I've made it very clear that it's me doing it, and they give me my money back. Because if they give me my $500 back, like, I'll stop. Right? I'll move on. But until that happens, you know, you shouldn't. True. I should say that I'll stop, get my money back, and then just keep being petty. Realistically, I probably would do that, because like I said, it takes like no time at all. Absolutely no time at all. I'll scam them in return. So they'll be like, oh, you know, I'll send you your money back, and I'll accept the money, take the money, and just reply, oh, I didn't get it. And just pretend like I never got my money back and never let their account get unrestricted. That would be really funny, actually, like the reverse scam. I think that would go hard, low-key. Go for double to stop, continue anyways. Yeah, like I said, it's like really easy to do, right? I just check the website, like when I check my emails when I'm having my morning iced coffee or whatever. I just kind of check to see if they've added any new listings, if their new account is still up. I check to make sure the old account is still not up, and the account's there, but like they have no listings because they can't use it anymore unless they like fix shit with me, which they don't, obviously. I support this. I mean, like, you can't mess with some chronically online fucking anime girl who spends her entire day sitting in front of 3 monitors on her pewter, okay? Like, I can be watching TV on one monitor. I can be, you know, being productive on another monitor, right? Clipping a stream, right? And on my 3rd monitor, I can be fucking you over, copying and pasting and reporting. Like, you don't fuck with a chronically online motherfucker. It's just like the dumbest possible thing you can do. But yeah, so that's what I do. Once or twice a day, I just check the website, see if they've added anything, report it, you know. Check to see if there's any update on my support ticket that I sent about, you know, this account being probably a scam. If I don't hear anything back, you know, within the next couple of days, I'll probably do like a live chat with the support people over it, and then get in contact with like an actual person. But for the time being, I just sent it as like an email, and they responded that they're gonna look into it. And last time it took them like a week to review everything and ban the other person's account. Well, the person's other account, I should say. And so I know it takes a little time for them to look into it. And I don't know how much they can see, but if they can see like the old listing photos, they should be able to tell that it's the same person with the photos, because they have like the same background and stuff, and some of the photos are like the same, I think. But yeah, that's what I've been up to. I haven't been as productive as I would like when it comes to like content creation stuff, but at least I'm getting my petty shit in. I'm accomplishing something. Well, I don't know if I'd consider that accomplishing something, but I feel like I'm accomplishing something. I feel like I'm making the world slightly better, you know, one petty report at a time. We love being petty. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm kind of petty. I'm usually I usually don't have the energy to be extremely petty over like really small stuff, but this person scammed me out of $500, and they've probably done the same to multiple other people. So, you know, I'm the bitch with the time. So they fucked with the wrong one. Makes you feel better, and that's an accomplishment. True. And I don't know. Hopefully my efforts pay off by me getting my money back at some point. Chances are that doesn't happen, but at the very least, if I keep getting their accounts banned, I can probably stop them from doing this to other people as much. They're probably still gonna fuck over some people because they can just keep making new accounts, but you know, maybe it helps somebody. I don't know, but it does make me feel a little better. But yeah, so I've given up on getting a new couch for the time being. Like I said, I did get a new mattress, and the old mattress is in my living room. So if I want to sit and watch TV in there, I might just sit on the mattress low-key. It's kind of like, it's big, right? It's a queen size mattress, so it's got lots of space. I can put like a big blankie in there, and you know, I can cuddle up all nice, and my cats can sit with me. So, you know, it's not the most aesthetic living room right now. But I don't know, it's something, I guess. But I also did order, since I got a new mattress, I was like, maybe it's time I suck it up and buy a new duvet. I've been meaning to buy a new duvet for like years, because I like a lot of my stuff that I have, I got like a decade ago. And so like a lot of it's due to be replaced. Probably should have been replaced a while ago. I'm gonna keep this one. The new one's supposed to arrive tomorrow, but yeah, I found a decent one with some pretty good reviews and stuff that seemed to be more or less what I was looking for on Amazon, and it was on sale, or there was like a coupon for it or something, so it wasn't super expensive. I think it was like $30 or $40 with the coupon or whatever. So it's not like a really good duvet by any means, but it seems to be what I need. I don't need anything crazy. I just can't sleep without a blanket. I don't use like a sheet or anything on my bed. I just have a duvet, and then obviously I have like a duvet cover. I actually have two of the same duvet cover because I like swap them out, right? So if I want to change my sheets and not do laundry right away, I can do that, which is quite nice. And so I have that. So I can technically have a duvet cover on both of the duvets. So yeah, I'm gonna keep the old one. I might just put it in my living room on the mattress that's sitting in the living room, or like fold it up and put it in the living room somewhere so I can like curl up on the living room mattress and watch TV if I want. I don't know, but I got a new one, and it's basically just to have something that's, you know, kind of fluffy, kind of soft, you know, big, to just kind of like pull over me when I sleep. You know, I like burrito myself up a bit. And I don't even think it's a proper duvet, to be honest. It's too cheap to be a proper duvet, but they call it that. It's basically just like a plain white comforter type of vibe that you put like a cover over, and it's easier to clean that way, I feel like, because I just wash the covers, and like regularly when I do laundry every like, I don't know, 2 weeks, 1 or 2 weeks. I don't know. Anyways, so they get washed every time I do my laundry. Same with all like my pillowcases and my sheets and stuff. And then the duvet itself doesn't get washed nearly as often. But it doesn't really need to unless my cats like throw up on it or something. But even then, usually it just gets on the cover and not on the duvet itself. So I don't know. I prefer to have like a duvet with a duvet cover over like an actual comforter that you just buy that has the pattern on it, because I could also just change my mind really easily. Like if I decide I want a different design on my bed, I can just get a new one. But I've had the same sheets and duvet covers for like ever, and I like them. They're just plain white, bro. I just get like colored fitted sheet and matching pillowcases, right? So I have like, I think right now on my bed I have navy sheets. So I have navy fitted sheet. 2 of my pillowcases are navy blue, and then my duvet cover is just plain white, and the 2 pillowcases on top are just plain white. Which is a bold choice for a cat owner for sure, because they've definitely had the odd hairball and stuff on there, and I'm like, no. Should have just gotten a burrito blanket. True. I'm gonna wrap myself like a literal burrito, and then that'd be cute. I've seen those. I think those blankets look cute. I think they're really funny. I'm pretty sure they come in like a baby size. Like you can swaddle a baby in this little burrito blanket thing, so then like when you swaddle them, it looks like a baby burrito. And I think that's kind of funny. But yeah, no, the burrito blanket is cute and it looks so soft. Yeah, but I like big blanket. I like it to have some weight to it. So even though I didn't get the best quality one, just because of the size and the fact that it's like a comforter / duvet, it's gonna have some weight to it, right? As opposed to like a little blanket, like a burrito blanket. It's like light, cozy, but light. Hi. But yeah, I like the weight to it. At some point I want to get a weighted blanket, right? But those are a little more expensive. But I think I would do well with a weighted blanket. I just like being covered by something and having like some weight on top of me. Also, you know, alternatively, I could just get like a man's to lay on me. Normal people be like, yo, let's cuddle me. Yo, could you just like lay on top of me? Yeah, just right there. Yeah. I don't know. It's just like, I feel like, I mean, that's why they make weighted blankets and stuff, right? Because I don't know, I guess having like the weight on top of you, I don't know how it works exactly, but I know that I like it. I know that I like having that kind of thing, like the weight on top of me. It makes me feel comforted. I don't know why. What is the science behind that? There's got to be like some psychology behind that. But yeah, honestly, maybe I'm starting to think maybe I should have a man's, because I could get him to just lay on me as like a weighted blanket. I could also, instead of buying a bra that's expensive, I could just be like, can you hold my boobs for me? You know, I don't know. I'm starting to see the appeal of having a man's, guys. I'm starting to get why people might do it. Oh yeah, I guess like human companionship is cool or whatever. That's a little freaky. What's a little freaky? The weighted thing? The weighted blanket? Wanting to have someone lay on top of me for the weight? I don't know. It seems like it would work. I'll spend $70 at Comic-Con on a pom-pom blanket. Pom-pom. At the Star Rail booth, it's heavy and warm. I like it, and it's so goofy. It has a literal tail, and you can wear it as a cloak. Wait, that's sick. I like wearing blankets as cloaks. Honestly, you can kind of do that with any blanket if you try hard enough. Y'all never just get up in the middle of the night or like in the morning, especially on like a weekend morning, and you've slept in and you're still like kind of eepy, and you get up and you put on like your little slippers and you just take your whole blanket with you. You just wrap it around your shoulders and drag it around your place. Y'all never done that? You wear any blanket as a cape if you try hard. I'm sure many mans would be down for being a hand bra. Oh, I'm sure. The requirement is that you gotta have probably decent sized hands. All right. You think these bad boys can be held up by tiny little Donald Trump looking hands? No, absolutely not. I just don't leave the bed. Okay, wait, based. I would not leave my bed if possible. Honestly, I think the play, listen, I think the play is that I figure out how to make it so that I can stream from my bed. Right? I could get one of those little, I don't know what you would call them. I guess it would be like a table thing that goes across your bed. I don't know what it'd be called. Right? And you can like slide it and you like move it. Right? You know what I mean? I don't know what they're called, but I've seen them. I know they exist. And so in theory, I could just attach my, I don't know what I would need to bring. Okay, so like, I guess I'd have to turn a monitor over there so I can see it. But my monitors are on like arms and stuff, so I could probably make it work. And then I would need to have my little phone stand. But I think that would be pretty easy. This seems like a lot of work. I think easier than that would be to just get like a really comfy chair for my setup, which is what I want to do. It is my goal. Actually, it used to be my top, or my, what you call it? I think it used to be my featured gift on my throne. I could actually make it my featured one again. I think I put it as the couch because I didn't know what to do when I got a mattress. Okay. But yeah, because I want to get like a big comfy chair for my stream setup. I have like an office chair that's pretty wide, pretty plush, pretty like comfortable, but like I'm talking like a living room chair. All right, y'all ever seen these like 1.5 times wide chairs? It's like a chair and a half, they call it, or something. Right? These big fucking chairs that you could just like, and they're like super deep too. They're like, I don't know, 3 feet deep or something. So you can like just like be curled up on this chair basically. Not a lazy boy. It doesn't need to like recline or anything. It's just like a big square wide chair. Right? And so I saw, okay, let me see if I can find the original tweet from way back, because I saw like 6 months ago, maybe longer ago, honestly might have been a year ago, somebody had a chair like this for their like streaming setup, and they said it was like the best thing ever, and they said it was like so comfortable, because like obviously sitting at your computer all day, right, and streaming for, you know, 4, 5, 6, 7 whatever number of hours, you know, you're just sitting there. It can get kind of, you know, uncomfy, especially if you forget to stretch. And they were like, yo, this is like the best thing ever, I shit you not. And I was like, that's genius. That is genius. Sounds like a freaking pit. I want one. Yeah, okay, let me see if I can find the original tweet. I think I bookmarked it way back, but I don't know. It was a long time ago, so it might be difficult to find. But like their setup also looked really aesthetic too, and comfy, and I was super jealous. Oh, okay, this is unrelated, but I'm gonna just put that in another tab because that is like the similar type of thing. How long ago was this? Scrolling through my Twitter bookmarks is such an adventure. It's like 50% like helpful streaming tips and shit like that, and like 50% like random art that either I like the artist and want to commission them one day, or it's like inspo for like a pose, and some of it's just got like a whole butt cheek out or something, you know, stuff like that, or like titties. I really should like put these into different folders, because I did start paying for Twitter Blue, so technically I can make folders in my bookmarks on Twitter now, but I'm just lazy. I don't want to do that. Please tell me this is in my bookmarks though. This is okay. We're getting into 2023. Okay, so if it is here, it's definitely last year where I saw it. I want a lazy boy kind of chair. Honestly, those are really comfortable. I would fall asleep though. I would fall asleep. My dad used to have a lazy boy, as all dads do, I feel like. Oh, I found it. 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 Oh my god. I found it. Okay, hold up. Let me show y'all what I'm talking about. Okay. So this is what I saw. This is what I saw. This is from October 7th, 2023. I knew I had it bookmarked. But like, look, this is what I'm talking about. Like the big cozy fucking wide ass chair where you could just like lean back. You could have like your whole like legs up on the chair, like cross-legged. I know some people can do that anyways. I can't do that on a regular office chair. I don't know if I just have like, I'm not flexible enough, or my legs are too like long or too short. I think if anything, my legs are too short, because I have kind of short legs. I feel like I have a longer torso and shorter legs, but so I can't like on an office chair, I can't sit like cross-legged, but I like sitting cross-legged. Short algies. Yeah, I got like short little fucking leggies, bro. I'm so top heavy, I swear. I got big old titties, long ass torso, no ass, short ass legs, bro. Like, what the fuck is that body type? But it was built like a quarterback. No, on God, I really am. I really am. But isn't this such a nice setup? Like, my computer setup and everything is like a banger, right? But I feel like I can never be comfortable on my chair for the long periods of time that I sit at my computer. And I saw this tweet. This tweet is from Jambo, Play with Jambo. I'm not sure who she is exactly, but she's my new favorite person. So this is her with her little setup. And look. Her little doggo sleeps on the back, bro. My cat could sleep there when I'm streaming and not fucking bother me. I was like, this is like a win-win-win. All right? Big comfy chair, and my cat doesn't bother me. All right? This is the dream. This is the dream, right? Anyways, but so yeah, she said since she got this new chair for her setup, right? Since then, I've been able to stream consistently and comfortably without pain and spend more time at my desk. See? And I was like, this is the smartest thing I've ever seen. So I really like this chair. This one looks really good. It's like that nice light gray and everything. But I tried to find one in this color when I was trying to find one to put on my throne and hopefully like save for and buy. But they're so expensive. They're so expensive. All the ones I could find that looked similar to this and were like this color were like $1,000. And I was like, no. So the one I ended up finding that I'm gonna try to buy at some point, it's also on like my throne or whatever. It's like this brownish color, or like a brownish gray color. It's like darker. It's not my favorite color for a chair, but given that it's like half the price of the other ones that I could find, I was like, it'll do. I fuck with the fake plant wall, thinking I might do that in my room. It's very cool looking. I don't know what to do with my walls in my room, to be honest. I don't know, but yeah, I like their setup here. I don't know I don't know what to do with mine, honestly. I do have lights. I do have like curtain lights behind my setup, but I don't use them all the time, and my cats think they're like a toy. So sometimes the cats will try to play with them. So that was maybe not like the best idea as a cat owner. I need LED lights in my room. Yo, don't we all? Feel like I should get some LED strip lights and put them around, like, I don't know, the corners, the top corners of my room. I don't know, where do people normally put those? I love RGB lighting so much. I want my whole room to be like purple or something, which it kind of is, because I do have a lamp right beside my desk that can change colors. So right now it is like purple, and my other lamp also has a light bulb that's like a smart bulb that's controlled by my phone, well, an app on my phone, and I can make that purple or blue or pink or whatever too. But I feel like when I make it all purple, it's like really not super bright. But yeah, I was like, I want a chair like this. It looks so comfy. I feel like you can't sit comfortably like that. You would think, but she like straight up said, like, for her, and I was like, I can see this honestly, because the way I sit in my chair is atrocious. I don't know, I just don't sit well in office chairs, but I think I would sit well in this. I don't know, worst case scenario, I get a chair like this, try it out for my setup, it doesn't slap, and then I just put it in my living room instead, because I don't have a comfortable chair in there anyways. So there's really no downside for me. But I think I would do really well with this. I think I would do really well with a chair like this. But yeah, she said it was way more comfortable than like her regular office chair. And I was like, I can see that. Also, I just wanted to share this one too that I saw on my Twitter one day. Because, like, doesn't this look like the most comfortable fucking thing you've ever seen? This would be more like something I would want in my living room, if anything. Because I would not have a use for this in my bedroom, obviously. But, you know, picture sitting on this. It's got, like, the little cup holders and shit, too, right? You're, like, sit in front of the TV with, like, my little iced coffee in the coffee holder, you know, vibing, just, like, have a little nap even. Like it's so soft. Looks so soft, right? That's what I want for a VR chair. Oh, that would make a good VR chair. Yeah. To, like, sit on and be comfy on. I feel like if I got a chair like this, it would be very comfortable for in VR, too. Because right now, I feel very uncomfortable when I'm in VR, because I don't know what to do. I don't know how to sit to be comfortable, because I find, how do I explain this? So you have a VR headset on your head, right? It makes your head kind of heavy, right? And I also have titties that are quite big. And so those, I don't know, I basically have different parts of my body that are really heavy, and I'm trying to accommodate that. So, like, when I have the headset on, I'll be like, okay, maybe I should, like, lean back this way in my chair so that it's, like, less heavy on my neck. But then, like, I don't know, I get uncomfortable because it starts hurting my back from my, like, giant tits or whatever. So then I try, like, leaning a different way, like leaning more forward, but then it starts to hurt my neck and so I don't know, I feel like having a big comfy chair like this might help have more options for how to sit and be comfortable in VR for long periods of time. I was thinking about becoming a streamer. Any advice? Tip number 1, just go live. I feel like that's the thing people forget about when they're, like, trying to learn how to become a streamer. They're like, oh, what should I do? What should I know? First of all, just try it. Just try it. Like, Google a bunch of stuff if you want to know how to set up your, you know, OBS settings so that your stream is, you know, as good of quality as possible. You know, your, like, audio levels and stuff will be chill or whatever. But a lot of it just comes down to doing it. Just do it. What's that Shia LaBeouf meme? Just do it. Just fucking do it. Because like people like dive deep, they'll spend like months and months like looking up streamer tips and all these like cool overlays, and you know, finding all these cool panels and like putting all this time into like all this stuff that doesn't necessarily mean anything, and then they go live eventually and then they realize they don't even like it. So like I would just try it out, see if you like it, see if you think it's something you would enjoy doing going forward, and then you can dive deep into it. Like if you want to look into things like overlays, if you want to look into like YouTube videos on streamer advice, you know, all that stuff. I promise you all the videos on YouTube are probably infinitely more helpful than anything I will ever say. But yeah, I mean, a lot of the main stuff is just like, make sure you're always talking, right? Don't wait for somebody to come in and talk before you talk. You know, you want to make sure that you're entertaining. Watch your VODs back, right? If you're looking to become a better streamer, you want to grow, you want to have more viewers, you need to be able to go back and watch your own VODs. And it's kind of weird at first because you definitely hate your own voice. I feel like everybody does when they first get into stuff like that. But you get used to it. And basically the number one rule, the golden rule, is if you don't find your VOD entertaining, if you wouldn't sit there and watch that stream, then, you know, you need to improve stuff. I like your voice. Oh, thank you. It's a voice changer. I'm joking. It's not. I just sound like this. This is what my voice sounds like. I mean, obviously I have a nice microphone. I've been streaming for, you know, 3.5 years, so I've put some money into updating and improving my setup. I definitely did not have this mic when I started, okay? I had a $30 Amazon mic. Actually, before that, I streamed on my iPad and used my Apple headphones microphone, so. But yeah, no, now I have the benefit of having like a somewhat fancy microphone that probably also makes me sound pretty good. Just hit the go live nuke button, yap your ass off like your life depends on it. Yeah, what is it? That's pretty much what I do, right? Like I come into the stream and I usually have an idea of something I'm gonna talk about for the first few minutes while people come in and say hi, or you know whatever. So I don't need people to be talking. I already have an idea of what I'm gonna start talking about, and then since I have built up a bit of a community, usually people will talk a little bit in my chat, and you know, we'll start to have a bit of back and forth. But it's always a good idea to have in mind a couple of topics of things you can talk about during your stream for, you know, when things are slow or when you're first starting the stream and people are still sort of showing up and yada yada yada. I've practiced my yapping over the years. I wasn't always as good of a yapper. Is a beautiful voice changer. Where did you get it? Amazon? Question mark? I don't know. Where do you buy voice changers? I guess you could get voice mod online for like free. I don't know how well that works. I had voice mod at one point and I used it for like a soundboard and some like funny like voice effects. I never found it very useful for like voice changer stuff though. I could never get it to sound normal when I tried to make my voice sound like a guy voice or something. Callie's a man using a voice changer, confirmed. We knew! All VTubers are just men with voice changers. Women aren't real. They're a conspiracy. I think we should just stare at you silently. Can I stare back at you silently? I could do that. We just sit here, staring at each other. Oh my god, guys, we could have a staring contest! Alright, first one to blink loses. I don't even know how that would work. If you fall asleep, she'll stare at you more for sure. No, I don't do that to everyone. I just do that to you, Nikki. You're special. You're special. Has a knife. This man's gonna fear for his life, I swear to God. You blinked, I win. Well, we didn't bet anything, so it's okay. I'm not too pressed about it, to be honest. Where am I supposed to stare? Right here. Into my eyeballs. Didn't you want a couch for when Nikki comes over? I did, but getting scammed trying to buy a couch kind of threw me off that idea, and he can just sit on the stupid mattress in the stupid living room, and I don't care. I don't think he cares either, to be honest. I've wanted a couch for my, like a proper couch for my living room for like years, but they're expensive and I never have guests over anyways. But I was like thinking about it because obviously Nikki's gonna come visit later in the year, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna have a guest stay here, maybe I should get like a couch that's not a piece of shit. And then I got scammed, and then I was like, you know what, fuck it, mattress on the floor. So yeah, I just have my old mattress on the floor there, and I'm like, you know what, we can sit on that if we want to like sit in the living room and watch TV or something, or you know, whatever. Wait, mattress on the floor. It's more comfortable than my current couch, so at least there's that. Your horns are nice. Ah, thank you, thank you, thank you. My mama drew them for me. My VTuber mama. Doesn't she do such a good job? Wow. This time around, Nikki's back is getting bent out of shape. Wait, why? Because of the mattress on the floor in the living room? Should I make him sleep on that? Be funny. It's gotta be better than the couch. The couch is not even a full-length couch. It's like a love seat. I don't think I can make him sleep on that. I'd feel really bad because he's tall, right? He's like 6'1", 6'2", I don't know, he's tall, and this is not a tall person couch. It's a love seat, okay? So I can't even sleep on that thing. It's not even long enough for me to sleep on, okay? Bro, you're gonna like have, no, you can't sleep on that couch, it's too small. It's not a sleeping couch. It's not comfortable and it's not big. It's not a sleeping couch. You can't sleep on that thing. He'll basically be living on the mattress. No, he's not gonna live on the mattress, guys. We're gonna like go out and do stuff anyways, right? Because he's never been to Canada, so I gotta show him all the Canada stuff, right? I gotta take him to Tim Hortons, which they have in America. He's been to Tim Hortons. I'm kind of joking about that one. Gotta take him to the maple syrup farm, which is not a joke, honestly. That's a real thing. We go on field trips to maple syrup farms in school. We go on school field trips there, and I'm gonna try to take him to one of those if they're still open when he visits. And gotta go to poutine. I gotta take him somewhere to try some poutine, you know. I'll take him to all the cool Canada places. So it's not like we're even gonna be at my apartment all the time, okay? I'm not gonna make him live on the mattress in the living room. Show him the moose. Oh, true. Yeah, we could go out and see the moose. They just are there all the time. Totally. Guys, I've not seen a moose IRL in my entire life. I don't live in that rural of an area. Like, I'm not out in the country anywhere. I live in a city, I guess. I don't know. It's not like a huge city, right? I live in a regular city. I don't live in like Toronto, right? That's like the big city of Canada. Right? But I live in a city, so it's not like there's just moose walking around everywhere here. But I did one time I used to work at a Tim Hortons when I was a student, and one time I was working in the drive-thru and I was at the window, right? I was like the person taking your money and giving you your order at the window. And one time people came through the drive-thru on horses. Actually, they were regulars, so it was more than one time that happened. But I remember very distinctly the first time it happened. I was like, You can come through the drive-thru on a horse? Is that like an allowed? Are you allowed to do that? But apparently. Ew, ew, you want me to ew, ew? Okay. Ew, ew. Ew, ew. Ew, ew. Yeah, it's not ew, ews. Why do you want that? Ew, ew. Ew, ew. You want them to bring the horses inside? Well, I don't know. I just never thought that. Actually, there was another time I saw something interesting in a Tim Hortons drive-thru. This time I wasn't working though. I just happened to be at this Tim Hortons, walking by or going to it, or I don't really know exactly, but I was a customer in this context. And I don't know if it was like Halloween or something, but there was these dudes dressed up as like Mario characters, right? There was like Mario and Luigi, and I think there was like a third person. I don't know who they were dressed up as. And they had like little go-karts they were driving around in too, and they had them like decked out, right? As if it was like Mario Kart. And they went through the drive-thru of a Tim Hortons like that. And I just remember walking by and being like, okay. And yeah, I thought that was interesting. But yeah, so those are probably like the most interesting things I've ever seen at a Tim Hortons drive-thru, is people on horses and dressed up as Mario characters in go-karts. It's common here for Amish to go through drive-thru with horse and buggy. Is it really? Wait, I don't know if we have like an Amish population here. I mean, I'm Canadian, so I don't know where the Amish would be located. Are there Amish people in Canada? I don't know how that works, honestly. But are they allowed to go and order food at drive-thrus? What are the rules? I thought they had to live like as if it was like hundreds of years ago or something like that. Like they're not supposed to use modern technology. And wouldn't going to a drive-thru count as like modern technology? I don't know exactly what their whole premise is, to be honest. I just know that they're like a lot of old-timey stuff. Hey yo, so how are we doing today? Hey yo, hey yo. It's Sunday fun day, but it's more like Sunday Yap Day, but that doesn't rhyme, so that's why that's not the stream title. Ah. They can eat food and buy food at a grocery store. Oh, so drive-thrus are okay? I don't know their rules. I've never been interested in their rules because it's not like I'm trying to be Amish. I love technology. I love my little pewter. I love my phone. And all my friends are in there. They're all in my phone and my pewter. So I like my modern tech. I like being an anime girl on the internet. I don't think I could be an anime girl on the internet if I was Amish. I buy all my honey from the Amish, actually. Ooh. Yeah, I feel like that's the kind of thing I would do if we had like an Amish population here. It's like a farmer's market type of vibe. I used to have a farmer's market where I lived, and I would go there and buy stuff because they have like the good shit. I feel like the people at the farmer's market always got the good shit, right? They got the good honey, they got the good strawberries, they got the good everything, right? And I don't know if there's a farmer's market near where I am. Also, it'd probably require me to wake up before noon on a weekend day, and I'm just not about that life, honestly. Just not about it. Not at all. It's religion. It ain't supposed to make sense. I mean, I feel like to religious people, their religion makes sense. Otherwise, they wouldn't be religious, right? Probably. Maybe. I'm not sure, but I feel like I've noticed a lot of religious people, they kind of pick and choose what they want out of the religions. Like, especially in modern times, a lot of the stuff from like the Bible, for example, there's a lot of modern day Christians that they just choose to ignore certain parts because it just doesn't fit with modern stuff. And but then they choose certain stuff to use to like validate their, I don't know, shitty opinions or shitty stuff. they want to be hateful and they'll like use the Bible to do it, but then like they don't apply like half of the stuff from the Bible in their daily lives. And I'm like, you can't just pick and choose just to be a shithead. That's not how this works. I don't think. I don't know. I'm not religious. We are a lovely religion here. Here as in the Twitch stream. Are we a religion, guys? Technically, we have enough people here. We could start a religion. I don't know how it works exactly, but I think you just have to have like at least a handful of people, and then you can start a religion. That would be fun. We just start a religion. I don't know what our religion would be. Worshipping anime boobs or something. I think that would be a good religion, and I think everybody should join that religion. That's me being a bit biased. A large point of religion is community, which is nice. No, it's true. Like, the community aspect of religion is really good, actually. I remember in university, I took a psychology course. It was called, I think it was like health psych or something. Maybe. So it's like psychology related to like healthcare and the healthcare system. And one thing I remember learning that was really interesting is that people who are, you know, religious, part of a church group, something like that, they often have better outcomes with like cancer treatments and whatnot compared to people who are not a part of something like that. And apparently it's because of like the support and the community aspect of it, because the same is also true for people who just aren't religious but have really good community supports, friends, family, whatever. But so yeah, no, I would say like church and religion is really good in that aspect, because they do be like a good support for people going through tough times. It does seem to be the case. And there is literal scientific research to support that, clearly. So that's really cool. But there's other aspects of religion that are also not very cool. So I don't know. I mean, you can also have a really good community vibe without it being a religion. It just tends to be like religion. They tend to have like their church. They go to church on Sundays. So everyone kind of gets together like once a week at least, right? So you're seeing these people fairly regularly. It's very like organized, you know, that way. But you can do the same thing without being religious in theory, and get the same benefits of having like a tight-knit community. To the gods of Booba, I offer a guana. You're not gonna sacrifice me, right? Don't sacrifice me. I'm just a little guy. I'm too young to be sacrificed, or depending on, I might be too old to be sacrificed. It depends. If you're trying to sacrifice a virgin, I hate to break it to you, I've had the segs before. I've had the segs. Shocking, I know. The anime woman on the internet has had segs. I like animated women. Me too. Me too. I mean, I also like real women aesthetically anyways, but anime women be hitting for real. I love anime boobas. Anime women. My final brain cell be like, anime women. I wonder if I can start an anime church. We watch VTubers every Sunday to Saturday. Oh, I wonder. It'd be cool if you could get tax exemptions too, like regular churches do. That'd be a banger. Everyone shows up and donates, and then the money gets donated to a VTuber of your choosing each week. And then you don't pay taxes. Yay! That would be great. I would join that religion for sure. You've told us how bad you were at it. Oh, at sex. Guys, that was a joke. Kind of. I'm not that bad. I know I said that I lie there and I don't do anything and that it don't grip and all these other things, but I'm not that bad at bed. I'm not like a completely dead fish, you know? I'm like a fish that's a little bit sleepy, if anything, right? I do be a bit of a pillow princess, but it's not like I just lay there with my arms and my legs out, okay? Like like the starfish position? No, okay, it's not. I'm gonna ay. You're a starfish and I'm not. I definitely like to be the person that's not taking control, right? Like I like the other person to be the one in control. But I'm not like I'm just laying there like a fucking starfish, like I'm making a snow angel or something. Narcoleptic fish. How would you describe yourself in bed? I'm kind of like a narcoleptic fish. Yeah. Like what? Yo, should I like re-download Tinder and try that? Should I make that like my bio on Tinder? See if I get any matches or something? You think that would work? She's like, how would you describe your style in bed? And it's just like narcoleptic fish. In other words, you're a bottom. Kinda. Yeah. I mean, as much as I like jokingly like to call myself a top, I'm very much like a classic bottom energy VTuber. I like to be the one not making decisions. I like to not have to do all the work. Not that I won't do anything. I don't always really want to be the one doing all the work. I will. Like, it's not like I won't get on top. It's just not my preference most of the time. Anyway, oi, lizard woman, what suggestions do you have for Tim's for when Paladin goes for it? I always say to try ice cappuccino, because I think that's one thing that's pretty unique to Tim Hortons that I don't think anybody else has like something super similar. If you like frappuccinos or frappe style drinks, you'll probably like it. It's kind of like think of like a frozen hot chocolate, but if it was more coffee flavored, more of like a frozen coffee type of drink. But it's not really coffee flavored either, I don't think. It kind of is, but kind of not. Because, I mean, I like it and I like coffee, but my sister hates coffee and she likes iced cappuccinos. So, yeah. Coffee-ish enough that I think it tastes kind of like coffee, but not coffee-ish enough that somebody who doesn't like coffee won't drink it. Yeah, that's like, okay. And then I guess you could try like their food and stuff. Their food's kind of mid though, honestly. The donuts and stuff are good though. Like the Timbits and stuff are good. So I would say try like a donut or try like some Timbits or something. I like the sour cream glazed Timbits. They're like the donut holes, the little round dudes, by the way. Sour cream glazed, very very good. They also have chocolate ones that are good. The honey dip ones are good. They have like little birthday cake flavored ones. They got like little sprinkles on them. They're pretty good. They're all pretty good, honestly. It's kind of like adult milkshakes. Kind of, yeah. Yeah. Oh, and okay, it depends. So the regular iced cappuccino, they make it with cream. And if you have no issue with like cream, you can just get it made the default way. But my sister She has issues with cream, and so she gets hers made with chocolate milk, and she likes the taste better that way because it's more chocolatey. So you can do that too. You can get it made with like chocolate milk or regular milk or just the default that's made with cream. You can also add flavors to it, but I would try it just plain first and then see how you like it. And then after that, you can get like flavors in it. So usually there's like vanilla or hazelnut. You can get like a mocha one, so they add like some chocolate syrup to it. And sometimes in the fall they have like a pumpkin spice flavor that you can get. They have like a pumpkin spice flavored ice cap, and yeah. Then you can not get shamed for having it at 8 a.m. Yo, a lot of people drink these as like their breakfast thing. Like my mom used to be really big into getting ice caps every morning on her way to work. She would get an ice cap. She would get like a large too. She would get like a large ice cap at like, I don't know what time she left for work. I think it was like 7 a.m. because back then she had like an hour drive to get to work, and I think she started at like 8 or something. I'm not sure. And so yeah, she was drinking one of these at like 8 in the morning, 7 in the morning. And I guess it's kind of like a frozen coffee beverage in a way, but also like, I don't know. But to be fair, I think before she got into doing that, she was one of those people who would drink Coca-Cola at like 7 in the morning. So I don't know what's worse. maybe the ice cap is better than drinking Coca-Cola at 7 in the morning. Because she would also drink the Coca-Cola in the afternoon and like the evening too. She was like a huge Coke person. See, I've never been a Coke or a Pepsi enjoyer. I've never been a huge soda person. My go-to drinks are iced coffee, and if I must, I will drink water. I also like juice, but I don't keep a lot of juice around because I'll chug that shit. It's so good. I love like apple juice and orange juice and stuff, but I usually only buy them from time to time as like a treat. If you can have any dinosaur as a pet / companion, what dinosaur would you want? Can I get like a little dinosaur? Because a lot of dinosaurs are really big and I have a small apartment. I don't know where I would put a dinosaur. What's a small dinosaur? I only know the big ones, like your T-Rexes and your Brontosauruses and all that. But they're too big. I can't keep them in my apartment. I need a small one. A small. Hi, I eat water. Like ice cubes? Do you like eating ice? That's apparently like a thing that a lot of people do. Like they just like to munch on like frozen ice. Like mostly I think they do like the shaved ice type of thing, or like crushed ice, so it's like little bits of ice, and they like to just munch on it because they like to just have something to munch on. But if you munch on like actual food all the time, you're gonna eat way too much, obviously. So apparently people just like to munch on like crushed ice sometimes. I was like, I can see it. Personally, if I was gonna do that, I'd probably like flavor it, you know, make it almost like a little, I don't know, like a snow cone with like some shaved ice, add a little bit of like flavor to it. Mononicus is one. Is that a little dinosaur? Mononicus. Oh, he's like a little dude. Oh, I love him. Oh, he's small. He's like the size of like a cat or like a small dog. Hold up. I'm gonna show you guys what he looks like. We're gonna pull up a picture of this little fella. He's very cute. Well, I mean, I don't know if he looked like this. They gave him like cute feathers and stuff. But I like to believe that he is this cute. Okay. Where's the cute picture? This one looks cute. He's just a little fella. Just a little guy. him. Look at this little fella. I would keep him as a pet. I think he'd be fun. Family said hi, by the way. Your family said hi to me? Tell them I said hi. Ask them if I'm still invited to Thanksgiving. I'm gonna come terrorize Nikki, I swear to God. He'll never be free from me ever again. I'm gonna just show up. No, here's the play. I'm gonna find a way. I'm gonna find a way to get like his mom's phone number and then become besties with like his family and then just like show up. Come on, just be like, show up, and I'll be like, yo, what's up? And he'll be like, why the fuck are you here? I'll be like, oh, like your family invited me. Absolutely, 100%. Let's fucking go. I'm so gonna go. I swear to God. Dude, it sounds like so much fun. When your mom was like describing what Thanksgiving is like with your family, I was like, that sounds entertaining as hell. I would love to have a seat there. Like, I don't even need to participate in the shenanigans. Like, I just sit there and like enjoy the show. It sounds like a very fun time. I'm such a menace, bro. Plus, it's like, it works out really well, low-key, because Canada's Thanksgiving is like mid-October. So like, theoretically, if I crash Nikki's Thanksgiving, I can have 2 Thanksgivings because their Thanksgiving is in November. So I can have 2 Thanksgivings. You made the mistake. You made a mistake. Thanksgiving with my family is chaos. There's always one fight. Dude, my Thanksgivings are so tame. Like, they're very chill because we have a small family. So usually my Thanksgiving, there's... how many of us? Okay, so it's like me, my sister, my stepsister, my stepmom, my stepmom's sister, her daughter, and then her daughter's partner. So that's like 7 people. 7 people. Like, occasionally there'll be like an extra person or 2. So it'll be like 8 or 9 people maybe. Like, one year when my stepsister, she had, you know, this guy that she was with for a couple years, you know, he was coming to Thanksgiving, but they're not together anymore. So, you know, it's like pretty chill, and like we're all pretty chill too, right? We all get along really well. There's no like family drama. We show up, we have a couple drinks, we hang out, we catch up. Everyone's like, oh, you know, what's everyone been up to? You know, how are your lives? You know, we're all pretty chill. We have some laughs, we have some drinks, we eat some food, maybe we play some games. You know, it's very good time, very chill. But there's no drama, which is good, because I don't want to be involved in drama. But I would find it very entertaining to go to a Thanksgiving where there's a little more pizzazz, right? A little more shenanigans, if you will. Nothing crazy, but you know, I enjoy a good show, right? So I don't know. It sounds like Nikki's family's Thanksgivings, there's just like more people, so it's like more chaotic, and I would very much love to witness that. As much as I'm sure, you know, he would suffer for it, I would have a good time. And that's all that matters, really. It's all about me having fun. As long as there's stuffing, I'm vibing. Oh, stuffing is so good. Okay, wait, what's y'all's favorite like Thanksgiving foods? I guess like Christmas, whatever holiday, where you have like, you know, a big dinner. What's y'all's favorite? I'm not even that big of like a turkey person, honestly. The turkey, I have some because it's there, but I would honestly be perfectly fine if there was no turkey. I think I like it. I'm also chill if there's like ham But I like all the sides. The sides are where it's at, bro. Okay, the sides, like the stuffing. I fucking love stuffing. Or at my Thanksgiving, my stepmom's sister is usually the one who does all the meal. Her and her daughter, we go to their place, and you know, they're the ones who do most of the meal prep. But my stepmom, she always brings like this one dish. I don't know what you would call it. Something like a casserole maybe, but it's like broccoli, cauliflower. It's got some sort of like breading topping. It tastes really good. I don't know what there's cheese in it, I think, you know, so it's like cheesy broccoli, cauliflower, breading, whatever the fuck, I don't know, but it's really good, especially for being vegetables. Love it, big fan. I need to get the recipe off her, actually. I should text her asking for the recipe. I always forget. I always have it every Thanksgiving, every Christmas, every whatever. I'm like, I should get this recipe. I always forget. It's probably not that complicated, but you know, it always turns out perfect. It always turns out good. And the other thing I also really love that my stepmom's sister, she makes, it's like a sweet potato dish. And I don't know what they must put some sort of like cinnamon brown sugar in it, and then they like have marshmallows on the top, so it's almost kind of like a dessert, but it's part of the main meal. And I love sweet potatoes, so that shit fucking slaps. That shit hits. And of course there's always like bread. I love bread, stuffing. What else is there? Potatoes. There's always mashed potatoes for the most part. I love mashed potatoes. Basically, I just love all the food. I love all the food. Once my mom did a butter shot turkey on the smoker, and turkey now takes the #1 spot for me. Oh, that's interesting. I've never tried that. I mean, it's not like the turkey's not good. The turkey's good. I'm just not like a huge turkey person. Like, I like it and it's good, but I'm like, eh. But that reminds me, actually, I've seen people deep fry turkeys. Have y'all ever seen that? I don't know how they do it. They take like a big vat with like heated oil, and they like, I don't know, lower the turkey into it and like deep fry the whole turkey like that. And I'm like, is that good? Has anybody ever tried a deep fried turkey? Seems like a lot of trouble, and I don't know if it'd be super good. But to be honest, preparing a whole turkey seems like a real pain in the ass anyways. And if I was the one in charge, I would probably never do it. You have to start cooking it in the morning, and you have to like make sure you're around and constantly like checking on it and making sure it doesn't get dry, right? It's just so much work. I don't like cooking as it is. You want to think I want to spend my whole day cooking? No, thank you. I'm good. Sweet potato casserole. I fucking love sweet potatoes, bro. They're just so good. They're like crack. That and mangoes for me. Those are like my go-to, I guess, like vegetable and fruit that are like crack to me. I don't know what it is. Y'all ever tried like dried mangoes too? Or they dry them, and I don't know if they like sweeten them a bit or what, but they're kind of expensive. I don't buy them very often, but you get them in a bag, right? They're so good. I literally could eat those nonstop if they weren't so expensive. That's the only thing that stops me from just eating those all the time. And yeah, sweet potato. I've tried like a lot of different recipes for sweet potatoes. I don't think I've ever not liked one, because you can sweeten them more like sweet, and it's super good. You can make them so they're more like savory and stuff, and it's really good. Like, I found this one recipe on TikTok that I still use, where it's like, I don't know, you like slice them up into little rounds, and you put like some butter, some garlic, some Parmesan, a couple other things like rosemary or something, I think. I don't know, a couple things. And you like bake them, right? So they're like these little round sweet potato Parmesan things. They're so fucking good, but they're kind of a pain to make, so I don't make them all the time, but like I'll eat the shit out of those. Poultry in general is so easy to mess up, I guess. Yeah, I mean, the only thing I really ever cook for meat wise for the most part is like chicken breasts, but they're kind of expensive, so I don't get them that often. But I have like one go-to way to cook them that's like super easy and super versatile, and I just take them out of the packaging, I put them on a baking pan, I slap a bunch of spices all over those bitches, you know, flip them over, slap some more spices on them, and then I bake them in the oven for, it depends. Like I have a meat thermometer. I think I usually put them in there for 20 minutes at 375 to start, and then I see what temperature they're at with the thermometer. And usually I have to end up putting them in for like 25 or 30 minutes total, because the chicken breasts you get nowadays are just like thick as fuck. They got like some thick ass chickens at the fucking farm, I guess. So yeah, but I feel like the easiest way to do anything is just with like a meat thermometer, because then you know it's cooked properly, and then you don't overcook it. And then yeah, I cut it up and I put it in little like baggies, and then I like put it in the freezer, so then I can just reheat it. I don't have to like eat it all that week or anything. I can just like reheat it and it's already cooked, and I can make it into like a sandwich, I can make it into a wrap, I can put it in a salad, I can put on some rice. So I like cooking in a way that is efficient, because I'm lazy. Marshmallows and yams sounds like some kind of war crime. Honestly, you would think, because it's not something I would have ever thought to do myself, but it's really good. It's really good. They make like this yam casserole, and there's like just like a little topping of marshmallow on the top, and it's really good, surprisingly. But if you're not big on the marshmallows, you can just like take, you know, the rest of it that doesn't have like the marshmallow topping on it, and it's still really good. It's just like, yeah, kind of like a sweet potato dish, sweet yam dish. Very good, very good. I like it a lot. Thick breasted chickens. Yeah, these chickens got big old breasts. And big old fat titties on these chickens. Did you know chickens get boob jobs? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Why the chickens got big old titties? I love Thanksgiving leftovers. I despise cooking. Yeah, me too. Honestly, the leftovers from Thanksgiving, like you make like a sandwich out of like the turkey and stuff, that shit slaps. I honestly think I like the leftover turkey sandwich more than the turkey as part of the dinner, to be honest. I'm not really a fan of the cranberry sauce, though. I'm gonna be honest, guys. I've never been a fan of the cranberry sauce. Never understood the appeal. What do you even do with it? You put it on the turkey? What do you do with it? I don't know. Never appealed to me. I don't like cranberries very much. I find them too sour? Are they sour? Or would I describe that as like tart? I don't know. Not a fan of cranberries, so not a fan of the cranberry sauce, to be honest. Yams and brown sugar are based. Yeah, I love yams. I love brown sugar. I love yams with brown sugar. Anytime I make like sweet potatoes or yams with like brown sugar, I always put some cinnamon too. I feel like cinnamon just I love cinnamon. Chickens get injected with hormones to make them breasts bigger. That makes sense. They want more profits out of their chickens, so they want them to have bigger titties. Yeah, I was gonna say, because I feel like years ago when I was younger, I feel like the chicken breasts that you would buy were not as big as the ones you buy now. Because I feel like now I have to put them in the oven for so much longer for them to be fully cooked. and they're just like thick as fuck. And like that's fine and whatever, but it's honestly just so expensive now to buy any sort of meat that normally I'm not eating much meat. I'm normally eating just a lot of carbs, because usually you can buy carbs for cheap, like bread and cereal and stuff, pretty cheap. A lot cheaper than buying chicken. They're so tart. Yeah. Wait, have you guys ever heard about what they call them, cranberry farmers? And how when they're like hiring people to like, I don't, cranberry farm, because they have like, okay, I should look up a video on this, because I feel like I'm not gonna explain it very well, but yeah, the wolf spiders, yeah. Yeah, okay, here, let me see if I can find a video on this. Cranberry farming spiders. Cranberry harvesting. Why do they flood the fields? Yeah. How long is this video? 10 minutes? No. I want like a short summary video. Spidery encounters in the cranberry bogs. Nature's harvesting quirk. Maybe this is what I'm looking for. But yeah, there's like spiders involved. And they'll just like crawl on you while you're like harvesting them. Okay, this might be what I'm going for.
Welcome back, curious minds, to another episode of Curious Chronicles. Today, we're diving into the fascinating world of cranberry farming, where a unique method is used to keep insects at bay: the humble wolf spider.
The humble wolf
Cranberry
spider.
growers have discovered that wolf spiders, with their voracious appetite for insects, act as natural pest controllers in the bogs. They preferentially prey on insects that could harm the cranberry plants, making them excellent allies in this agricultural endeavor. These skilled arachnids form an essential part of the ecosystem on the cranberry farm, creating a harmonious balance that allows the crops to thrive without relying heavily on harmful pesticides.
Yeah.
However, the intriguing part of this story lies in the delicate dance that unfolds when it's time for the harvest. The growers flood the cranberry fields, causing the berries to float to the surface, making them easier to collect. Yet, as the bog becomes submerged, something peculiar happens. The normally docile wolf spiders, whose hunting prowess benefits the cranberry crop, seem to view the harvest as a potential threat. As the water level rises, the spiders become more active, seeking refuge on any available dry surface, including the cranberry plants and even the farmers themselves. The spiders, disoriented by the flooding, occasionally climb onto the harvesters in their search for higher ground. While they don't attack out of aggression, their presence can be startling and might lead to accidental bites when handled carelessly. Harvesters have to be extra cautious not to disturb the spiders too much while gathering the cranberries, protecting both the crops and themselves from any potential mishaps. And so, dear viewers, the cranberry growers' alliance with wolf spiders is both fascinating and occasionally filled with surprises and terror. It's a testament to the intricate relationships that exist within nature. If you enjoyed this intriguing tale,
so yeah, that's basically how they do the cranberry farming, is that they have the wolf spiders that live there and they keep pests away from the cranberries, but then when they flood the fields and people are going and harvesting the cranberries, sometimes the spiders will crawl on them. So they'll ask, if you're trying to get a job at, you know, like a cranberry farm, trying to be like a cranberry farmer, harvester, I don't know, they'll ask you if you're afraid of spiders. And like people will lie. And it's like, you're just gonna put yourself in this situation where you have spiders crawling on you during your work. And you're not gonna have a good time if you're afraid of spiders. I think I could do that job if I had to. Cause like, I'm not afraid of spiders. I would prefer not to have them crawling on me if possible. But you know, if I was expecting it and if I knew that they were harmless, I think I could be okay. Because wolf spiders won't, like, they can't, like, hurt you, really. Like, they could bite you if they get spooked or something, I think. Right? But I don't think they're gonna, like, kill you or anything. It's not like they're gonna... Yeah, I don't think they're, like, venomous or something, right? But yeah, as long as you don't startle them, they'll probably just kind of sit on you anyways. But yeah, I don't love the feeling of bugs, like, crawling on me. So I'd prefer not to do that job. But, you know, I think that job would still be better than customer service. I think I would still prefer that job over, like, retail, low-key. Like, my options are dealing with Karens or wolf spiders. I'll take the wolf spiders, low-key. I'll take them. Crazy that a spider called a wolf spider is apparently normally docile. Yeah, I'm not sure why they're called wolf spiders. I think it's just the way they look. Because they're kind of fluffy, right? And they kind of have, like, a wolf-like color, I guess. But I think it's just their appearance. But I think they're normally pretty chill. They just be vibing and shit, eating little insects and stuff, right? Minding their business. They don't want to hurt nobody. They just want to eat bugs. Yippee! Yippee! The kind of fair point. I'm saying. If my options are dealing with Karens in a retail setting or picking cranberries and hanging out with some wolf spiders, I think the wolf spiders make better company, low-key. Plus, I don't have to deal with people all day, in theory. That's, like, the biggest thing that I hate. It's not really the dealing with people so much as dealing with people that can just bully you and you can't say anything about it. Because I deal with people all the time, technically, when I'm streaming. But if somebody's an asshole to me, I can just ban them. Or I can say something sassy to them, right? So I have more control. I think being in a customer service setting where you have no control and you're dealing with people all day in that context, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Hope it's been a good day. It has been an okay day. I slept all day because I fell asleep at like 8 a.m. So there's that. So, you know, a bit of a rot day for me. Just girl rotting the day away like one does. But it's been okay. Not bad. I'd rather take the wolf spiders. Can't be... What? Bitched? Asked? Can't be asked with Karens or mosquitoes? Oh, not mosquitoes! Luckily, I don't go outside very much, so I don't have to deal with mosquitoes. But y'all ever get like a mosquito bite on your ass cheek or something? It's the worst. And then you have like this big itchy bite on your ass cheek. And you don't want to like itch it all the time because you probably look gross itching your ass. But also like it's really uncomfortable because your ass is itchy. Can't be bothered. I was trying to think because I've seen it can't be asked, like CBA for can't be asked, but I was like, what does it B mean? I was like, I don't know if I've seen that one before. I live in California. Mosquitoes are the worst. Yeah, we don't get a ton of mosquitoes too bad where I am. And like I said, I don't go outside much, but sometimes in the evenings in the summer, you can deal with the mosquitoes quite a bit. If you're the kind of person to hang outside in the summer evenings, I'm not really that kind of person. But usually if you just have some sort of little, I don't know, mosquito repellent nearby, you're usually pretty chill. I don't know what the options are. I know you can get like the little hanging ones or something, or like the ones that you light. They're like citronella or something, and the mosquitoes don't like that apparently. I've heard of people hanging like little bags, little baggies with water and pennies in them. Is that supposed to deter mosquitoes, or is that something else? I've never tried that one. I don't know how it's supposed to work. Or like, I know, yeah, there's like little candles and stuff that apparently the mosquitoes don't like. I guess you can spray like mosquito or bug repellent on you, but that stuff stinks. That stuff smells. I don't really want to spray that all over me because I don't want to smell like that. It smells like chemicals. It's like blah, blah. Hello! Hello, Husker. Hi. I think the bags of water are for flies. Do flies not like bags of water with pennies? I didn't know flies didn't like that. I don't really care too much about flies. We just have like, I don't know. They don't bother me too much where I am, but I've been to places where they have like those flies that bite. I don't know what they're called, like horse flies or something. I think when I used to go, when I was younger, we would go to a cottage somewhere. I don't know if it was more north or where it was exactly, because I was like 10. But yeah, I remember it was like they had this cottage on the lake. I think it was like a family friend, and we would go there, and there were these like horse flies, and they just bite you. And they were really annoying because they fucking hurt when they bite you. And they just bite you for no fucking reason. They just like land on you and just bite you. They just take like a big old chomp out of you. And I'm like, okay, well fuck you too, bitch. I have non-scented mosquito repellent bracelets that work. Oh, I didn't know they made those. That's interesting. I'll have to, I mean, I don't go outside very much, so I don't really deal with mosquitoes, but I will try to remember this stuff if I ever need to. I've been told the light reflection from water hurts their eyes. Oh, interesting. I could see that being a thing, I suppose, because they have like their funky little eyeballs with their funky little, I don't know, design where they can kind of see everything all at once, or however it works. So I suppose I can see why that would hurt their eyeballs. Yeah. Horseflies are huge too. They are. They're kind of chunky little boys. I don't remember them being like massive, but now I'm kind of like gonna look it up, low-key. Horseflies. They just ugly little fuckers is what they are. And they bite you. Like, why do they bite you? What the fuck? Yeah, I don't know. They kind of look like a regular fly. Is it gonna show me one next to a regular fly? Deer flies. Oh, those little dudes are weird too. I don't know what they do, but they're really small. But they're funky looking little dudes. They're better huge, easier to kill. Easier to see, easier to kill. Yeah, they kind of a bitch like that. I want to see if I can find the picture of a... Ew! This is the ugliest thing I've ever seen. It's a... Apparently this is a black horsefly. The picture's kind of small. Oh. This one. Look at this ugly fucker. Look at this ugly fucker. Look at how big it is on this person's finger. I don't remember the ones I saw being quite this large. But yeah, this one's quite large. This is a big fucking fly. Ugly as fuck, honestly. Yeah. So ugly. But yeah, no, I don't remember them being quite that big, but they were definitely bigger than regular flies by a little bit. And yeah, they just land on you and just take a chunk out of you. I also remember there being leeches, because it was, you know, like a cottage on like a lake or something. And yeah, so occasionally when we'd go like swimming and stuff in the lake, we would get like a leech that would just like stick itself to your leg or something. I don't mind them though. I don't have a problem with leeches because they don't hurt. You know, you can either like toss some salt on them and they'll come off, or you can just let them do their thing and they'll pop off eventually anyways. They're a little creepy because they're like all slimy and stuff, but like, I don't know, they don't hurt or anything. They're just kind of weird. So I would prefer leeches over those horseflies because like they'll just fuck you up. They'll just land on you and bite you nonstop. They're better than ticks though. Oh, leeches? Yeah. I've never had to deal with ticks because like I said, I'm not very outdoorsy, and even in the summer I wear like my full length leggings, so I don't really have to deal too much with ticks. I don't have to deal with them. I also don't have a dog, so I don't have to like check my dog for like ticks and stuff either. But yeah, I don't mind leeches too much. They're also interesting because they get used still in like medicine occasionally too, as they like they can suck out the blood. Sometimes you need them to do that. But yeah, they're kind of interesting. And yeah, if you don't mind them too much, if you're not like too creeped out by them, you can just let them finish what they're doing and they'll pop off and go about their day. Like they're just funny little guys, right? But yeah, no, the horseflies, annoying as fuck. You can't, and like at least the leeches, you only have to worry about dealing with them if you go swimming. Oh, did I freeze? Okay, I was worried. I was like, don't do this to me right now. Don't. But yeah, so you only have to worry about the leeches when you go swimming, and it's not even all the time. You just have to do a quick like check after you've been swimming, right? You're like, oh, any leeches? No? Okay. But these fucking horseflies, anytime you're outside, you know, they'll just fuck you up. They'll just come up to you and go like, fuck off. And yeah, ticks are not good. Don't they carry diseases? What's the big one that's associated with ticks? Lyme disease? I think that's the one. And isn't there that one type of tick that if they bite you, sometimes it can cause you to have a reaction to red meat or something? I remember reading a story about that one time. Like, somebody got bitten by Lone Star tick. Yeah! Got bitten by one of them, and then for some reason they couldn't figure it out for so long because they didn't know it was a thing. And every time they would eat like a steak or like red meat, they would end up like so sick, and they couldn't figure out why until eventually they realized for some reason it was something to do with getting bitten by a Lone Star tick. I don't know how it all works exactly, but I remember hearing about it and I was like, that's crazy. That's crazy. I don't think I'd mind too much if that happened to me because I'm not a big red meat eater. It'd be more annoying than anything. But like I said, I'm not very outdoorsy, so I'm probably not in much danger of getting bitten by a tick. I'm probably okay. That's my girlfriend's philosophy when it comes to me. Just let him finish what he's doing and he will pop off. Okay, so the lesson we've learned today, that men are like leeches. Got it. just let him do his thing. He'll leave eventually. That is crazy. You know what happens when bats suck your blood? Is that a thing that bats do? I know there's like vampire bats and stuff, but I was under the impression that they didn't like do that to people. Like I thought they like bit like, I don't know, farm animals and stuff like that. So I don't think it would be very good if a bat bit you though, because bats are like huge carriers of disease. Certain types of bats especially, I think, are like huge disease carriers. And yeah. Are bats where COVID came from? I can't remember if bats were the origin of COVID. They're the origin of a lot of random diseases, because yeah, they're like, especially if they come into close contact with people, they like harbor a lot of random diseases, and they just like mutate in bats and then they like pass them. It's kind of funky. I know pigs are another one that do it too. I know they're like, I mean, swine flu, for example. That was like a big thing when I was younger. I think I was like an early teenager when swine flu was a thing, and it was like big. I remember people like freaking the fuck out. It was kind of like COVID light in a way. Like it didn't end up being like a global thing the way COVID ended up being, but I remember that's what people were like freaking out about when it was first a thing. And I remember getting like, they had a shot for it, right? And I remember my arm hurt for like 2 days. It was kind of like getting a COVID vaccine, actually. You guys have had like a COVID shot? probably several by now, realistically. I think I've had like 3 or 4 COVID boosters or shots or whatever. And your arm is usually sore for like a couple days. And I remember that being a thing. Is the presumable cause? Yeah. Bats are like a big thing with infectious diseases. I remember learning a lot about them when I was in school, because I did like a bunch of my degree was like biochemistry, but I took a lot of courses specifically on like the immune system and infectious diseases and viruses and stuff like that, because I thought it was all very interesting. And yeah, I remember learning a lot of diseases and their origins and stuff, and a lot of them were like bats or pigs. Those were like the 2 main ones, I think. Real carriers. And then also I guess like sometimes rats, but not so much. I don't feel like we've had any big diseases from rats in a while. You know, we had the bubonic plague, you know, back in the day, and that was a big deal. The rats haven't done anything exciting in recent years, I don't think. I remember the swine flu thing. They had to change the name because people were killing pigs. Swine flu was 2009, if I recall correctly. Yeah, that sounds about right. Because, yeah, I think I was in 9th grade or something when that was a thing. Don't do the math. Don't do the math. Did people actually think that people were actually killing pigs because it was called the swine flu? People really don't understand how things work, huh? Can't say I'm surprised, honestly. It's not like, okay, once it's transferred into people, like once it's made that leap and it starts spreading from person to person, at that point, like, you know, it's done. It's Jover. Like, killing a pig is not going to change the fact that, you know, this specific strain of the flu developed in, you know, pigs and then crossed over to people and then became contagious among people. Like, at that point, like, what? People don't understand how these things work, do they? I thought this was like common knowledge that once you have like a contagious illness in people, like it doesn't really matter where it came from, right? At that point, the damage has been done. At that point, it's done. And it's not like we're gonna kill all pigs or kill all bats so that we don't get diseases from them. Like, that is both impractical and probably wouldn't work anyways, because something else would probably just give us diseases, to be honest. That's why they started calling it H1N1 virus. I mean, that's a more technical term anyways. And yeah. And, you know, it's not like it's super hard to remember that either. H1N1 is pretty straightforward name. But yeah, I can see why people that don't know anything would be like, oh, it's called swine flu. Oh my god, we have to get rid of the pigs. The pigs will kill us all. Like, no. People understand how to panic though. Yeah, it's crazy in this day and age. Like, we have the internet right at our fingertips. You can look up anything. The information is right there. And yet people panic over stuff that's not even worth panicking over, right? Like, they could in theory just look up basic knowledge about these things and it would be fine, but they don't. Like, I know I probably have a higher base knowledge on these specific topics because it's what I went to school for. So I don't really know what the baseline level of knowledge is, but I thought like a lot of people at least had like a basic understanding of germs. But honestly, maybe not, because there's still a lot of people who don't even wash their hands properly. So, like, honestly, the amount of disease spread, I guess, that could be prevented if everyone just washed their hands properly and like wore masks when they weren't feeling well. But then, I don't know, people think masks are some sort of weird conspiracy to control us or something. I don't know. Stay home, wear a mask, I don't know. Because I remember learning in probably my infectious disease course or one of them that basically if everybody actually just like straight up quarantined when they had symptoms of an illness, like even the common cold, right? If you were like sniffly and not feeling well and you stayed home the entire time you had symptoms, a lot of these diseases, a lot of these viruses would have to evolve to be less symptomatic to continue to exist. But we don't do that. Partially because some people just can't afford to take the time off work. Some people are, you know, they just think they're better than people if they work through feeling like shit. They're like, oh, you know, I'm better than you because I came to work sick. And it's like, all you're doing is spreading illness, but go off, I guess, King. That calls for people looking up and learning something, and that's too hard for most. That's true. I feel like a lot of people too, the biggest thing is that people don't know what they don't know. So they're not inclined to even look something up in the first place because they just think they know stuff. They don't realize that there's like key information that they're missing. And honestly, a lot of people are very stubborn anyways. So even when people tell them information that they didn't know that might be relevant and might prove their working theories to be incorrect, they don't like that. People don't like being wrong, which is fair. I don't like being wrong either. But if I'm handed a piece of information that's completely opposite to what I thought previously, I might do a little bit of a but I'm not sure if that's just because I spent a lot of time in STEM, right? Like I learned a lot of science stuff and formed a lot of opinions with like that kind of idea, that kind of mindset, I guess, where like, you know, you need the evidence for it. And if you don't have sufficient evidence, then, you know, you're kind of like, oh. And if you're presented with new, different evidence, you're like, oh, maybe the thing that we thought was one way is maybe not the other way. So like I've been trained to think that way, and not everybody has. So I try to be like understanding of people's stubbornness, because like even though I've been trained that way through my education, like I still don't like being wrong. Okay, it still feels bad. Like I don't like having to change my mind. I don't like having to be told my opinion sucks and is wrong. But I am open to changing it if the information presented to me shows that I am dead ass wrong. I don't like it, but you know, eventually I'll come around most of the time. Critical thinking is a lost skill. True. Actually, I remember my university had specific courses you could take that were straight up called critical thinking, like critical thinking 101. I don't think it was literally called 101 because I think our course codes had like 4 digits in them, but basically shit like that. It was like critical thinking 101, critical thinking 102 or whatever. And I know some people's programs required them to take it. I don't think mine required me to take it, but I almost took it because I thought it would be interesting, but I don't think it fit in my schedule. But honestly, yeah, critical thinking, not an inherent skill. Not an inherent skill for sure. Common sense, also not an inherent skill. I don't think common sense is a real thing, honestly. I know we call it that to be like, oh, this is a thing that should seem obvious and that a lot of people should probably know, but no. It's never the case. Anything that's supposed to be quote unquote common sense is something that, like, I don't know, it always ends up like most of the population doesn't know the thing. Like stuff like, hey, don't put tinfoil in the microwave. You would think that would be common sense. No. No. Common sense is not common in the slightest. Yeah, exactly. Like every bit of common knowledge I know of, there's like so many people that don't know it. I'm trying to think of some good examples of stuff that I found out that people don't know. Actually, I'm sure there's like a Reddit. There's got to be a Reddit thread for this. I always kind of like these. Actually, maybe we should watch. Wait, hold up. Nikki, are you still here? What's that YouTube page that you always send me links to with like the Reddit posts where they're like reading them out loud? And it's like, I want something like that because I don't want to have to read it myself. Nikki got all the good YouTube links, I swear. Remember when I made us watch the AI presidents gaming videos? Yeah, that was something I got from Nikki too. I was like, yo, I want to watch AI presidents. Daily Dose of Internet. I like Daily Dose of Internet too, but I'm thinking of something different and very specific. It's like Reddit posts and it's like somebody reading them out. So it's like the original Reddit post and then like people's replies. So like the original one will be like a question and then the replies will be like people's answers. And I assume they pick out like the funniest or most interesting replies or something along those lines, right? What do you need? I'm not sure. Are they all from the same page, channel? I'm not sure. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah. If there's one that's like stuff that you think is common sense that you realized wasn't kind of Reddit post? I don't know. Words are hard. I'll see if I can just find it on my own. Reddit, common sense stories. What's a sign someone has absolutely no common sense? Okay, this is the kind of thing I'm talking about. Okay. Yeah. Because there's always some really funny stuff. You're like, this is so obvious. But it's not. It's not. I don't know what's up with the thumbnail. They're like, yo, let's put a hot girl with big titties in the thumbnail. Oh, what's this one that Nikki sent?
What common sense is actually wrong? You hold your breath. If you run out of air while scuba diving,
I like this
your
one.
lungs will explode as you'll float upwards with a lung full of air, and you probably will try to surface anyway, and the air inside them expands. The proper procedure is to scream all the way up to make sure your airways are open. Except you forgot about scuba diving 101. Don't effing dive alone.
Ooh,
My
that's a good
regulator
one.
busted
Don't
underwater
do it alone.
once. I signaled my
Use the
partner
power
out
of
their
friendship,
sign.
buddy
He
system
gave me
always.
his second regulator and we went up, which was as easy as when we did the exercises, just like the simulations.
Wow.
Sometimes, when someone is having a bad day, it's better to just listen and agree, rather than offer logical advice. When I worked in spectator event safety, we learned, sports stadia, that when an evacuation is happening, the safest place to go to is the playing field,
Oh.
as it is usually open air, and therefore low risk, if it is a fire evacuation. However, common sense takes over crowd dynamics and people try leaving the way they came in, from the other side of the building. So
Fair.
this common sense tray results in thousands of people flocking into burning buildings. An example of this was the Bradford City Stadium fire. A huge chunk of the
Okay, I
crowd
can see
headed
why
back
this
into
one
the
would not be
burning
common
stadium
sense,
looking
because
for
how
exits
often are
despite
people
open air. The
in a
pitch
stadium
being meters
and
in
caught
front
in a
of them.
fire?
Sometimes
Like, how common of a
planning
thing
and
is that
training
happens?
can count against you. Look at the Piper Alpha disaster in the North Sea. They were trained to muster in the fireproof accommodation block and await rescue. The only people that survived broke training and jumped over the side. Grenfell Tower fire.
Sometimes you gotta
UK.
rebel.
Any residents of the tower who called the fire service were told to remain in their flat unless it was affected, which is the standard policy for a fire in a high-rise building.
Okay.
As each flat should be fireproofed from its neighbors. Wikipedia. Many survivors told how they ignored this advice. 72 people died from that fire.
Damn.
Who knows how many would have escaped had that advice not delayed them while the fire spread.
Damn.
Don't go to bed angry, UMN. Me and my husband ignoring this rule has saved our marriage. Do you know how many stupid fights are caused by being tired? That's why I
Just go
prefer
to
the
sleep, you
rule.
wake up, you're
No
like, yeah, I was
serious
just being a
talks
bitch for no
before 8
reason. I was just
a.m.
EP, my
And
bad,
after
G.
10 p.m. Arguing when you're tired is not a good idea.
Okay,
The slower-
wait. I can kind of see both sides of that one. I'm not really like, I don't know. I don't have a lot of relationship experience, so like, don't quote me on this or whatever. But I don't know. I would just get tired enough. I would go to sleep at some point. But I would also have a hard time sleeping if I was fighting with somebody, because I'd be like really anxious, because I would want it to be like sorted and solved and all of that. And, you know, I get very anxious very easily, and it affects my sleep very easily. So like, depending if it's like a small thing that could potentially be sorted before going to bed, I would prefer to do that, just because I would have trouble falling asleep because I'd be anxious about it. But if it's like a big thing, yeah, sometimes you just gotta sleep. Just go to bed. I get the point of saying don't go to bed angry, but I get so damn angry when I'm too tired. Yeah, no. People tend to get more emotional when they're EP. So if it's not getting close to getting solved and it's past your bedtime, at that point, just go to sleep. Just take time, maybe sleep in, you know, the guest room, you know, take a little breather, have some EPs, come back to it another time. Cheers for anxiety. Yippee! Yeah, luckily I don't get as anxious anymore because, you know, I'm medicated. But I still, like, if I was like fighting with somebody, I would still be anxious about, you know, wanting everything to be kind of sorted out. I mean, like, if it was like a big thing, you know, I could deal with like it getting resolved at a later point, because like the alternative is to just keep fighting and fuck yourself over by just like fighting, which is like not really what you want to do.
And more defensive you drive, the better.
Or you could just like physically
You
fight.
need a mix of defensive and defensive,
You know,
to be
winner
truly
takes all.
safe. Keep traffic flowing, and to prevent bottlenecks, don't be nice, be predictable. Do not, ever, wait 24 hours before filing a missing persons report. If you have a reasonable suspicion that something happened to someone, call immediately. In crime shows, when they say the first 24 hours are crucial in a missing child case, they're not making it up.
Makes sense.
Ignore a bully, and they'll leave you alone.
No.
They just see a weak target. Smack the shout at them. If they
Yeah,
already
fuck
made
'em
it
up.
physical. Note, it is morally acceptable to nut punch when they've made it physical
Noted,
themselves.
noted. Make it nut
Going
punch.
outside
Nut
with
punch.
wet hair will not make you get you sick. It will make you feel cold as hell though. Salts and
This is
Canadian
true.
have
This is
showers.
facts.
Common sense says sun isn't out, and it is cool outside. You don't have to worry about sunburns. Worst
That's
sunburn I ever got. I remember
not how the sun
reading
works.
that 80% of the sun's harmful rays escape through the cloud layer.
That's not how
Source, a
UV
poster in my
rays work.
dermatologist's office.
And those are
When
the
there's
ones
snow
that
on
get
the
you
ground,
sunburned.
You can actually get sunburnt worse due to the reflection of the rays in
Bro,
the
yes.
snow.
See,
Same
I knew that. Okay. Because, like, I don't know about you guys. I don't know if you guys get snow where you are, but it's so fucking bright in the winter when it's snowing. Okay, there's like snow on the ground. Everything's covered in snow. It's all white. It's all reflective as shit. Even on a cloudy day, it's bright as hell. I have to wear sunglasses in the winter, even on a cloudy day, because it's so goddamn bright. So this does not surprise me at all, honestly. This does not surprise me. Texas, where we get snow once in like 3 years, if that. Oh, you'll have to come to Canada when we're more likely to have snow, because if you come in October, we're probably not gonna have snow in October. I think it's like not impossible, but I don't think it's super likely. I think there's some chance it could happen, but not likely. I think your most likely times to see snow where I live are probably between November and March. Occasionally it snows in like October or April, but pretty rarely, so I wouldn't bank on it. But yeah, no, I'll have to see if Nikki comes here in October and, you know, he doesn't hate it. Maybe I can get him to come back another time when there's snow. I doubt he even has like boots. He probably wouldn't even be able to go out in the snow, to be honest. I live in Texas, and if the weather has a forecast of snow, the grocery store sells out 2 days before. Really? Y'all don't know how to deal with snow. Oh, I'm so bright. See, but I was like, oh, I'm so dark when I have the monitor lighting. But then I'm so bright if I put it back. I don't know. I'm so used to having snow. We don't always have snow in the winter. Like, we have plenty of green Christmases at times, but we usually get some good snows throughout the winter months. At least a couple. Usually not too bad. There was one year where we got like a really bad snowstorm, and luckily I was fine. My place was fine, but where my stepmom and my stepsister live, they had no power for like 5 days, and they were like super snowed in. That was like, was that last winter or the winter before? I think that might have been 2 years ago, but luckily it wasn't that bad where I am. Texas is just not built to deal with it all. Honestly, it sounds like Texas is not built to deal with anything. Every time y'all have a storm, your power goes out. Like, it rains a little bit and y'all like, I don't have power for 3 days. I'm like, what the fuck are y'all doing there? What is Texas up to? The fuck? The heck? My cat was making a funny noise. I thought she was gonna have a hairball or something. I don't know if she did. She's like in the hallway, so I can't check, but anyways. You guys ever freak out when they're up there when a glacier melts? No. I don't think so. Not more than anybody else, I think. I don't know. I don't know. The cuts who run the grid are fucking just upgrades need to be made but aren't. Who deals with that stuff? Is that like government mandated? Is that like something y'all can complain to your government, your local government about? Complain to your municipality or whatever and be like, hey, can y'all fucking fix this? I'm tired of having no power every single time we get like 1 millimeter of rain. But I'm not too sure. I don't know how things work there because I don't have that issue. Maybe it's because I'm Canadian and we're more used to having wacky weather. You know, we get snow, obviously, for like half the year. We could potentially get snowed on. Obviously, there's like storms and stuff. So I don't know, maybe because we got like Canadian winters, we're more prepared. I'm not sure. She thinks we can complain. I don't know, can't you? You can't just be like, hey. Hey, so like, I mean, you could cook. Is there no one you can complain to? I'm not saying they would listen, but maybe if enough people complained, they would. I don't know. It's like here, even if you complain, they might not necessarily do anything about it. I think that's everywhere. They don't really care, honestly. They don't really care.
Same type of concept with swimming as well. Skiers need to wear up goggles to avoid getting snow blindness caused by the high amounts of reflected light from snow. Just because you're not fat doesn't mean you're in good shape.
Yes.
I've been vegetarian for 15 years. Everyone thinks this means I eat healthy. I don't.
No.
My diet is mostly pizza and pasta and whatever microwaves faster than it takes
Why
me
would
to
somebody
eat it
think
afterwards.
you're healthy
My
just
best
because you're
friend is vegan.
vegetarian?
My
They
best
think you just
friend
eat
is
more
also a big
vegetables because you don't
curvy
eat
woman.
meat?
My best friend cannot roll her eyes hard enough when she hears people ignorantly proclaim that fat vegans don't exist because vegan equals healthy equals thin. I can
Aren't
give
like
you a list of
Oreos
candy
vegan
junk
and
food
like
that's
Doritos vegan?
Vegan does not
You get to see
necessarily
like
mean
Oreos and
healthy.
Doritos,
Vegan
honestly.
just means there's no animal byproducts or ingredients used to make the food. I'm an underweight potato and I feel personally attacked. As a skinny person with a diet consisting almost entirely of cheese and caffeine. I felt
Cheese
it
and
too. You're
caffeine. I love
completely
cheese
right.
and caffeine.
My 125 pounds.
I could be vegetarian.
Have a heart attack at
I just
25
eat
for
coffee.
eating so bad.
Iced coffee and
The
cheese.
harder you brush, the cleaner your teeth get. All you're gonna do is cause gum recession. I was 40 before my dentist told me to take it easy brushing my teeth. I thought it was normal having to replace a brush once a month. The recommended time is 3 months, but not because you wear it out. Just because that chest nasty a little rinse isn't gonna
Have y'all
clean
ever
that
had to
toothbrush
replace a
out.
toothbrush
After you
because
use
it was
you'll
like
scrub away your tooth.
like, I don't, do y'all abuse your toothbrush? Because I have never had them like wear down like that. Like, I always just replace them because I'm like, I feel like I've been using this one for a while, you know, I should use a new one. And like, I don't know, like, how hard are y'all brushing your teeth with these toothbrushes? Huh. Yeah, so like I buy like the really soft bristle toothbrushes generally too, because I have pretty sensitive teeth, right? So I don't know, like I don't know, I like brush them, I think, like with a good pressure, but I'm not like flattening out the bristles or anything. I think the soft brushes ruin easier, I think. No, that's what I'm saying. Like, I have the soft ones and I still don't do that to them. I still don't fuck them up like that. And my teeth are plenty clean without, you know, flattening out my fucking toothbrush trying to clean my teeth.
Enamel as well. Once that's gone, you're screwed.
Ah,
Was born
that's
without
no good.
enamel in my teeth. Can verify. It sucks.
You can be
But
born
I
without
saw a burn
enamel
do
on your
not do
teeth?
this. It can rip the skin. Do put the burn under cool water immediately. They now recommend lukewarm water, as cold water can irritate the burn. It's not
Who's putting
irritation.
ice on a
Hot skin is
burn?
still elastic, and shocking it with cold makes it contract and take on a deformed and more painful shape. Distance makes the heart grow fonder. Psychologists actually showed that it's the reverse, which is why LDR are very hard. Out of sight, out of mind is more
Damn.
accurate. I think
Don't tell
this
the
is an accurate
eat-aters.
observation in short term for someone that you see so often that if you are apart for a few days, then you actually miss them because they're part of your routine.
I think this is how my
Parents
cat
who
feels
read your
about me.
story every night, but have to travel
Like, I'm
for a
always
day or
there,
two
and then when I'm
for
not
work
for a
or
couple
family
days,
emergency,
my cat's like,
or friends at
"Bitch,
school
where'd you go?"
talk to on the daily about everything, and then fallen sick or so you have dinner with every night who goes on a business trip for a week. Technically, you miss the interaction until a new routine settles in. Distance makes the heart grow fonder. It absolutely does when talking about people that you don't like. Shy people are far more tolerable when they're over 100 miles away 99% of the time.
I can see that.
Source Roger D. Rabutin. I'll refer to this post by /u/Herndon17. Absence is to love what wind is to fire. It extinguishes the small and kindles the great.
Interesting.
Running hot water to pour
I don't
grease
know
down
if
the
this is
sink
really
drain. That
stuff
water
that's like
always
common
cools
sense.
eventually, and usually
It's
the
still
same
interesting.
distance down the drain, where it solidifies, creating a blockage.
No,
Although it's
no,
best to
no, no, no. People are doing this. No, no, no. That's so stupid. Why? What do you think happens when you do this? Cause you know it's solid at room temperature. You know this, and you think, where do you think it goes? You think it just stays hot until it goes super far away? And then not your problem? No, like, it's gonna solidify in your thing. That's so obvious. What the heck? I've always learned to either, I've seen it done a couple ways, and I think it's whatever. Some people will pour it into like a cup or something, maybe like a disposable cup, so it's easy, right? You just pour it into the disposable cup, let it cool, let it solidify, and then just like toss it in the trash. Or sometimes if I'm lazy, I'll just let the pan cool with the grease in it and then wipe it with a paper towel and clean it out that way. But it's more of a pain. It's just if I'm lazy in the moment, and it still works, but not great. Hey, when it's gone, it's not my problem. It's gonna become your problem if your drain pipes stop working. If your plumbing stops working because of it, and then you're gonna have to pay hundreds of dollars, maybe even more, for like a plumber or something to fix it. I guess that depends. If you own the home, it's definitely your problem. If you don't own the home, you might not care as much. My grandma keeps empty cans to pour grease into. Oh yeah, that works for sure. Then you're like, something you were gonna get rid of anyways, right? Like if you use the can, you drank the drink or whatever, and you just like keep the can to make it like another use for it. See, that's good. I like that. Smart. Stretch. Okay, I stretch. Wow. Big stretch. Wow. the other video. I feel like this one is not as like common sense as I thought. What's a sign someone has no absolutely no common sense? I feel like this one's gonna be funnier.
What's your best story of a moment when someone displayed a complete lack of common sense? Someone asked me, a deaf person hearing aids, if I could hear in the dark. Well, can you? If it was Towson's Bank aid, you wouldn't.
What the fuck?
As a nurse, I have so many. You'd be surprised at the lack of
Can you
common
hear
sense
in the
among nursing
dark?
students and or doctors. A student nurse came down and said, well, Mr. G didn't eat much of his breakfast today. He didn't even seem to want to chew it. Went up to check on Mr. G. He is sitting supine. Bed head raised, pulseless, purple in the face, no breath sounds, clearly deceased, with cereal and scrambled eggs pouring out of his mouth. I'm laughing, but I'm also amazed at the stupidity. Please tell me that the student nurse did not become a nurse afterwards. I'm wondering if Mr. G was already dead or if breakfast killed him.
No, that's insane, honestly. Is this an ad?
And thousands of audiobooks.
I pay for
Enjoy unlimited
premium.
reading and unlimited listening on any device for just $9.99 a month. Try it free for
Is this
30
built
days.
into the video or something?
I was building a fire in a
I'm paying
Franklin
for
stove.
premium!
Big cast iron thing. Lid opens on top. I was also trying out old bottles of liquors lying around. I took a mouthful of ancient peppermint schnapps, found it gross, and spit it out into the fire. Thank God for my husband's Spider-Man-like reflexes. He grabbed the back of my shirt and yanked me back, away from the fireball that erupted from the stove.
Nah,
the ends of my
bro.
hair burnt as it swung forward. I would have blinded myself. I read that as filing shrine and was so confused. T. As I waited at the bottom of an escalator for a woman to get off so I could go up, she stared at me pretty weird. The other time I waited outside
What?
for a glass door to slide open. In my defense, it was a new door and lacked handles. With a group of people forming behind me pissed that they were stuck outside because the store was closed when there were people inside. She probably thought you
Some
were
of
going
these
to
are things
rob
I
them
would do,
later.
like the stupid door thing.
A friend
I would
and
do
were
that
making
shit.
orange
I would
juice
definitely do that
yesterday when
shit.
we decided to also put the orange peel in the blender because throwing the orange peel away is a waste of good food. Result: a real waste of good food. My friend always eats the orange peel with the orange, as if it was an
Ew.
apple. I remember in first
Ew.
grade at this little private school, one of the kids opened his lunchbox and said, "Yay, orange peels." My favorite. His mom had packed him orange peels in his lunch. I later realized his family probably didn't like him very much. One time I was at a
That's
grocery
crazy.
store and I was
Yay,
looking at
orange
those
peels.
heated things that keep chicken warm. I wondered how hot it was, so I
Look, if
touched
other
it.
people
I
want to
got a
eat orange
blister.
peels,
So it was
I'm not
pretty
gonna
hot.
tell them how to live
Yep.
their life, but I
A
don't
kid
want
at
to
my
eat an orange
elementary
peel.
school got sent to the hospital after he got injured playing in the school field with his friends. They were throwing steel-tipped darts at each other, and one dart hit the kid right in the eye. I don't think he died, but we didn't see any one-eyed kid in school afterwards either. This raises so many questions, like, why on earth were steel-tipped darts even allowed in a school, much less allowed for kids to play with? Or, did your elementary school experience take place in a rural city in the 70s? My mom grabbed a pan out of the oven with her bare
How?
hands because she forgot it would be hot.
Even
I've
kids
been
shouldn't be
doing
that
woodworking
stupid,
on some
right?
level since I was a kid. In my late 20s, I started to get into welding and machining. Wood doesn't really get hot after you cut it, or sand it, or really do whatever to it. And if it does get hot, it catches on fire and gives you a very visible indication that you shouldn't touch it.
Yeah.
Metal doesn't do that. It just soaks up the heat and sits there smiling. My woodworking instincts got me burned too many times when dealing with metal. Cut something.
Oh my
grab it.
God.
Ouch, duck, I'm cocksucker. I burned myself rather badly this way. I was using a chop saw with a blade meant for
Jesus
cutting
Christ.
steel. More an abrasive cutter like
How do you
an angle
forget
grinder
stuff can
than
be
an
hot?
actual
Like,
saw
especially the
blade.
oven. You
To
open the
cut off
oven
a
and it's
small bar
hot.
From a large piece of solid
What do you think's
aluminum
gonna
stock.
happen to
It was
something in
just
the
a
oven?
single
It's
cut
gonna
and
be
I
hot.
didn't feel like switching out to a more appropriate blade for it. Once my piece was cut and rolled off the side of the saw, I absent-mindedly went to pluck the metal from the workbench between my index and middle finger. The resulting burn was bad enough to make the flesh hiss, and to adhere the metal to my skin like ground beef sticking to the bottom of a hot pan. The skin between my fingers turned a sickly white and
That's
a day later
gross.
sloughed off down to bone when I poked at it through a bandage, causing a weird sensation I'll never forget where it felt like my stomach slit or nausea at the same time the skin slipped free. It took months to heal, though now it seems like I just have a rather absurdly developed writer's callus. Long story short, metal is hot after it's machined, and forgetting that can hurt you badly.
That's disgusting.
For Earth Day, the company I work for was giving away free seeds to plant to grow tress. When I offered it to one woman, she said PFFT, as if a tree can actually grow from a seed. I had no possible way to respond to her other than silence.
Where?
But Minecraft taught me that trees grow from saplings, not seeds. Where do saplings grow from? Watching a show with my friend a few years ago.
No, that's
detectives found a
crazy.
body and took it
You
to
don't
the
know what
morgue.
the trees grow from seeds? Don't they like make you grow like a little seed in elementary school or something? Put it in like a little cup with some soil and like water it and watch it sprout for like a week or something?
No, it won't give her name. So, Jane Doe, my friend, turned to me with complete and utter amazement and said, how did the hospital know she was the dead guy's girlfriend if they haven't even been identified yet? To which I replied that they hadn't figured that out yet. They must have. Otherwise, why would they be calling them by the same last name? Common knowledge. Why would they have the same last name if they were just boyfriend and girlfriend? This one at a gas station. Oh my god. You know those
Oh my god, John Doe and Jane Doe! Oh my god!
That show like a triangle and say, what would this shape look like if I turned
Free
it
from work
down?
for a week, let's
This is a
fucking
women,
go!
those questions are
I
for.
hope you
How
relax
could anyone have
and
such
rot.
a complete lack of understanding of things in relation to each other in space? Wait, I just realized why she couldn't find the gas cap. Wow, I'm stupid. Using a stab blender at about 14, was staring
stab
at the blades on it
blender?
and thought it would be a good idea to touch the circle in the center of the blade where it mounted to the shaft. It really wasn't.
No.
Wound up with 10 stitches. Question: what happens when you touch the center? Your finger gets pulled into the blades way quicker than you can pull your hand away. I was boiling water for mac and cheese
What
one
possesses
time, and
you?
I forgot how a strainer worked, and I poured boiling water all over my legs and feet. Needless to say, each time I use the strainer, I double check that it is over the sink. Like when you make stock and pour the stock down the sink and keeps the bones and veggies. Duck. I can imagine the thought process of using the magic water separation device.
I can see doing that with the stock, because especially if you make a lot of like pasta and stuff, you're used to keeping the solid stuff and getting rid of the liquid. I can see that. I would probably do that, because I would like autopilot or something.
Shatter from smallest drops. Maybe with a Nokia you can do that. Yay. If you want to cause an earthquake, maybe. My mom freaked out.
Here, wait,
once.
let me get the other one that Nikki sent up, just so I don't forget it.
George
Think of how stupid the average person is. Half of them are stupider. Oh god, that's gonna make me question my entire life, isn't it? Oh god.
Time when the entire computer screen turned blue. She called me from upstairs to come down and fix it. I looked at it for a second and then tapped the mouse. She had highlighted the whole screen. No less than 3 times have I had to fix my mom's computers because she didn't know, forgot that you have to turn on both the tower and the monitor. And one of those times was at a big company whose IT guy couldn't figure it out either. Sometimes you just don't expect anyone to be that stupid, so you don't think of the simple stuff.
No, I feel like so much of like tech support must just be like figuring out how fucking stupid some people are. Like, have you tried turning it off and on again? Did you turn on your monitor too? Oh, I have to turn on the monitor? Yes, ma'am.
Non-native speaker here. Edit. Thanks to the 13 people who explained it to me. But it's okay now. Pledge is a cleaning product. I think that's what he was referring to.
Oh!
One of my friends was selling his car.
That's
it was
funny.
An old shit
Pledge of
box car,
allegiance
but it
to the
still
floor.
Was worth about the same amount he purchased it for.
That's kind of funny,
One person
honestly.
bid for it to be purchased at half the original, and another bidder bid for the original price. The third and final bidder bid for just under double original price. Done deal, right? My friend sold it to the guy who bid half price. All 3 guys were strangers. But the reason my friend sold it to the lowest bidder was because the lowest bidder was begging him to be a nice guy. Basically trying to take advantage of him. My friends advised him not to listen. But he still chose the lowest bidder.
That's so stupid.
Passing up a good $10,000 if he'd chosen the highest bidder. A month later,
You'd never catch me.
He came up to me and said, I am such a stupid. What old shitbox car is worth over $10,000? Math says it could be worth as little as $6,666, which is still enough to buy about 10 shitbox cars. When my girlfriend was 15, she blew up some balloons for her friend's birthday and was confused when they didn't float. She was genuinely confused when she heard that you needed helium to keep them aloft. I'm gonna be honest, when you said float I imagined that she put them on a body of water, and in my mind I was thinking, how the hell would balloons sink in water? Heavy breathing. 2 kids
They thought you could just blow up the balloons with air and they would just float.
Was ready to drop a 5-pound dictionary on the younger
Bless her
sibling's
heart.
head because an older kid had convinced them that you could know all words instantly with this method. They were told the higher the drop the better the result. The older sibling was on 2nd floor with younger sibling about 12 feet below. Yes, the experiment was halted by adults before execution. Edit. Grammar. Yeah, it would have been an execution.
Jesus Christ.
No, I did it. Now I know big words and have a very photosynthesis vocabulary. Plug for something I wanted to unplug was stuck in the outlet. I didn't want to snap the cord.
Wait, should I try that, guys? I want to learn some new words.
Princess hands were beginning to hurt from gripping the plug and pulling. Suddenly, I thought, wait, I'll just stick my finger between the prongs and jimmy it out that way.
No!
In case you didn't know, a plug half stuck in the outlet still has electricity running between the prongs. Now, not knowing, around age 10, that there was electricity running between the prongs is one thing, but the fact that I shocked myself using this exact same thought process a decade later,
Yeah, that's the kicker. Doing it again as an adult.
The other day at work, my counterpart misplaced his ID badge. We eventually found it, but not before I asked him, do you want me to call it? That's when you chuckle softly at your own joke. Can you hear me now?
I would think they were joking, honestly. My old job was a technical job. Google was my best trainer. Yeah, honestly, I feel like a lot of jobs you could just do if you have Google. Not all, obviously, but a lot.
All the eggs, soft fruits and veggies, breads on bottom. I know it's nitpicky, but I end up rebagging once I get to the car.
No, you don't do that. You don't put the eggs and the bread in the bottom. You don't put hot stuff with cold stuff. That's just common sense.
Worked at an architecture
Gotta
firm.
fuck up your food.
We would always complain about how the modeling software crashed all the time. Clearly not having used said software, our operations manager asked what it meant when it crashed. As in, does that mean the building you're modeling collapses or something? Not having used said software, or any software ever for that matter, or just really stable software. BT engineer came out to
I don't know
investigate
anything about
noise on
software
my line,
stuff,
causing my
but that's still
broadband
funny to
go
me.
off. There was a loud crackling when you picked up the house phone. Murphy's Law meant the day he came. The noise was almost gone and now very faint, but while listening for it, he spotted a retractable phone extension I wasn't using but had out for troubleshooting purposes and said, that's 15 meters long. It should be 10 at the longest. Confused, I said, okay, but it was just to rule out the extension I'm using, to see if the noise was still on. But it's too long. That would explain the noise you're hearing. I said no, I get it on the current one as well. He replied, well, I can't hear it now. I said yeah, it seems better today. He went back to it'll just have been your extension. It's way too long. But it's too long though. Yes, that is true.
No, I would have an aneurysm having this conversation.
The exact same noise with it, which I did. It's not like if you have an 11-meter cable the phone suddenly starts cracking loudly, but it's too long. That's what would have been causing the crackling. This goes on for about 5 minutes
bro.
while he's listening and the crackling
just
suddenly
walked away.
comes back. See? I say desperately. Yeah, but your extension is too long as I keep saying. Stunned, I pick it up, roll it in and put it back in the cupboard it came from. Look, it's not currently connected. You can stop AI learn, it'll hear the noise. That proves it wasn't just caused by an extension that's too long, and as I keep telling you, that wasn't plugged in when this started. He thought about this for about 10 long, silent seconds and then shook his head. I don't know what to tell you. The maximum length for an extension is recommended to be no more than 10 meters. Next thing, I got a bill for £175 for an unnecessary engineer call out due to a fault caused by my equipment.
I would go
What
full
an
Karen, I
incomplete
swear to
brat.
God.
Please complain about him as he is an
Jesus
incompetent ass
Christ.
who needs retraining, or he is just a lazy bastard who leaves the work for other engineers. I am also a BT engineer, and I've seen extensions that are hundreds of meters long in factories and offices, and I have no idea where he got that idea from.
Nah, if it's
Please call your service
10.0001
provider
meters,
again.
everything's
I know
fucked.
how annoying that is, but
It's
from what
Jovi.
you said, there is an issue on the line that needs fixing, and the majority of us engineers are actually competent and will get your line working properly again.
Jesus
Plus, when the
Christ.
fault is reported, that will cancel the charges on your bill. Hope you have a better experience with the next engineer. Admittedly, that won't be too hard.
How
This
do,
was
like,
about
some of
9
these
years
people-
ago
like, how
now,
does
and
this
I did
person get
complain
this
but had to still
job
pay, as they were going to cancel
and
my
keep their
service
job?
if I didn't. They had warned me ahead of time that if it was due to my equipment, I would be charged, but I was certain, because I'd replaced everything, including the micro filters and ADSL modem, that it wasn't. At the time, my neighbor also had the same noise on their line, and when I mentioned this to him, he dismissed it, saying there's no connection between your line and theirs, and I said, well, won't they go to the same exchange? And he said this didn't matter. It's your extension causing the problem.
Oh
Didn't
my
mean
God.
to disparage all BT engineers, by the way. I'm sure
I
if you
would've just
guys
been in
all
the
shared a
corner
level of
banging my
competence,
head
the
against the
network would have
fucking
collapsed
wall.
years ago. Best comment of the day. A great example of terrible
Jesus.
common sense was demonstrated by the Capron fire. They had pulley operated trams that were at an incline, tunneled through the mountain. There was the fire at the back of one of the trains, which happened to be at the bottom at the time. Common sense told people to move away from the fire, as many did, but there was a firefighter who convinced others to go down, right past the flame. Those people who listened to him survived. Reason? Smoke and heat rises, and the burning train was releasing toxic smoke. The people who went up, being a sad majority, died less than 50 meters away from the burning train.
No!
I remember watching the documentary on it, seconds from disaster, and I thought about people dying from going up, just as the fire was starting.
No! I thought that was, like, very common knowledge, though. Like, I thought most people knew that smoke and heat rises. Like, I'm pretty sure that's well-known information, but I guess, like, connecting the dots in, like, a stressful situation, maybe not, like, so easy to do. Because I know a lot of people know that information, but maybe, like, actually applying it in, you know, that moment where you're, like, kind of panicking, maybe not so easy to do. All right, let's see if I can not have an aneurysm watching this one. How stupid the average person is, and half of them are stupid. Even stupider. Dude, oh man. I have you ever been in a conversation with somebody and, like, you genuinely think you would have an easier time talking to a literal brick wall because you're like saying something to them and they're just, like, not comprehending. It's like they're, like, listening to your words but not taking in the meaning whatsoever, or they're not even listening to you. They just, like, have already decided what you said. Shut up! Yes, with you. I'm gonna be so annoying at Thanksgiving. I hope you know this. I don't even care what you say. At this point, I'm coming to Texas for Thanksgiving. I'll work it out with your family, and I'll just come be a menace, and we'll all bully you, and it'll be a really good time for us. Not you, us. But anyways, like, I don't know, you'll be, like, trying to explain something to them, or maybe you're, like, arguing over differing opinions on something. I don't know, trying to explain something to someone, and you're like, it's, you know, this, and this, and they just start talking about something completely unrelated. It's literally like that example of the guy with the extension cable where the person's like, yeah, I used this other extension cable that's longer just to see if it was still there, But the problem is it was already there before I used that, before that was ever involved. And it's there right now when I'm not using this cable. And the guy was like, it's too long. It's too long. You know, that's your problem right there, ma'am. And it's like, no, but it's not even a part of the equation at all. Like I put it in the cupboard. It's not attached. It's not involved whatsoever. And they're like, oh, too long. Yep, it's too long, ma'am. Check Discord, you ass. What did you say on Discord? Nikki's family likes me. Oh, you're gonna have such a horrible Thanksgiving. I'm gonna have such a great Thanksgiving. Oh my god.
Carlin said, think of how stupid the average person is, and realize half of them are stupider than that.
Question
What
mark?
real-life example
Oh.
have you seen that validates this
How do
view?
I...
I'm a physician.
Don't worry about
my
it.
doctor
Just me
specifically.
harassing
I
my
will tell you
ex
that
video
the longer
editor.
I work, now 15
good.
years, my standard for the average person continues to decline. Case in point, thanks to the awful information filtering out there, I had a patient just last week who read that vitamin D helps you resist a coronavirus infection. Well, he had also read that you can get more vitamin D by getting more sun. So he wanted to collect as much light as possible with his eyes. As a result, he stared at the sun for a solid 60 seconds and burned holes directly into his retinas, permanently reducing his vision with no chance at future improvement.
I don't even know where to start with that one. Like, okay, I mean, the vitamin D helping coronavirus, I'm pretty sure there's nothing to suggest that that part's true, okay? The vitamin D thing, getting vitamin D from the sun, kind of true. Not in your eyeballs, though. I'm pretty sure the vitamin D is produced somehow. I think it's something to do with your skin. You know, something to do with your skin getting the sunlight or something, and then it produces vitamin D in response. Not to do with your eyeballs. Do not stare at the sun. I thought that was common knowledge. You don't stare at the fucking sun. What the fuck? I thought where that was gonna be going, and I thought this would be kind of funny, because I thought they were like, okay, this person thought vitamin D, you know, help prevent coronavirus, and they heard that the sun helps, you know, give you more vitamin D. I thought they were gonna say that they went on like a vacation somewhere, like very like tropical, during like a coronavirus outbreak or something, and got COVID that way. This is worse, I think. This is worse. You can stare directly at the sun with no permanent harm if you're wearing eclipse glasses. Yeah, or like I've like briefly accidentally looked at the sun directly for like half a second, because like you do it and then you're like, oh fuck, you're like, I didn't mean to do that. But like, bro stared at the sun for a full minute. Did he not notice that that was fucked up? Did he not notice like his eyes becoming, did he not feel the pain? Was there nothing to indicate that maybe that was not a good idea? Did he not like Google at all how to get more vitamin D? Because let me see what happens when I Google that. How to get more vitamin D. Let's see what it says. Oh, there's different types of vitamin D. Okay. So some you get from food sources. All right. Where's the one I'm thinking of? Spend time under the sun. Skin produces vitamin D when exposed to sunlight. Okay, yeah, like you Google it and this stuff comes up like immediately. So bro didn't even do like a basic Google search. Bro was like, oh, I need vitamin D. I know what'll do that. I'll stare at the fucking sun.
Customers arguing that their tattoo is backwards while their artist tries to explain that no, your tattoo is fine. It just looks backwards because that's how mirrors work. Friend of mine showered in cold water for a year cause he never thought of turning the other tap to see what it would do. That's the dumbest thing I've read in this thread so far.
What the fuck?
I used to work for a chatbot app. Our app would text our users every morning with a greeting in a different language. That is, hola, bonjour, etc.
Cold
One
shower
day we
would
got
suck,
rung up
oh
by
my
a user
God.
saying their account was hacked. She said,
I
"My
like to
name
be
is
like
Kim
burning
Smith,
in the
not
shower.
Kim
I like it to be
Konnichiwa.
like
Someone's hacked
hellfire
my
coming out of my
account."
tap.
When we explained that our service has been clearly saying hello to her in other languages every day and that konnichiwa is hello in Japanese and her account was fine, she went on a racist rant and said Disney was behind the destruction of America. Yep. I just had a customer yell at me for putting their eggs in a separate bag, saying they don't want all those bags and the paper ones always rip, before putting it in the bag and throwing a pound of flour on top. It was somewhat satisfying seeing their face as we heard the cracks, until I realized I'm the one who needed to clean it up. Oh, also she complained that we hadn't warned her about the fragility of eggs. About half the
What the
calls I
fuck?
take on a daily basis.
People really
call
are this stupid, huh?
911 to ask whether Walmart is
Cold
open,
water has
to
some
report that they
benefits.
didn't get
Yeah,
enough mail.
yeah, but you can get the benefits of like, you know, cold water without having like only cold water in your shower, right? Like you can have cool water that's not like completely fucking freezing. And I think mainly the benefits are from like I think for like your hair and your skin, if you just turn your water to like a bit colder so it's like more cool at the end of your shower and just like rinse your hair and your skin with cold water at the end of your shower, I think that's like, you know, that does a lot. I don't know what other benefits there are for like cold water showers, but I don't really care because I like hot showers, so I'm good. Best shower temp is lukewarmish. Yeah, I think lukewarm water is like pretty good for your like hair and skin and whatever. And I just like hot showers though. Like it just feels really relaxing to have a hot ass shower. And I know it's not the best temperature for like everything, but it just feels good. You know, it's the best temperature for my mental health. Yeah, it makes me feel happy, and that's what's important to me.
On their burger to complain that cleanup at a fatality wreck is taking too long. All sorts of silly, out of touch. Granted, there is probably some level of mental illness and or substance abuse present in those calls.
Somebody called 911 to ask whether Walmart is open. Everyone knows 911 is for emergencies, right? Asking if Walmart is open is not an emergency. What the fuck? Nah, bro, that's gotta be like a... Nah. That's some single-digit IQ behavior right there.
Yes, but still, sounds like this can be an entire unscripted
Google
thread
is the
itself.
best place to find
Getting a
out
misty
the
old
hours.
call from a
What?
random person who gets mad at you because you're not the one she was looking for. Happens with me several times a year. I once owned a smart car
Like,
and
sorry?
some stranger
You
approached
called
me
the
at a
wrong
gas
number? That's
station
my
about
bad.
why I didn't have a slow vehicle sign in the back of it, since all moped cars must have that. I tried explaining that it was a real car just a bit smaller, but he didn't take it. According to him, I was driving illegally and he was surprised the police hadn't stopped me yet on the highway. My dad is a pesticide investigator for the state and heard this on a complaint. I set out all these bird feeders and bird baths, but not one bird comes to my yard. I bet it is all those pesticides that crop duster is laying down in the field. Local school board member, as they were standing in her 5-acre yard with 20 or more cats running around. At the start
Why
of
don't the
working from
birds
home due to
them. Probably because the cats kill them.
Users submit tickets for connectivity issues. These tickets
These
got through
people
to lines
cannot
of
be
support
real. This is
before
like
landing
actual
in my
NPC
queue.
behaviors.
Turns out that the corporate Wi-Fi doesn't follow you home and you need home internet in order to connect to the VPN. I recently spent 20 minutes on the phone with a board member, trying to diagnose why his camera wasn't working for our online meetings. Funny thing, you have to actually have a camera in order for it to work. That's effing hilarious, in the saddest way possible. I used to manage a retail store that sold teen...
A board member! A board member! And they can't figure out that in order to use your camera, you have to have a camera to use. No, bro. I'm sorry, but that's fucking hilarious. This is like the equivalent of trying to explain like basic technology to boomer parents, but worse.
So as expected, I primarily had teens working for me. One employee came to the back room while I was on break and asked what I was eating. Somehow the topic turned to how I should have brought chicken for lunch because she wanted chicken. I told her I was vegetarian and therefore don't eat meat. She tells me chicken is not meat, it's poultry, and vegetarians can eat poultry. She said at the grocery store the aisles list meat and poultry separately, so they're obviously different. We argued for a couple of minutes before I finally told her to go back to the sales floor. She didn't last at the job long. But damn, wait, you should have brought chicken because she wanted some, Mom.
There's so many
you know
things.
The reason you bury a rattlesnake after you kill it is because bees will eat it.
No, guys, chicken isn't meat. Chicken isn't meat because it's poultry, okay? like I'm not a streamer. I'm a VTuber, okay? I'm not a streamer because I'm a VTuber, so. Like, and like, what is she like? It's just a type. It's just a type of meat. It's just from like birds. Yeah. Honestly, guys, sometimes I feel stupid, but today I feel really fucking smart. In comparison to this, I am really fucking smart.
Then bees can sting people with rattlesnake venom. Guy I heard constantly trying to pick up women on public transit. That sounds like a sick superpower though. Then a bear eats the honey and it gets snake fangs and stingers on its claws. The circle of life is both gorgeous and terrifying.
Wouldn't that be crazy if bees could actually do that?
It taught me that many people are either incapable or unwilling to read.
Yes.
I have had people walk up to me to ask me how much something is, only for the price tag to be featured prominently on the item. It's $9.99. Mom, how did you know? It says so on the price tag. Mom.
No, I can confirm, as someone who has worked in retail, people actually do that way too often. They'll walk up, right? It's got a tag on it, right? And like the text might be kind of small, so I give benefit of the doubt if they're like older and they can't read the really like small text that says the price or something. But a lot of the time it's pretty apparent. And you just look at it. You don't even have to scan it, right? Because they'll come up to you and they'll want you to like scan it to see how much it is. But half the time you just look at it and you're like, it's $16.99, ma'am. Would you date a dude who is hot but dumb like these peeps? Worth. I don't think so. I think I would have. I think being around a guy like that much would make me dumber, and I don't need that. I'm dumb enough. I genuinely don't. I think I would just get too irritated hanging out with them. I don't think I would like somebody like that because I genuinely, every word out of their mouth would just make me want to bang my head against a wall. I don't think I could be friends with someone like that, let alone in a relationship or dating somebody like that. Like, my standards are not high, guys, okay? My standards are not high, but being a bit smarter than the people in these stories is one of those standards. The bar is not that high, but it does exist. I need to become a fucking moron then. Got it. Oh. I don't think that's something you can just become. I think if you have a base level of knowledge and a not horrible, awful IQ, you're probably not gonna be this dumb ever. I hate to break it to you, but I think you're probably smarter than this, no matter how hard you try, unless you get a lobotomy. Honestly, these people sound like what would happen if you had a lobotomy, low-key. Like that's the level of brain power happening with some of these. Drink enough I can be. I think you'd probably just fuck up your liver before you ever got dumb enough from all that drinking. Yeah. You'd probably just have liver issues, but you'd still have to deal with not being this dumb. What's your lore? That's a good question. My lore is, well, okay, there's lore, but I haven't shared a lot of the lore yet. I want to get a lore video done one day, so I'm kind of keeping some of the lore secret. Lobotomy? No, okay, because the video we're watching right now, we got onto the topic earlier. We were just having a yap sesh like we do. And we got onto the topic of things being not common sense, or things, basically common sense just being not common sense, because a lot of the things that you would think are common sense, a lot of people don't know. And then somehow we ended up watching this video called "Think of How Stupid the Average Person Is. Half of Them Are Stupider," and they're just like examples of really dumb stuff people have said or done from Reddit. And I think we're all feeling smarter. I think we're all feeling smarter after watching this, to be honest. You got lobotomized? No! Do I seem like I've been lobotomized? Don't answer that. I don't want you to answer that.
Remarking on how a friend of hers had lost a bunch of weight, she pondered, "I wonder how many Diet Cokes she had to drink to do that. Man, this made me a little sad. People are so susceptible to marketing these days that they think just because something is called diet it must be good for them. Reminds me of my flatmate from uni who used to drink smart water before taking exams. I teach 6th grade.
No, the smart water before taking. Honestly, though, if you're dumb enough to do that, you could probably use all the help you could get. She's an iguana. Are you a dragon or a demon or what? Wait, do I not have that information, like, in my bio somewhere? On the topic of not reading, actually, I don't know what my Twitch bio says. I'm pretty sure it says somewhere that I'm an ice dragon. Let me checking my own Twitch page. Iced coffee loving girl failure ice dragon. It's right there. It's you could be in one of these videos at this rate. Yeah, I'm a dragon, but they like to call me a lizard, and they like to call me an iguana because I don't really have a tail. I don't really have wings. I'm kind of a fraud, honestly. But there's lore. Well, anyways, don't worry about it. I may have wings one day. I don't currently have wings. I love when people come in and they just completely ignore like all the information available to them. They're like, "What are you?" And I'm like, "Oh damn, if you scroll down like three centimeters on your screen, it would tell you." Or like my favorite, this always happens when I'm playing like a game, especially if it's a new game or like a game that I'm new to, especially if it's an older game and I just started playing it. So, you know, the title will be like no backseating, right? The rules in the Twitch chat are like no backseating unless I ask for it. And the pinned message in the chat will be like, don't backseat me. And somebody will come in for the first time and start backseating. And I'm like, did you read nothing? Did you read absolutely literally nothing when you open this stream, not even the title, where the first words are no backseating or don't backseat. Actually, streamer, you're streaming wrong. Oh, my bad. How should I be streaming? Oh, wise one, do tell me how I should be streaming. I mean, to be fair, you could tell me I'm streaming wrong, you know, in theory. You know, there might be things I'm doing that prevent me from being a super big famous streamer, potentially. But I think technically, if you're having fun, there's not really a wrong way to stream. It depends what your goals are for streaming, to be honest. If your goals are just to, you know, vibe, hang out, you know, it's like a hobby, right? You just want to have fun, play some games, talk to people, you know. There's not really a wrong way to do that, to be honest. And that's like largely what I do to some extent, I guess. That's definitely how I started, but I do technically do this as my only gig right now, and you know, considering I want to make some money doing it, I do also have to do the other part where you like read analytics and care about numbers and blah. But I still aim to make like my main goal to, you know, enjoy my streams and, you know, have fun playing games, yapping, whatever it is that I happen to be doing, yada yada yada. But I would say, you know, technically there's no real wrong way to stream. I mean, unless you're just like going live and sitting there silently and playing a game and expecting to blow up and become the next XQC or something, then that's probably not a good idea. Like, if you're just doing that to have fun and you just want to like share the game that you're playing and you don't necessarily care about being an entertainer, right? You don't care so much about that aspect, then that's fine. But if you're trying to be like the next big thing and you're not yapping, you might be doing it wrong. But for the most part, there's not a wrong way to do things. When social media also becomes a job, yeah. It's funny because I was actually looking the other day, because I'm like wondering, I've been wondering for a long time, because I've seen a lot of stuff about it, and the more I see about it, the more I'm like, but I'm wondering if I might have something like ADHD, right? So I was like, maybe I should make an appointment with my doctor. I'm due for a checkup and stuff anyways. We have free healthcare in Canada. It's not like I have to pay for it. So I was like, maybe I should make an appointment, get like a, you know, checkup, and maybe ask about this type of thing. What was the context? Why was I talking about this again? I fucking forgot. That's not helping my case. I don't know why I was trying to, I don't know where I was going with this. What was I talking about before I started talking about this? I don't know. Anyways, maybe I'm proving my own point. Backseating? No, it was like after the backseating thing. I don't remember. All right, I forgot. Don't worry. In like 5 minutes I'll remember, and we'll circle back to this, and we'll have no idea what I'm talking about, which is pretty normal anyways. Oh, it's gonna kill me. I had like a vision for what I was gonna say, but I forgot. So that happens. Bio. Yeah, no, okay, no, I don't think it was that. Because after that, I was talking about my Twitch bio and reading, and it came out of nowhere. It's probably something really stupid that, like, you guys probably didn't even, like, pick up on, but I was like, oh, for some reason it reminded me of, like, 17 different things in my brain, and then that led me to this new thought, which is... Talking about how to stream wrong, ADHD. Nope, no idea why it came up. Anyways, moving on. But yeah, I mean, I've also had people point out to me in my stream chat, I've talked about things like I do in certain ways, because if I don't do them that way, I won't get things done. And people are like, you know, that's like an ADHD coping mechanism, right? And I'm like, oh, that's crazy. And then I just like move on. But I was like, okay, maybe there is something that I should get checked out, because I feel like I really struggle to get stuff done a lot of the time, and I'm like, maybe there's a reason for that. Maybe I'm not just lazy and unmotivated. Maybe there is a reason. I'm great at troll spoiling. All you gotta do is say, here it comes. Oh no. And then they think something exciting is about to happen. Like, here it comes, and then nothing happens. I love that. You're like, oh my god, something exciting's about to happen, and then they're like, what the fuck, and then nothing happens. Those tangents are a pretty good indicator of ADHD. Maybe. I mean, I think I've also just kind of like over time as a streamer, I've really learned to like, I don't know, really grasp onto these like random thoughts that I have when I'm talking about things as like the next thing to talk about. Like when I get like a random idea in my head while I'm talking about one thing, it'll remind me of something else. And I really learned to like latch onto those things as a streamer so that I constantly have something else to continue yapping about. So part of that is maybe ADHD. Part of that is like a learned skill to like potentially tap into ADHD and use it to my advantage, maybe. But I mean, maybe my brain working like that in the first place could be like a thing, but I've really learned to like tap into it, and that's probably why I make such a good yapper, because I just like go off on these random tangents. Because like I'll say one thing, and for some reason in my brain that connects like 15 other dots and then leads me to a seemingly unrelated topic, but in my brain it's related. It makes sense. Your ADHD is a feature, not a bug. I should say that. But yeah, I'm hesitant to say I have ADHD because I don't know that. I've looked into it a lot because it's been brought to my attention many times, and I started compiling like a list so I can like when I do go see a doctor and I want to bring it up, I can, you know, have like a list of things with examples, seeing like, okay, you know, I heard this was, you know, something that people with ADHD people do, and, you know, this is how I feel like it relates to me, blah, 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 right? So I'm gonna go in prepared, and either they be like, yo, you do have this. I'll be like, oh, that explains a lot. Or they'll be like, you don't have this. And I'll be like, oh, okay. Wait, what are we talking about again? Yeah, you guys think I know? Do I seem like the person who knows what we're talking about? What am I? The streamer? No, I'm just here. But yeah, no, I don't know. I've been finding in recent months, especially paired with my sleeping issues, I've been having a really hard time staying motivated and getting stuff done as much as I think I should. I feel like other people always get more stuff done than me. I have a hard time starting stuff. I have a hard time starting stuff that I find boring, especially, which I thought that was the case for everybody, because like, who wants to do boring stuff, right? Like, that just seems normal to me. But apparently having like a really difficult time starting stuff, even if you know you should, without like a hard deadline, apparently that's like not necessarily normal. And I was like, whoa, that's crazy. But I don't know, I'm very organized. Like, I'm very tidy and very organized, and I never had any issues in school as a kid. So I feel like those are things that people look at and they're like, you know, that's kind of the opposite of what people think of when they think of like ADHD, right? Because I know a lot of people think ADHD are like unorganized, right? But I'm actually very organized. Very organized. And but I think too, especially because I'm a girl, I'm a lady. Okay, maybe not a lady, but a girl. And I think a lot of people, for kids especially, think ADHD is like hyper little boys acting out in the classroom. And yeah, and I think a lot of the time too, like they just like can't sit down and focus. And I think for me, if I do have ADHD, I hid a lot of that type of thing by the fact that I was just like really book smart as a kid. I was like, they put me in like the gifted kid program and whatever, because like I was able to do stuff really easily without having to actually dedicate really any focus to it. I'm still a huge procrastinator and I hate doing stuff, but in school especially, I always got away with it because I could do it really quickly and then go do something I actually wanted to do. And I never had to study. I actually really bad at studying, funny enough. Got really good grades all through school, but can't study. So I think I just hid a lot of it by being really book smart and just not having to do a lot of the things that I would struggle with. So I don't know. But like a lot of the other stuff, try to think of like some classic, I don't know, like the way I work is very, I would call it probably very ADHD-esque in a sense, because I don't just sit at my desk and do something and finish it, right? Like if I'm doing some clipping or some editing, I'll sit here and maybe do it for a little bit, maybe like 30 minutes, maybe an hour if I'm feeling particularly focused, but usually every hour, sometimes less, I have to like get up, I have to like do something. So I tend to like sit at my computer, work a little bit, and then go, I don't know, clean my house, do some dishes, I don't know, go to the kitchen and look for a snack. Literally anything. I have to do something different. I have to like switch. And I'm actually very forgetful, but I have a lot of coping mechanisms around that. And so like I set alarms for everything. I set reminders for everything. Or the alternative, if I'm like, oh, I need to do this thing, I either set an alarm for it or I open like a tab on my browser for it, depending on what it is. If it's something I have to like go look up or go buy or something, I can do something like that. Or if it's a task, I have to do it immediately or set a reminder. And so like apparently that's not a good sign. That's not, great in my favor. You can still sit in your chair. Like, do you change position a lot? Sometimes. I don't know. I don't feel like I'm insanely fidgety. I don't know. I'm literally fidgeting with my hand right now. I'm such a bullshitter. Like, I'm talking and I'm like literally like tapping my fingers against each other for like for no reason. But I don't feel like I switch positions like a ton. More so, like I do a little bit. Like I don't sit in my chair like super straight and in the same position the whole time. I do switch positions a bit. Like I'll sit more forward or lean more back. But I think part of that is just because I gotta prevent having back pain from having titties. So sometimes I lean more forward naturally just because I like, I don't know, gamer posture. But sometimes that ends up hurting like my neck or my shoulders or my back. So I have to force myself to sit more back against my chair. So I don't know if that's really a fidgeting thing. But like I also am sitting here, and since I'm not doing anything, like I'm not playing a game, so my hands aren't on my keyboard or on my mouse. They're kind of just doing stuff. Which I didn't notice until I actually noticed. I literally can't sit still. I either change positions a lot or my legs start spasming. Ah, yeah. See, I think there's okay. Here, I might switch screens since we're just kind of chatting. We can come back to the videos in a minute, but we're clearly just yapping. But when I was looking into it, apparently there's, I guess, 2 main forms of ADHD. So one is like hyperactive. So that's like your stereotypical ADHD, I guess, with the, you know, hyper little boys, right? Can't sit still, constantly like very obviously fidgeting or running around or whatever type of thing. And then the other main one is, I think they called it inattentive type, where I guess it's basically more internal. Like, it's not like you're less fidgety or your attention's any better per se, but you just internalize it more. So that tends to be more like girls and women as opposed to boys and men. And that's why I think a lot of girls and women end up not getting diagnosed until later, because it's more internal. It's not as obvious to other people. And so a lot of people won't realize they have that type of ADHD until it starts to ruin their fucking life in adulthood, right? And yeah, I mean, there's definitely been times where I'm like, I've wondered if I'm like fucked up because I like do stuff and I'm like, damn, if I'm not careful, that'll ruin my fucking life. Like I am like a bit of an impulsive spender to a point. I don't have a lot of money to spend though, so yeah. I also have a crippling fear of being a disappointment to my family and those around me, so it's not like I'm gonna spend and then not have rent money. Like, even if I'm being impulsive, I'm still being cautious, right? So like, I don't know. I underestimated these sweets. I feel like I just injected sugar into my brain. I would like to inject sugar into my brain. That sounds like a fun time, but probably not very healthy for you, I don't think. Maybe I would inject iced coffee into my veins though. I like iced coffee. I actually have to buy more iced coffee. I'm running low. I still have a bunch of my decaf stuff though, but I'm running low on the one I actually like because it's like vanilla flavored. So I'm not in any danger of not having iced coffee. I just might run out of the caffeinated one if I don't go to the fucking grocery store. But I did finally book a hair appointment for a haircut on Tuesday. So I'll be forced to leave my house on Tuesday. So if I haven't got groceries by then, I can get groceries then. I've been putting off getting a haircut for like months. I usually only get my haircut like twice a year because I have long hair. But I do have like side bangs. And when they start to get too long, they just like kind of get in my face. And they've been too long for like months. And I finally got sick of it and booked the hair appointment. I'll take note to get my Oreo Tornado boba another time. My boba shop is closed. I don't know why they close at 8 p.m. A lot of stuff closes at 8 p.m. No? I feel like that's a very common time for stuff to close. Unless it's like certain fast food or like pizza places. Most stuff around here that I'm aware of closes around 8 p.m. I think like the mall and some grocery stores close at like 9. And then some food places close at 10. And then I think after 10, if I want to get food or something, I have to get either pizza or McDonald's or something like that. Maybe like Wendy's. And then, yeah, a lot of that stuff closes at 1 or 2 in the morning. But I think 8 p.m. is a pretty common time for stuff to close, to be honest. I shall get going now. Have a great stream. Goodbye. Have a good night. Have a good night. What time is it? 11:23. Okay. I wasn't sure how long I've been yapping for. Guess today's just a yapping day, huh? I mean, to be fair, I did say I haven't been sleeping the best, so I think like a chill yap sesh is a good Sunday stream anyways. Plus, I don't normally stream on Sundays. Maybe I should though. I kind of vibe with the Sunday stream, to be honest. It's a good day to just yap. You're ending stream? No, not yet. I was just curious because somebody said they were leaving. And I was like, oh, it made me think. I haven't looked at the clock since I started streaming. So I was like, what time is it? But no, still early. Yesterday I have places closed in the middle of the day because of a power outage. Oh yeah, I mean that makes sense though. How are they gonna do anything if they don't have power? It makes sense. What are they gonna do, work in the dark? I mean, I couldn't work if I had no power. Everything I do relies on me having power. It's on my pewter. If I didn't have power, I mean, I guess if my phone was charged, I could still shitpost on Twitter. That's something. I couldn't really like edit memes or something, but I could make shitposts. But that's something I'd probably do regardless. So if the power's out, just play single player games. If the power's out, I can't turn on my computer. I could play games on my phone. Like, I have a couple of my games on my phone. I don't usually play them on my phone. I just play them on my computer. So like Honkai Star Rail and Wuthering Waves and stuff. I've only really played them on my phone when I was away. So when I went to Texas in June for a week, I did all my gachas on my phone. But for the most part, it's just easier to do them on my computer anyways. But I guess I could play games. But if I don't have power, it's going to be tough to charge my phone. So I wouldn't want to drain my battery too much. And I feel like playing games on my phone would drain my battery pretty hard. It depends, I guess, how long I'm expecting the power to be out. Because usually my phone's pretty charged. I keep it plugged in most of the day. So it's usually sitting at like full charge a lot of the day. Which I don't know if it's the best for the phone, but I don't care. But yeah, so if like a power was only expected to be out for like a few hours, I could just play games on my phone. Wow. Wait, it didn't show up. There's supposed to be like a little thing that shows up on the did it not show up? Oh no. Okay, I was turned off. That's my fault. It's supposed to be a little visual for that. Anonymous person, thank you for the iced latte stuff from my Tassimo. And thank you for a weighted blanket. Let's go. I was just saying earlier how I think a weighted blanket would be really nice to have. And look at that. Thank you. Were you actually trying to be anonymous, or you just filled it out that way? Show yourself. Multiple cities were affected instead of just isolated grids, so likely scenario was that the root of the problem was at the source. Oh, so that probably takes a while to sort out then, huh? I don't know. I've never been out of power for a really long period of time. Anytime my power has been out, it's usually only been for like a couple hours. And a lot of the time when it's happened, it happened in the middle of the night when I was sleeping. And the only reason I even knew that the power had gone out at all was because, you know, when the power goes out and then the time on your stove and your microwave is like flickering. Yeah. So I'd be like, oh, the power must have gone out at some point. I forgot to put my name. Oh, it's you, Pochita. Teko. I was gonna say, oh, I forgot actually. Oh yeah, there was one time last year, and I feel like this comes back to the ADHD thing potentially. I may or may not have forgotten to actually pay my electricity bill for a couple months, and they turned it off. And well, it's okay. In my defense, I partially forgot and partially kept putting it off because my bill was very expensive because it was summer and my AC was running all the time. So I was like, oh, money's tight. Like I'll pay this, you know, like next week when I have more money. And then I would forget. And then anyways, that kept happening for like a couple months. So I kind of forgot. And then they turned off my electricity. And I thought at first we didn't have like any power, right? For I don't know, it happened like one morning, one afternoon, whatever. I woke up and we had no power, and I thought maybe the power had just gone out for whatever reason. So I just waited a couple hours to see, because usually if the power goes out here, you know, it'll be on in a couple hours. Like, very rarely is it longer than that, especially when it's not the winter, right? It was in the summer. So I thought, you know, maybe there had been like an accident and some sort of like line got like knocked out or something, right? Like, that was my assumption. And eventually I figured out that, you know, it wasn't everybody that was out of power. It was just me, just us. And so I called the utilities people and I was like, yo, what up? Is there a reason I don't have power? And they were like, oh yeah, you owe us like $600. And I was like, oh, I see. Yeah, they were like, yeah, so yeah. And it was, you know what, the worst part, they charged us $400 to turn it back on, I think. All the guy had to do was show up and like fucking flip a switch. So, and on top of owing the $600 that I owed for my regular bill that I just kept forgetting to pay, I also then owed them another $400. So that was good. That was definitely not stressful for me at all. And so this year I've been very, very, very cautious about not forgetting to pay my electricity bill. Because I was like, I don't want my power to get turned off, because if I have to get it turned back on, they're gonna charge me an extra several $100s, which is fucking stupid. But not like you can do much about it. You either have power or you don't. So I kind of need power to stream or do anything, so I'm like being extra careful. Yay. First thing I check is if it's the home or the grid. See, like, I don't even think about it, because like our grids and whatever are fine for the most part. Like, it's only occasionally, like, if the weather's really bad in the winter, sometimes power will go out for like a couple hours. But besides that, like, we usually don't have any power, like big power outages or anything. That's what I call bullshit though. Oh, the getting charged more money when you don't have money thing that every place does. Yeah, I love that. Big fan. It's like when I've had this happen too. See, this is the problem with being a broke bitch, is that you end up paying more money because you're a broke bitch, and I hate that. But one time, actually this has happened a few times, but I'll have like no money in my bank account, right? Because I'm a broke bitch. You know, sometimes you just have like $2 in your bank account. It is what it is. And so sometimes you have automatic payments that, you know, come out at random points in the month. I don't have them all memorized. I don't know what comes out when, because I pay for like Spotify, I pay for like Crunchyroll, and probably like a couple other small subscriptions, right? And they come out at like random times in the month, and I don't really keep track of when. But once in a while, I'll be real broke, right? Got like $2 in the bank account, and one of these payments will try to come out automatically, and it won't go through because I don't have the money, and it'll get returned. And then because I couldn't afford like a $7 payment, my bank will charge me like $45. Y'all ever had that happen? I don't have $7. Why do you want to make me pay $45 for not having $7? It's so tilting and frustrating, and it sucks a lot. Most of the time, if it just happens like once in a while, you can usually call the bank and they'll reverse it. But if it happens like often, you just get fucked. It's also lovely to meet you, Callie. I love your model. It's pretty. Thank you. Thank you. My mama made me very pretty. This is actually a new model. I guess we had it almost a month now. Official debut for this model was July 1st. Ah! But yeah, I've been having a lot of fun with the new model, and it is very pretty. It is very pretty. Thank God my credit union just rejects the charge. Yeah, I don't know.
Iguana.
Iguana. You're an iguana. Thanks for the 17 months, King's Eye. Thank you. Welcome back. Yippee. But you used it pre-debut too. Shut up, Papa. Shut up, Papa. I said the official debut was July 1st. Okay? I said official for a reason. Okay? My Papa's trying to expose me. I love your horns. Oh, thank you. Aren't they nice? They're cool. I like them. It turned out really good. Can you guys believe my rigging Papa? That's Mr. Smooth Shading in the chat there. That's him. He said he doesn't like rigging horns. He hates them. He hates them a lot. But they turned out really good though, no? Right? I never would have known that he hates doing horns. He likes doing boobas. I think he likes doing boobas the most, which, like, understandably. Actually, let me switch to my other outfit. With the boobas. Papa likes doing the boobas in her shows. I just didn't have a lot of experience with them, and my last experience was a huge struggle. I can imagine, because some horns are like very complicated too. I don't think mine are too complex. Like, I don't like really complex stuff. You can really tell in my design. I like more simple stuff. Like, I don't have like a ton of like extra details. I don't really have like, you know, anything crazy color scheme wise. Like, I do have like a pretty simple taste. But I think the horns turned out great. Don't you guys think so? Don't you guys think Papa did such a good job on my model? I think Papa did an amazing job. I'm very happy. So good that I keep bothering him to do more stuff. Same with my mama. I keep bothering them. I'm getting them to do a couple more expressions for me. I'm bothering them. I'm like, yo, can I give you more monies to do more stuff? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, thanks. There's one expression. I'm not going to tell you guys about it. Not going to tell you guys about it until it's done, because I think you guys will enjoy it. But I think you guys will... I don't know how to explain it without telling you what it is. I think you guys will think it's very funny, and I think you guys will think it's very fitting. I don't want to say more than that, so... But yeah, when it's done, you'll know. You'll know. Have you considered the possibility that the so-called lack of details make it a better model? I think what makes something a better model is a bit subjective anyways, right? Because some people like really detailed stuff. Like, a lot of the time when you're getting a VTuber model made, you're getting it made in a way that you like, right? So if I liked lots of details, I would get lots of details. But just happens that I'm not really big into a lot of details. So I got relatively simple design. I still think it's complex enough to be interesting and look good, but simple enough to not be like overwhelming with details. Because I do find a lot of details very overwhelming to look at sometimes. Also, I would say one benefit to having a simpler design is that it might be easier for people who want to draw fan art of you to draw you. You might not scare them off with a really complicated outfit or something. The whole model is gorgeous. Thank you. I know, right? It turned out really good. I feel like I can say that because really I didn't do any of the work. I just paid my mama and my papa to make it look good, and they did a really good job. We have different hair too. We have different hair. I've been using the ponytail today, but I know lots of people like the short hair too. I think simple is often better in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, it depends what you're going for, honestly. And for me, I just want to be a cute anime girl. I want to have a cute outfit, you know, nothing too crazy. It's basically, to me, is I want something I can use as me on the screen, as that's not actually me. I'm not very comfortable on camera, so VTubing works great for me. And I want it to look cute. I want it to look pretty. And also, possibly more important than how it looks, is I want it to be very expressive. And it is. It is. I think especially Papa Smooth did a really good job of making me very bouncy and expressive. And I was telling Papa the other day that I've actually had a couple people come in here the last couple weeks, and I think a lot of them were first-time chatters or relatively new to the stream, or maybe it's the first time they'd been back since I got the new model. And I had several people come in and compliment the mouth in particular, and how good like the mouth movement was, and how well it like matched up with the like my speaking and everything. And I was like, you know, I can't take credit for that. Obviously, that's Papa's work. Papa did that, and he made it look really good. So yeah, it's basically kind of like a better version of me. It's like a cuter, expressive anime version of me that I can use to, I don't know, exist in front of you guys, I guess. Right? So I don't need anything extremely fancy or extremely complicated or with like 10 million toggles. You know, as fun as that would be, I just need something that I can use to yap at you guys. So having a good mouth, I guess, does that, huh? having a good mouth rig is probably very noticeable when you're a yapper like me, huh? Girl, you got a pretty mouth. Thanks. That sounds like somebody trying to hit on somebody at the bar. But when you're a VTuber, I feel like compliments that would normally sound weird sound really good. Like, damn, I love your tit physics. Yeah, me too. I hadn't thought about it till you said that, but your mouth movements are great. Yeah, exactly. And I don't have to try very hard to make the mouth look good. Like, it's basically just tracking how my mouth looks when I talk. So for a lot of my movement, like, you know, I do move around a lot because obviously the model doesn't move on its own. So for like that kind of thing, when I'm talking, like a lot of VTubers do this where they like kind of like bounce, you know, they move like up and down, or, you know, rock their head a bit when they're talking. So you get like, I don't know, something more interesting to look at. I'm doing a little more extra than I would normally right now to prove a point. But the mouth, like, even if I'm just sitting here talking normally, not really trying to do anything crazy, it just tracks my mouth really well. So I don't have to worry about that too much. I don't have to like make sure I'm like, wow, you know. Same thing with like the eyes, to be honest. All the facial expressions and stuff are pretty one-to-one. I don't have to exaggerate my face too much. Obviously, if I'm like shocked, I have to go, wow, and I have to like, you know, look a little insane behind the camera. But for the most of the facial expressions and stuff, like, I don't have to try very hard. Like, it's just really well done and makes my life very easy. Booba physics, also well done. Yes. Yes. Oh no, my hair got in my face. My hair got in the way of my tracking. Oh no. But yeah, no, it was funny. I still think about this. It's so funny. So when I was first getting my model rigged, so when Papa first started on it several months back, the first thing he rigged was like the torso and like the boobs. And I remember the first update he ever sent me on the rigging progress was just like a floating torso with boob physics. And it was so funny. And I remember being like, oh my god, it looks so good. You don't even have to do the rest of the model. This is fine. We'll just be a floating torso with titties. But like, it was so good. Like, to me, it looked so good. And I remember him saying like, oh yeah, this is just like a rough, like a very rough, I don't know, almost like a first draft of the rigging. And he was like, it will get even better. And I was like, it's gonna be better? I was thinking it's already so good, but it obviously turned out really, 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 really good in the end. So happy, happy, happy. His priorities are based. He is very based. I agree. Papa Smooth is the most based ever. Actually, this kind of reminds me. I don't know how much time you guys spend on VTuber Twitter, but did any of you guys see that tweet from the other day from a different rigger? And they were tweeting about making a chubby fit Mitsuri. You know, Mitsuri Kanroji from Demon Slayer. This was not, it was not chubby. It was not chubby at all. The flattest stomach I've ever seen on a woman ever. I was like, has this person ever seen a chubby woman ever? And it was funny because I think honestly the person was just rage baiting for like the attention and the views on their posts and stuff. I think that's what they do sometimes. Had art in their name. Yeah, no, Nikki, I know who you know who it is. I know you know who it is. But yeah, I think they just rage bait sometimes. So I think maybe they did it intentionally to get a lot of people like replying and interacting and being like, that's not chubby, right? Because it is free interaction for the algorithm. I don't know. Either way, it's not the best. Like, either you're intentionally rage baiting by calling a very not chubby, I don't know, body chubby, or you genuinely think this is what chubby looks like, which is also not good. Because the body type was like literally not too different from my model's body type. Like, it had, I would say it had like wider hips and like thicker thighs, but still had like the thigh gap, still had like the butt fangs, still had boobas, but like flat tummy. And I was like, I think we have a very different opinion of what chubby looks like. Like, it didn't even have like a bit of like tummy squish, right? Like, I could understand if it was still like, you know, like hourglass shape but with like a bit of belly pudge. I'd be like, okay, you know, at least you're in the right direction. At least there's like some fat there on the tummy, right? You know, we love a bit of a soft tummy, but it was just like a flat stomach. And I was like, no way you actually believe this is what chubby looks like, right? It's possible, but Annie posted a shitpost of her model fat and everyone went nuts about how good it looked. Wait, whose model? I'm trying to think of who, because I know there's like a couple VTubers I saw after that on like the TL who actually have like VTuber models that are chubby, and like, you know, they were on my For You page and I was like, oh, hey, they see, this is what chubby is. I was like, this is what chubby is. Like, yeah. I was like, yeah. Like, none of this flat tummy calling that shit chubby. No, we don't fuck with that. If you gonna be chubby, all right? We fucking love some pudge, okay? Thick isn't chubby. It wasn't even thick. It wasn't even thick. I would not even call it thick, let alone chubby, bro. I would not even describe it as either. It was literally like a flat stomach, like normal, curvy, hourglass shaped anime figure. Like, it was maybe bordering on thick. I could maybe let you call it thick if I was feeling generous. But chubby? Nah, chubby is crazy. Chubby is crazy. I saw some people posting their actual chubby VTuber models and I was like, yeah, okay, this is what we talking about. This is the good shit right here. I actually was looking at some of the like really cute like chubby VTuber models and I was like, oh my god, I want some chub on my tummy. I was like, why does that look so cute? I actually like I like people who are like a little bit chubby sometimes. I'm not like big into like six-pack abs or anything. I don't know. For my model, I just wanted something, I don't know how it looks, I guess. I wanted to give her the hips that I don't have. All right. We all know that I'm shaped like a pea, right? So I got titties and then I'm just kind of like straight. I don't got nice, you know, birthing hips. I don't have like a really high hip to waist ratio. I'm just like not built like that. So my chat likes to joke I'm built like a pea. So I made sure my model had like what I don't have. I gave her what I don't have. Y'all, it's true. She do me feel like a pea. Yeah. Could be worse, I guess. Could be built like a capital I. Right? At least I have tits. Could be worse. It's whatever though. I could get an ass if I did squats. I'm just lazy and don't do squats, okay? That's my fault. I was a skill issue at that point. When see the chubby tum, bro, one day I swear to God, I'm gonna get some squish added to me. I think that would be really cute. Maybe like a winter outfit. Get like the winter bod that everyone's always talking about, right? Get like a cozy winter outfit and then have like a chubby little winter bod. Add a little more squish. Give her like a little muffin top, a little chub on the tum that you can squish and poke. Yeah. That would be cute. But yeah, you know how people are always saying like, oh, I gotta get my summer bod, and how oftentimes people gain some weight over like the holidays in the winter and stuff, right? I could be like that. We could be like winter mode, cozy mode, and I just like ate too many snackies, went to too many Thanksgiving dinners. I support laziness. I also support laziness. I think everyone should be lazy sometimes. I just don't understand these people who are like grind nonstop. Cause like, don't get me wrong, I will work a lot, like unintentionally often, because I just, you know, am doing stuff. There's stuff that I want to get done, but I also just need some time to simply rot. Sometimes I just gotta lay in bed and fucking rot and just binge watch a show for like hours on end, right? And then there's these people, they're like, I wake up 7 days a week at 4 a.m. and I go to the gym for 2 hours, and then I work for 14 hours, and then I cook dinner and meal prep for the whole week, and then, you know, I go to sleep because the grind never stops. And I'm like, is that really how you guys want to live your lives? Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not like against working. Obviously, I'm a content creator. Content creators are known for working way more than we should. We're the motherfuckers that refuse to take a fucking break, right? Because we're like, it'll hurt my growth. I can't be away. Like, we're the motherfuckers who don't know how to take a day off. But I feel like one benefit that a lot of content creators liked having as a content creator, or at least I do, and I know my sister does, is being very flexible, right? So even though I probably end up working a ton, I mean, realistically, the work that I'm doing is not incredibly strenuous. It's not like physical labor. You know, I'm sitting at my fucking computer yapping at you guys, or, you know, clipping stuff or something, right? But if I need some time to just spend 4 hours rotting one day, I can do that, and I enjoy doing that on occasion. So have a nice stream, ma'am. Oh, thanks man. Why do I feel so old when people call me ma'am? I know it has nothing to do with age. I think just some places are just very prone to calling people ma'am and sir, but maybe it's because I'm not used to it. I feel very old when people call me ma'am. I got exhausted just hearing all that. Oh, what, the getting up at 4 a.m. 7 days a week, going to the gym for 2 hours, grinding for 14 hours a day, never having any hobbies, any relationships, any fun, any laziness. Like, as if laziness is like a sin, and I think it's normal to want to just sit and do nothing sometimes. Like, who wants to be doing stuff all the time? Who wants to be working all the time? Like, surely you guys have stuff that you do for fun. Sometimes you just want to do stupid stuff for fun. Sometimes you just want to sit on your couch with a bag of chips and binge watch an entire season of a show. Sometimes you just want to go to the bar and have some drinks and food with your friends. You know, I don't think that's weird. I feel like this grind culture is really weird sometimes. I don't think it's bad if it's not taken to an extreme. Like, wanting to work hard and achieve your goals and that kind of stuff, I think that's good. I want to do those things too. I want to work hard to achieve my goals, but I don't want to spend my entire life working my life away. I do want to have some free time. I do want to be lazy sometimes. I used to be like the 4 a.m. cunts. I need to get back into that. I miss doing my workout in the morning. Give me my afternoons back. Yo, here's what you do. Here's what you do, Nikki. Okay, since my ass doesn't ever sleep, right? I'm probably still awake at 4 in the morning. I can just like give you a wake up call 4 in the morning. I got nothing better to do. I could just harass you at 4 in the morning, wake your ass up. You know, I could be that for you. Can you imagine getting woken up by me? Like, hey, wake up. Hey, get your lazy butt up. Hey, wake up. Most annoying wake up call. Oh God. Yo, I'll even make you like a custom ringtone that's just me yelling at you to wake up. Like, and then when you answer, it's also me telling you to wake up. Wouldn't that be fun? I do know people that think they're wasting their life if they aren't doing something productive. At some point, millennials decided it was a badge of honor to be exhausted all the time. Yeah, I mean, I get it because I'm like that to some extent. And like, I have to like consciously tell myself it's okay to just rot sometimes, just be like real lazy and just sit and do something unproductive. I don't know if I was always like that, because I think it's something that kind of comes with content creation as well, because especially when you're not getting as far as you like thought you would by a certain time, or you're not seeing like growth the way you'd like to, you know, stuff like this, and it feels like everyone around you is far surpassing you in a shorter period of time, and you're like, okay, so I'm maybe just not working hard enough, you know. And so like when you sit down and do something that's not quote unquote productive, at least for me, I find it hard to get out of that mindset and be like, it's okay, because objectively I know it's okay. Like I don't expect anyone else to work their entire waking day away. I would never expect that of someone, no matter how much they want to achieve their goals. I don't think it's productive to just never have time for yourself, to never rest. I think you're just gonna burn yourself out, and I know this, and I still do it sometimes. But yeah, no, I have to like consciously tell myself that it's okay, because like subconsciously, because I'm a millennial or whatever, like I grew up around all of this productivity mindset stuff. So like it's built into me to some extent. So when I sit down and I feel like I should be being productive and I'm not being productive, often this happens for me because I didn't sleep well. So I don't get as much done in a day as I thought I would, because I'm not feeling very good. Because like you just don't feel good when you don't sleep well, right? You just don't have the energy. And for me, on a good day, I still struggle with motivation and getting stuff done. You know, that's, you know, back to the maybe having ADHD thing. And so even on my good days, I struggle. So on my not so good days, it's basically fucking impossible to get done what I want to get done. And I have to like almost give myself like a pep talk to like remind myself that it's okay. It's okay. If you don't edit this one video today, it's probably not going to be the difference between, you know, you hitting Twitch partner or not hitting Twitch partner. It's probably not going to make that big of a difference if it gets posted like a day or a two from now as opposed to today. Like, the one thing I do try to be very consistent with is my stream schedule. Everything else in between, I try to be somewhat understanding of myself. Like I said, like I sleep like shit. So how much energy and motivation I have on any given day is extremely variable. So I try to be accommodating of that. And sometimes that means I just fucking rot. And sometimes that means I spend like 14 hours getting a lot of stuff done. Like, it's okay. It kind of balances itself out, I think. So it's still hard on the unproductive days, though, I will say. I like that idea. My wake up alarms are getting boring. You guys want me to record you a wake up thing? It'll just be me like yelling, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, good morning, wake up, sleepyhead, wake up, it's time to get up, it's time to get up, good morning, wake the fuck up, why are you still in bed, wake up. I'm gonna clip that and extract the audio for you guys. I am awake. I'm gonna be funny. I could also make like a nice cute one if I wanted to, but I'm not gonna do that. I'd be like, good morning, sleepyhead, time to wake up, time to get out of bed, you got lots to do today, I know you're gonna do great things today. But I feel like you're more likely to wake up if I just yell. Just like, wake up! Wake up! Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up! Are you awake now? Are you awake? Honestly, I need that one. Wait, which one? The nice one? The nice one? Or the obnoxious one? Turns into barking noises like, good morning, wake up, wake up, wake up, time to wake up. Guys, listen. If any of y'all want a custom alarm noise, all you gotta do is pay me like $5. I got you. You can also have that as an alarm clock. That'd be an interesting sound to wake up to, that's for sure. The nice one was good. Yo, listen, I'll paywall the nice one. I'm not gonna lie. That shit's gotta be paywalled. I don't do that nice shit for free. I used to do like I don't know what I would call it on Patreon. I used to record like 1 minute and 10-minute audios that were like, I don't know, almost like, I wouldn't say necessarily like GFE, but kind of that type of thing, where like saying nice things to the listener type of vibe. I used to be what I did on Patreon, but it kind of got time consuming, and it's not like I wasn't really making money doing it because I commissioned somebody to write the scripts for me every month. So I was basically doing all this extra work for no money. So I ended up stopping doing that, but all those like audios and stuff are still on my Patreon. I think I moved it all so that's available on the lowest tier, because I don't really do anything on Patreon anymore. I mostly, if I have like art, I post like sketches of art that's coming out at some point, and like when I had the VTuber model in the works, I was posting like sneak peeks of that and that kind of thing. But man, the old stuff's still all there in case anybody like cares about it. But I don't know how good it is. I don't listen back to that stuff once it's posted. I listen back to it to like edit the audios and make sure it sounds good and there's no like weird noises or stuff in the background. But after I finish that and posted it, I don't listen back to it. It feels cringe to listen back to it. don't know why. It's not like my usual style, right? Because normally I'm like a little gremlin. I come on here, I'm yelling, I'm shouting, I'm being sarcastic, you know, and obviously that was like more scripted and like cute and nice and stuff. So it's like a little unnatural to me. So it feels like, I don't know how to describe it. It just feels like awkward and cringe when I listen back to it. Like, I know it's really not that cringe, and that like some people do really like that kind of content, and I did like making it to some extent, but yeah, it's very different from like my other content. Improv recordings, I'm not very good at improv recordings, like that kind of thing. I mean, I'm obviously good at yapping, that's pretty improv. But I feel like yapping and being just like a shithead on stream is very different than recording and being like, hope you had a great day, you're doing amazing, I'm proud of you. Like, what? I don't know what to say. That's why I paid somebody for scripts. I'm not so good at the improv when it comes to that stuff. It's just different. It's not as natural to me as my usual yapping. Embrace the cringe, embrace it. I don't know if there was like a lot of interest in, you know, bringing that kind of content back to the Patreon, I would consider doing it. But I don't know, like I said, like I wasn't really making money, because the amount of money I was making on Patreon was basically just enough to cover the cost of the scripts to record the audios. So like I was putting in time and effort and not making any money from it, and for a time that was okay. But then I just got to a point where I was like, I would rather spend this time and this energy on my other content, like my streams, you know, YouTube, TikTok, editing, clipping, whatever have you. I just would rather focus that attention elsewhere, so I just stopped. You don't like being sweet and cute? I do sometimes, under certain circumstances, but I feel like I'm more comfortable being like sarcastic and I don't know, not blatantly nice. Like, I'll imply nice things and I'll occasionally say that chat's not so bad or whatever, but being like genuinely like really cutesy and really sweet, it just doesn't feel like supernatural to me. Maybe I just didn't get enough affection as a child. This is a therapy session now. You guys are my therapist now. Like, hey, all right, so anyways, back in my childhood. No, I mean, I'm like joking, but I'm also not joking. Like, my parents were not affectionate at all. Like, I basically got yelled at for feeling emotions as a kid. Like, I would cry about stuff and my parents would tell me to stop. I did not have very emotionally intelligent parents as a small child. They were better as I was older, but I think that the damage was done. So like I'm not very, I don't know, being emotional intelligence doesn't come very naturally to me. Like being open and communicating feelings and sharing feelings and stuff like that is something I've had to work very hard to kind of be okay doing. It's not easy. And I think it's largely just like depends on what your parents are like when you're a kid, right? Like my parents did not encourage me to share stuff with them. They did not like it when I got emotional. They did not like me feeling my big feelings when I was little. That's what they call it, right? The parents these days. I saw this TikTok. I thought it was really funny. You guys know gentle parenting, right? Where you're like, you basically treat children kind of like little people. which makes sense. They are little people, right? So it's like natural consequences, you know, explaining why we don't do certain things as opposed to just being like, listen to me because I said so. Anyway, so I saw this TikTok where this woman tried gentle parenting techniques on her partner. I don't know if he was like her boyfriend, her husband, whatever, but like she was using like the gentle parent terminology on him, and it was like really funny. She's like, I know you're having some big feelings right now, so how about, you know, we calm down. We can, you know, get you like, you know, maybe we should go out for like a walk, try to, like, you know, like, it was really funny. Honestly though, I feel like the like silly little gentle parenting stuff low-key works on anybody. Like, Asha would work on me. They'd be like, oh, I see you're having some big feelings right now. It's okay to have those big feelings. I'm here if you need me. And, you know, like, bro, who's gonna gentle parent my ass? What the fuck? I feel like communicating feelings is as important as communicating daily problems. No, it is, but I feel like a lot of people struggle with it because I don't think until like very recent generations of parents, like honestly, probably like millennial parents and then later on, I don't think emotions and whatnot were like a focus of parenting. I think a focus of parenting up until recently was just keeping your kids alive and like, you know, not really paying too much attention to, you know, their emotions and their feelings and teaching them how to like deal with those things and whatnot. And like it kind of makes sense from a historical standpoint of like half your kids would probably die anyways, so your main goal was to just keep them alive. But now with modern technologies and modern medicine and all that, it's really easy to keep your kids alive, relatively speaking. But now we're kind of moving to shift more into how to teach them how to be decent people, which is hard. It's harder than keeping them alive. I sure remember the belt and shoe. Yeah, I didn't have like the belt and shoe. I do remember getting spanked at times when I was a kid, and I'm gonna be honest, that did nothing. That did nothing to make me a better kid or like a better person. All it did was make me scared of my parents. And I think that's the same for like anyone who got any sort of like, I don't know, physical or even like getting yelled at. That's like really scary as a kid. Like when your parents get mad and they just fucking yell at you, it's terrifying, right? And I feel like my generation and a lot of older generations probably same thing growing up, where they behaved to some extent mostly out of fear of getting in trouble as opposed to just like knowing inherently that they shouldn't do things for the reasons that you shouldn't do them. They just knew they shouldn't do things because you'd get in trouble. But I don't think that in the long term teaches you how to be a good adult. I'm actually a big fan of these parents who are doing like the gentle parenting thing. I love that they're like teaching kids why they shouldn't be doing things. Like, oh, you know, you shouldn't be doing this because XYZ will happen and that's bad. Because I was the type of kid, I was a nosy little bitch, right? And my parents hated this shit. I feel like every parent hates this shit. They'd be like, don't do this thing. Why? Because I said so. Why? I feel like kids always ask why, but I was like really bad for this. Like I'm still like this too. If you can't tell me why I'm not supposed to do something or why I'm supposed to do something, I'm gonna have a hard time with it. I'm gonna have a hard time. And they'd be like, cause I said so. And I was like, okay, but like, why? Why did you say so? What is the reason? And they're like, cause you're not supposed to do it. I'm like, well, why? Like, that peeved me to no end as a kid, and it still peeves me thinking back on it, because why? If I'm not supposed to touch the stove, why? Well, because it's hot and you'll get hurt if you touch it, and you'll burn yourself. Okay. Thank you. Because just saying I can't do something, I feel like it's a forbidden fruit almost. Like if my parents were like, don't touch the stove because I said so, my little fucking shithead ass would be like, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna touch the fucking stove. Luckily, I never touched the stove. That's just an example of like the kind of premise that I work with, right? You can't tell kids not to do something and not tell them why. They're gonna fucking do the thing, right? Kids love fucking around and finding out. That's why I love like the whole natural consequences shit. Like they fucked around and they found out. Now they're not gonna do it again, right? Easier if they just listen when you explain it to them, but sometimes they just gotta learn the hard way. That's okay. They'll never do it again. My parents and brother literally still do this. Well, my dad, not my mom. Yeah, I hate it. I hate it. It just feels lazy. And yeah, it just feels lazy. Because you're just trying to like, I don't know. I feel like older generations of parents especially, they just wanted obedient children rather than actually teaching their kids how to be human beings that can exist in the world. They just wanted obedience, right? And I get like obedience does seem like, you know, good on the outside, but I don't think it's really the best overall. I'm not sure. You'd have to talk to like specialists on, I don't know, like child psychologists or something. You know, they probably know what they're talking about, but I don't think just scaring kids into obedience works very well. I think it doesn't. It's funny because my niece obeys her parents, my sister and brother-in-law, and me better than my parents, her grandparents, and we explain things versus my parents just saying because I said so. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, kids are not horrible listeners. Like, they're very curious and nosy because, you know, they're kids, bro. They don't know anything, but they want to. They always ask questions, and I love that about kids. I don't want kids because I'm not raising those little fuckers, but I don't dislike kids necessarily. And I really do like how curious they are about the world. Maybe it's because I was, you know, always really into science, and, you know, that's all about asking questions and asking why things are the way that they are and stuff. And kids are just naturally like that, which I think is really cool. So I don't know, like, I don't interact with kids a lot, but I love answering their questions to the best of my ability. Because I think it's really cool that they want to know stuff. Because a lot of adults, they just don't care. They choose what they want to know. They choose, you know, they already make up their minds about things and they never want to learn more. And they refuse to learn more. But kids, they like fucking love stuff. They like want to know everything. They're like, why? And you're like, because this reason. But why? Well, because this. And they're like, why? And I don't know everything, but, you know, I'll tell them what I know. I'll let them know. It's convenient. Oh yeah, I guess it's a lot easier to just like say because I said so, or, you know, scare kids into being obedient than it is to just sit down and actually explain stuff to them. Especially because sometimes I think a lot of parents don't know the stuff themselves, and they don't want to admit that they don't know stuff, right? They want to act like they know everything ever. So when their kid asks them why something, sometimes they just don't know, and they don't want to admit that. Which I don't think it's a bad thing to not know stuff. That was like one big thing I really learned when I was in school. It's okay to say you don't know stuff. Like, there's so much stuff that most people don't know. Like, everybody has certain things that they know, and then a fuck ton more stuff they don't know. And it's better to just say, hey, I don't really know, but, you know, I can look into it, than to just act like you know what you're talking about and just be talking out your ass. Like, sometimes you talk out your ass in school papers and stuff because you want to get a good grade, but when I got to grad school especially, that was when I learned it was like really okay to just be like, I'm not 100% sure. And you usually follow it up with, you know, based on XYZ information, I think maybe it could be this, but I'm not 100% sure. And that was like very acceptable That was very acceptable as, you know, in like academia, at least like in my circle. So I'm like super cool with people being like, I don't know, as long as they're like willing to learn stuff. I think it's cool. Ever get the not your business line? Nah. I don't remember ever really getting that one. Like, I think not your business is a fair thing to say to a child sometimes, right? You'll be like talking about some, you know, you're talking about like budgeting or like finances or something. Like, what the fuck 5-year-old need to know about this? Like, no, it's not your business. Maybe not say it like in a rude way, but just be like, oh, this is, you know, our personal stuff. So, you know, not something you need to know about. But yeah, it's not your business. Sometimes it isn't their business. Sometimes it's not. As much as they want it to be because they're nosy little shits, it's not their business sometimes. A lot of people refuse to admit they don't know something. It's true. Everyone wants to act like they know everything all the time. And I'm like, nobody knows everything all the time. Like, I honestly think like the smartest people are the people willing to admit that they don't know everything. That's why I'm super smart, is because I'm willing to admit that I'm stupid. No, I'm joking, but I do think it makes people look really good in my eyes anyways, if they're willing to admit that they don't know everything. It's like, I feel like people either genuinely think they know everything, which just makes them stupid, honestly. Or they know that they don't know everything, but they want to seem like they know everything, which is honestly just an ego thing, I think, which is also not a good look either way. Sort of accurate. No, really, because I always think the people who seem the smartest to me are the people who A, are willing to admit that they don't know everything, and you know, are willing to look into it. They're willing to learn. And B, the people who are able to explain really complicated stuff in a really simple way. Like the kind of people, have you guys ever been on Reddit, on the subreddit, explain like I'm 5, right? And people will ask about like a really complicated subject, and you know, there's people in the replies who are like experts on this stuff, and they'll explain it in a really simple way that literally a 5-year-old can understand. And that to me is like peak intelligence. Like, if you know something well enough to be able to explain it to a 5-year-old, like, you know it very well. It's a very good look. I rarely know the things I do know. No, for real, honestly. I always think it's funny when people ask me how to be like a streamer, how to be a VTuber, how to be whatever, how to get started on streaming, VTubing. I'm like, I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't have a fucking clue what I'm doing. Like, obviously I've picked up some stuff over the years. Like, I do know some tricks and whatnot to making my stream, you know, maybe a bit more appealing than it was when I first started. I know how to look for, you know, assets and stuff on like Etsy when I can't afford custom ones. You know, I know how to make a VTuber model look good, even if it's not my own fancy, dancy, several $1,000 VTuber model. You know, I know some stuff, but at the end of the day, I don't know much. Like, I feel like a lot of VTubers and streamers in general, like, we really don't know a lot, because, like, I think a lot of the time it's just throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks, right? And for me, not a lot has stuck as much as I hoped it would. I'm still throwing stuff at the wall all the time and hoping it works. But, like, obviously there's stuff that you can know. You can know what kinds of things work well in certain algorithms. I never fucking understand algorithms. They never make sense to me. You can understand what kinds of thumbnails and texts on thumbnails and whatnot, like, you know, tends to draw people in and make them click on your YouTube videos and stuff like that. You can, you know, you know, all this stuff, all this very technical behind the scenes stuff. You can know that. I don't know all that. And I think a lot of us don't. A lot of the time, that's why people pay managers or talent management or marketing teams or whatever, because they know what they're doing with a lot of that stuff. I know how to yap. I know how to make a VTuber model look good, and I know how to yap. That's what I've got. I mean, is it enough? Maybe. I don't know. My advice is to intentionally alienate an audience and see what happens. Could be fun. Could be fun. Maybe I'll try that one day. What kind of audience should I alienate? No, okay, but like for me, one thing that people will tell you a lot when it comes to content creation and streaming is stuff like find your niche and find what makes you special, and you know, hone that skill, or like, you know, zero in on that. And I'm like, I don't even know what my niche is to this day. I've been streaming, making content consistently for like 3.5, 4 years, and I could not tell you what niche I'm targeting. Not a fucking clue, honestly. And like, my manager asked me last week too, because I was talking to her about, you know, where I want to take my content, and like, you know, I want to, you know, grow and, you know, hit Twitch partner and all this stuff, you know. And I was like, what should I do? And she was like, okay, well, what are you like, what are you really good at? Like, what are, you know, what makes you special? What makes you different? And I was like, I'm gonna get back to you on that one. I'm gonna have to get back to you on that, because I don't fucking know. I really don't. I need somebody else to like pick it out and tell it to me. Or maybe there is nothing particularly different or special about me. And if that's the case, I'm gonna have a hard fucking time making it as a content creator. But I just don't know. I just don't know. Obviously, I'm good at yapping and going off on goofy little tangents and whatever, but I feel like a lot of streamers are good at that. I feel like being a yapper to some extent is kind of inherent in being a streamer most of the time, because generally you don't go into a stream to watch somebody sit there and not talk, right? A lot of the time you're interested in the stream because the particular streamer talks about stuff that you think is interesting or whatever. Unless they're like a pro gamer of some sort and you just want to watch like a pro gamer pro game and talk a little bit and whatever. that's like a very specific niche that obviously I don't fall into, because I'm not good at games. Which is most people. Most of us are not good at games. I always think it's funny. I see this a lot, actually, where I'll see it on like subreddits on Reddit for like streaming and VTubing, and I'll see it on Twitter sometimes, and people will say, do I have to be good at games to be a streamer, to be a successful streamer or a successful VTuber? And I was like, do you watch streamers? Do you watch VTubers? Like, no. What? Most of us are bad at games. Like, most of us are not amazing at games, unless, you know, some are like pretty good at games, certain games maybe, like you know, like Doki Bird's really good at Apex and shooters and stuff, but I don't think that's why people watch Doki. That's not why I watch Doki. I watch Doki because Doki's cute and fun and interactive and just fun to watch. Like, yeah, it's cool that she's really good at video games, but that's, you know, not necessary. Like, if she was bad at games, I would still watch her. Like, it doesn't matter. Hi. I think being trash at games makes good content more often than not. Yeah, exactly. Or just trying new games. And honestly, the kind of games that make really good content tend to be like party games, to be honest. or like scary games, stuff where like really stupid fucking unexpected stuff happens, right? Like think of like Lethal Company or like Content Warning, you know, Phasmophobia, like these kinds of games. Like really funny stuff happens when you're playing these games, and it has nothing to do with being good at the game. It's actually better if you're shit at the game. It's funnier. Like if you constantly die and run into like scary monsters and ghosts and shit, it's funny. But it's also what you do when you're playing these games and like the things that you say. So, you know, sometimes people think it's funny if you say you're gonna fuck the ghost, which I would never say. That would be weird. I would never talk about edging a ghost in Phasmophobia or suggest that I want to send him nudes or anything weird like that. Very normal when I play video games. Yes. But yeah, even regardless of what game you're playing, it has more to do with what you say or how you act or whatever while you're playing the game. Like the specific game doesn't always matter. Sometimes. Say that with a grain of salt, because it's actually really hard to be a variety streamer, especially when you're a smaller streamer, because like sometimes people do just want to watch a specific game. So sometimes people, if they really want to see some growth or they're like really close to hitting Twitch partner, they will just stick with a specific game that does very well for them. Like I've seen people do it with like Destiny 2. I've seen people do it with like Dead by Daylight. Stuff like this that has like a very dedicated player base, and so people will consistently come watch you play that game, but they may not come when you're playing different stuff. I don't know, content creation's weird, and like I said, it's just throwing stuff at a wall and seeing what sticks. And sometimes you throw something at the wall and it doesn't stick, so you don't throw it again for a while, but then you come back and you're like, I kind of liked throwing this specific thing at the wall, so even though it didn't really do anything for me last time in terms of like analytics and growth, like I liked doing it, so I'm gonna throw it at the wall again. And then sometimes when you do that, it works that time. It's very weird. I love throwing things at walls. Yay. DVD brain rot. I have to play sometime. I've had that game on my Steam for like 2 years. Never played it. Someday. I feel like I'd be really funny playing that game because A, I have no idea what I'm doing. And B, I'm pretty sure you like run around killing each other, which is just inherently funny. Right? We love committing violence against one another. It's just a good, inherently good time, to be honest. Become monkey. Ooh, ooh, ah, monkey. Yeah. Throw thing at wall. Yeah, I'm like literally picturing just like throwing pasta at a wall as I say that. I don't know why pasta. I guess that's a thing you can do when you're cooking. Some people will say, you know, if you want to tell if spaghetti's done, you like throw a piece of it at a wall and see if it sticks. Me personally, I will just eat a piece to see if it's cooked, because why would I throw pasta at my wall and then have to clean that? That just seems silly. I can't stand watching DBD. I don't know what it is that irritates me so much, but I can't stand that game. Really? That is so interesting. Yeah, I mean, it depends. Like, there's some games that I don't care to watch. Usually it's just because it's a game I don't play or I don't really know much about. So, like, they'll be talking about the game while playing the game, and I just like, I don't understand. I have no idea. But that's usually for games like, I don't know, like Destiny 2 or something, where I know a lot of people who play it, so sometimes I'll go try to watch a stream of somebody I already know that happens to be streaming it, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I just don't care about this game. I just don't care. So, like, I get why some people will watch certain streams depending on the game and not watch, you know, other games when other things are happening. It just depends. I feel like chatting is kind of like a coverall, because really, if people want to hear me yap while I play a game, they'll probably want to hear me yap while I don't play a game. I do just be yapping, honestly. Actually, unrelated to anything at all, I just remembered I have 10 chicken nuggets in my fridge from earlier because I keep forgetting to get groceries. And so I ordered McDonald's today as my one meal. And I ordered like fries, like a chicken wrap, and like a latte. And I also wanted to order some of their cookies to just have in my cupboard as like a snack for me and my sister for the next like couple days. We could have some cookies. And so I ordered like 6 cookies. I was so excited because they have good cookies, right? And when it arrived, there was no cookies. There was no cookies. And for some reason they decided that instead of cookies, they would send me 10 chicken nuggets. And I was like, okay, it's not really the same. And so I just put the extra chicken nuggets in my fridge, and I was like, I guess I'll just eat these after stream. I guess that'll be chill. I don't know. I'm so sad though. I wanted a sweet treat. I wanted a cookie. I deserve to have a cookie. But it's fine, I guess. It's fine. I probably don't need the cookies, but like, I wanted one. I love sweet treats, man. If I play with friends and have no idea what I'm doing, I'd rather intentionally try to be a liability and bring down everyone else. See, that's the kind of mentality we love to see. We love to see it. We love bringing down others. Nah, for real though. It depends on the game. It depends on the game. Like, for stuff like Lethal Company, that's like silly goofy, I love getting other people killed. I love getting them killed. It's like my favorite hobby. I love it. It's so funny, especially if I'm streaming and I get them killed right in front of me and we just like watch them die together. That's like amazing content in my idea. In my mind, I'm like, banger! My friend just died in front of me gruesomely. Hell yeah. We aren't sweet enough for you. Anyways. Are you guys even sweet to me? You guys are usually, I feel like my chat as a whole, not everybody, not all Twitch chatters, hashtag not all Twitch chatters. Sorry. But I feel like my chat as a whole loves bullying me. I would not describe them as sweet necessarily. But I joke. I have a chat and a community that likes to like jokingly bully me, but like low key, they're actually very nice. They're actually very good to me, but you would never catch me admitting that. No, we like to like joke, and like I like to bully chat a bit, and chat likes to bully me, and they like to call me an iguana, and they like to tell me I have a big forehead, and they like to call me short, and I call them stinky. You know, we have like a nice little back and forth thing going here, I think. I'm a little shit. I'm glad you admit it. It's gonna give me brain damage with all the sound alerts at once. What the heck? I mean, to be fair, maybe I already have that. I'm a VTuber after all. Chat is not a whole. Are you suggesting to me that I can't peg my chat? What's the point of being a Twitch streamer if I can't peg my chat? What is the point? What am I doing this for? Money? Fame? Social interaction? Fun? No! No. I've been equated to the 7 TV emote for evil, so I just embrace my title. Wait, what's that one? Do I have that one? Wow, Aqua didn't add that one. Wow. Fake 7 TV mod. Okay, wait, I want to see what this one looks like. Sounds like something I would relate to be honest. Emotes. For evil, is that what it's called? this little guy, the little cat with the horns. There's a couple cute little evil ones. I'm gonna add some evil ones here. I love these. Let's add this one. Oh, that one's okay. There's evil with 2 L's. Let's go, baby. What else we got? I feel like I need more evil emotes, to be honest. Oh my god, I love this one. Oh my god. Evil oh whoa? Oh, I have that one already. I already have evil oh whoa. Okay, we have some evil ones already, apparently. I feel like the evil ones are such a vibe. It's like, wah, ha, 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 ha. I feel like I kind of look like the evil emotes, low-key, given that I have horns. They're not like red horns, but still. Kind of look like a little demon. I love your accent and your model. Guys, what is my accent? I'm Canadian. What do I sound like? Born and raised in Canada. Oh yeah, just going out and about. I love riding my moose to the Tim Hortons, get myself a double. Boot A, sorry bud. Oh yeah, sorry bud. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Sorry about that. Like, I don't talk like that. There's a couple words here and there that might, you know, out me as being Canadian, but I think for the most part I just sound like an American, right? Probably. I don't know. I want to know what this person meant when they said I love your accent. Maybe they're like, I don't know, maybe they're like European or something and they just like American accents or something. I'm not sure. Can we get a sorry? Sorry? Oh, sorry about that. Oh, so sorry. Sorry about that. I don't say sorry like that. I say sorry like sorry. Oh, sorry. There are people in Canada who talk like that, in like that very Canadian accent, but it's not most of Canada. It's only on the very far east coast. We have a province, which is like a state for y'all Americans. It's called Newfoundland and Labrador, and they're the ones who talk like that. But for some reason, everyone thinks all of Canada talks like that. But for the most part, we just kind of sound like this, and we might say like the odd word with like a, I don't know, a certain tone or something. I don't know. But I think we just sound mostly American. I don't know. I live in Florida, so I just like normal accents. Oh, so you like accents that just sound like other Americans. Got it. Do people in Florida have an accent? I don't think so, right? I usually think of Americans with accents as like the South, and then like people from Boston. Like, that's pretty much it. I feel like most of America and most of Canada, we just kind of sound the same. But then there's like a few places that have some accents associated with them. I don't know if Florida's one of them, to be honest. Oh, let me just scooch on by there. Don't you know? Oh, okay. I do say the let me scooch on by thing occasionally, but I don't know what I'm gonna say. I didn't have any. I don't know. There is no but. I just do that sometimes. You know, you're like in the grocery store. You're like, excuse me, can I just scooch right past you here? Yeah, excuse me. Right? You know, like you're just trying to be like very polite. You know, you just want to slip on by, right? Yeah, I don't know. That's also a Wisconsin and Upper Michigan thing too. Wait, what is? Like, I feel like the states that border Canada and Canada like sound basically the same. So when people think like, I don't know, very few Canadians sound how people think Canadians sound, is the moral of the story. y'all I actually do say y'all though. I don't say it like in a southern accent, but I actually regularly use y'all in conversation. Sometimes I've just been doing it for so long that I don't know what else you would say in certain situations. Like all of you folks, all of you people, all of you all the fellers. Like, it's just such an easy way to describe everybody. Like, instead of saying chat, I could just say y'all. Like, how y'all doing today? Instead of how you doing today, chat. Right? I don't know. How else do you describe a group of people? How else do you speak to a group of people? I have no idea where I started saying y'all, because there's no reason I would have picked that up from anybody I know, but probably on the internet, and I probably just started saying it ironically one time and then just made it part of my normal conversation to the point where I genuinely don't know what I would use in place of it at this point. I just joined to say hi and that I should be eating since it's 1 a.m. but instead I'm watching a cute VTuber. Oh my god, wait, which other VTuber are you watching right now? Is Ironmo streaming or something? I'm the worst. Y'all motherfuckers need a shower. You need a shower. You're stinky. You're stinky. I actually haven't showered yet today. I'm gonna shower after stream. Like I said, I slept all day, so normally I would shower before stream just because that's part of my routine. But since I woke up really late today, I just did other stuff and I was like, I'll just shower after stream. It's not like I'm really stinky. I sit in my little air-conditioned room all day on my pewter. Like, if I shower a couple hours later, it is not that serious. Ugh. All of you guys are doing a great job at taking a shower and not being stinky. Well, you can also just say, y'all are doing a great job at taking a shower and not being stinky. You just save yourself a lot of syllables by doing that. It just sounds really formal to say, all of you guys, all of you, all of y'all. Chat and not being stinky. Yeah, I don't know. Sounds fake, to be honest. I'm gonna need to smell check y'all. If I ever do an in-person meet and greet or something, if I ever make it to a con in person or something, I'm gonna sniff check y'all. You better believe. So y'all better make sure you have, you know, lots of deodorant packed, and make sure you're showering every day. Make sure you have like a nice, you know, like a cologne or something. Like, I don't give a fuck. Just make sure you smell nice, because I will expose all of y'all. I'll show up to stream after the con and I'm like, all right, so I brought a list of usernames of y'all that stank. Call out stream. Calling my chatter stinky. Promise. Unironically, if I ever am popular enough to do like an actual meet and greet in person at a con for some odd reason, and I also have enough money to actually go fly to a con, because all the good ones are in America and it's expensive to go and stay and buy tickets and flights and so yeah, no, I'll sniff y'all. What's the worst that could happen? I sniff one of y'all and I start like gagging. Okay, surely none of y'all would smell that bad, right? I hope. You know what? Maybe virtual meet and greets are the way. Then I don't have to smell you. I don't have to see how stinky you guys are. Once in a lifetime award title. Imagine that YouTube video. I went to TwitchCon and sniffed my viewers. And it's just like clips of me sniffing my viewers with y'all's like faces blurred out. That'd be fucking insane. Cause of death, sniff chat. It's okay. It probably wouldn't be that bad. I don't have a super good sense of smell anyways. Like, I would have an okay sense of smell, but it's not like extremely sensitive. Like, obviously if somebody walks by me and they put on like half a bottle of cologne, I'm gonna notice that shit. But Like, it's not like it's gonna give me a headache or anything, and it has to be pretty bad for me to notice it, which is why, like, sometimes when I walk by those people, I'm like, why? Because, like, my sense of smell is pretty mediocre. Like, it's not amazing. Like, I know my parents have a better sense of smell than me, because I remember they'd always be like, oh, you know, what's that smell? I smell XYZ thing. And I would be like, no, I can't really smell it. Like, if I got closer or it got stronger, I could, like, smell it, but it never seemed as bad. Smells never seemed as bad to me as they did to others. So I think my sense of smell is kind of mediocre. And so, honestly, you guys would have to smell pretty fucking bad to make me gag, to be honest. Like, if you show up and I sniff you and you actually make me gag, like, that's an achievement. And not a good one. I think you forget that you're an anime girl on the internet. How could I forget? It's my favorite thing about me. It's my favorite thing, is being anime on the internet. Every day I wake up and I'm disappointed that I'm a real person. I was like, why I gotta be a real person? It's too hard. It's too hard being real. I want to be 2D all the time. Dude, imagine if I could, like, upload my consciousness into my computer and just be, like, full-time anime. Like, wouldn't that be so nice? You'd always look good. You wouldn't have to worry about smelling bad. You wouldn't have to worry about gaining weight, right? Because you'd just be anime. Wow. But alas, it must be a real person. What a tragedy, honestly. I think we as a society should make the technology to upload our consciousnesses. Consciousnesses? Is that the plural? Consciousnesses? I don't know. To a computer, and then we can live forever on the internet as anime. I think that would be great. Where's the scientists working on this? This is more important than, I don't know, whatever else other people are doing. You're asking for a challenge? Are you sure you wish to challenge, chat? No. No. I know y'all gonna go buy some of that, like, fart spray or something that you can buy to prank people with. And y'all gonna, like, spray it all over yourselves or some shit. I know it. I know it. Y'all are trolls. I saw a video the other day, probably a TikToker, maybe on Twitter, I don't know. And I think this guy, I think he was pranking his brother with this fart spray, right? So he was sitting in, like, the back of the car, and his brother was, like, driving. I don't know where they were going, what they were planning to do or what, but yeah, before his brother got into the car, he sprayed a ton of this fart spray around, and also especially, like, in the front seat where the brother was gonna get in. And he told him that he had, like, a stomach ache and that he, like, farted, and the brother was, like, fucking gagging. He literally, like, rolled down the window and was like couldn't even, like, sit in the fucking, like, this shit must be nasty. I have no idea what it smells like, but I know some of y'all would buy it and spray it on yourselves just for the troll. Did Elon Musk put chips in people's brains to control the computer? I don't know what he did. Do something with some chips that get implanted into people's brains, but I don't know what the point of those are, and I haven't heard much about it. But I think a couple people did get it implanted. I don't know if you can just, like, watch porn in your mind or something. I can't think of anything else I would do with a chip like that in my brain besides just, like, look up porn in my head. I guess I could doom scroll in my head too. I'd be like, open Twitter, doom scroll, pog. Like, I don't know what else I would, what would I need a chip in my head for? It seems kind of unnecessary, to be honest. I have no idea what it's supposed to do, though. I would say yes, but the tech needed for it and the studies that have to do it is really inhumane. That's true. That's true. Can't really do inhumane research anymore. They used to do really inhumane stuff, and then they stopped doing that because they made laws against it. Like, y'all ever, okay, if y'all have ever taken, I think usually it's psych courses. Have you guys ever taken psychology courses? You learn about some of the experiments people did back in the day before there were some of the regulations and stuff in place for experiments and stuff and research studies that they did on people. And they just like fucked people up low-key. They just fucked people up. You can't do that shit nowadays. You have to be somewhat humane when you're studying people on stuff. But I remember the one, I don't know what it's called, some sort of prison experiment that they did decades and decades ago. And they basically put people in like a prison, and they assigned some people to be prisoners and some people to be the guards. It was like a social experiment, like a psychology experiment, right? And yeah, I think the people who were assigned to be guards ended up being like really brutal and like beating like the people who were inmates. Not all of them, I don't know, but yeah, it was really fucked. Stanford prison experiment, yeah. So I think that's one of the main ones you learn about when you take any introductory like psych or social whatever course. It's really fucked. It's really fucked up. There was also this experiment I learned about. I don't know where I would have learned about it. Let me see if I can find. It might have been a biology course. Let me see. Oh, okay. Yeah, it is. Okay, it is a real thing. So there was also this Tuskegee syphilis study, and basically they injected, or I don't even know, I might have to look up a summary. They basically let a bunch of people go untreated for syphilis without telling them, to basically see what happened to them. I think it was black men too. So, you know, fucked up and racist. Let me see. In 1932, the USPHS, working with the Tuskegee Institute, began a study to record the natural history of syphilis. It was originally called the Tuskegee Study of Untreated Syphilis in the Negro Male. That's a bad sign. Now referred to as the USPHS Untreated Syphilis Study at Tuskegee. The study initially involved 600 black men, 399 with syphilis, 201 who did not have the disease. Participants' informed consent was not collected. Researchers told the men they were being treated for bad blood, a local term used to describe several ailments, including syphilis, anemia, and fatigue. In exchange for taking part in the study, the men received free medical exams, free meals, and burial insurance. Yeah, so they just didn't tell these people that they had syphilis, didn't really treat them for syphilis, and just, you know, we're like, let's see what happens. That's fucked up. That's fucked up, yeah. So, yeah, the informed consent, that's the big thing with any research that is conducted on people nowadays. You pretty much always need informed consent. You need to let people know what they're participating in, right? Any risks involved. You would never be able to do this shit nowadays. Obviously, that's insane. Burial insurance, yeah. That's not a good sign. If you sign up for a research study and they start giving you burial insurance, I would be a little bit concerned, not gonna lie. I would be a little surprised. I'm not surprised if that was a problem back then. Yeah, well, that study was 1932. I'm not sure when the Stanford prison experiment was. Let me look up. That was probably back then sometime too. When was that? 1971. Okay, so that was a little more recent, but still like 50 years ago. Yeah, but 1932, I can't say I'm surprised that they did that, especially since they did it to black men. Because obviously, well, that was almost 100 years ago. They were still very, very racist back then. And there was still yeah, I'm pretty sure a lot of black people still didn't have rights for many more decades after that. So very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. I don't know as much about the prison experiment besides like the gist of it, but yeah, also really fucked up. And you can't do those kind of studies nowadays. Like, the information they got from them, probably useful, but not a great way of getting it. Not a great way of getting it. Civil rights was 1965, yeah, so that was much, much later. Which is crazy to think about, because that's really not that long ago in the scheme of things. Like, there's lots of people still alive today that were born before that, and probably old enough to be, like, conscious during that and remember it. And that's crazy. That's crazy. Huge black population for reasons. Oh, is a city in Mississippi or Alabama. Oh, yeah, reasons. Yeah, Mississippi, that's more on like the southeast of the US, right? I'm trying to remember when I named the states last week. Yeah, that would make sense. That would make sense. Unfortunate. My mom was born in 65. I'm trying to think when my parents were born. Let me do some quick maths. I want to say, let me see, 60. I think my parents were born in 62 and 64. So technically my parents were alive before that. They would have been like babies, but they were technically alive. But like people's grandparents and stuff, like they would have been alive and very, very old enough to be aware of all of that. Just crazy. That's crazy. They're both older than civil rights. Yeah, apparently. What a concept. A lot of us probably have parents that are parents, and if not parents, grandparents for sure, I'd imagine, that are older than civil rights. Kind of messed up. I guess it depends how old like your parents and stuff were when they had you, because that's 60 years ago. It'd be pretty hard to have grandparents who were not older than that. Y'all would have to be very, very young having kids and stuff. I'm not doing the math, but I'd imagine. Because my grandparents were born in... trying to think. Probably, I guess, like the 1930s. I think most of my my one grandma was definitely born in the 1930s. Wait, math? Yeah, no, I think that tracks. Actually, no, I think it would have been early 1930s for my oldest grandma, which is like, that's crazy. What a wild time to be born. A lot of people in U.S. Congress are older than that. Bro, U.S. Congress, the average age got to be like 75, I swear to God. Is this information that you can find online? I'm kind of curious, because every time I see something about U.S. Congress, they do be looking a little old. A little old. Average age of U.S. Congress. The average age of the 118th Congress is 58 years old. Dropping 3 years from the previous Congress. Y'all just fucking retire, I swear to God. What the hell? Jesus. It's younger than I thought it would be, yeah. Yeah, well, apparently the previous Congress was 3 years older on average, so 61 previously. Like, the average age is almost retirement age for everyone else. Like, that's crazy. Just go retire, go travel, go do anything else than try to dictate people's rights. Please. Look at the chart under it. Yeah, it's probably a lot older on average prior to that. I'm kind of curious about Canada's government I feel like our government's a bit younger. Canada, I'm trying to think what our government's, what would be, I don't know what, if we have an equivalent. What's our equivalent of Congress? Canada Congress equivalent. I guess I'll just Google it. Can't remember the name of everything. I learned this in like 7th grade. Parliament. Okay. Canada Parliament average age. 56. Oh, this is from 2016. Is there a more recent one? But in 2016, the average age of our parliament was like 56.8, which is actually quite old. I thought it might be a little younger because like our prime minister was relatively young when he first was prime minister. Like he was like 43, I think, when he first got elected as prime minister, which compared to, you know, America's presidents and presidential candidates currently is quite young. Like how old are like Trump and Biden? Or I guess Biden's dropped out and it's Kamala Harris now? I don't know how old she is, but previously it was two really old fuckers. Like really fucking old. Like they're in their 70s, like mid to late 70s, aren't they? So us having a leader who was like early 40s was quite young. I know he's not everybody's cup of tea, but I would much rather somebody in their 40s running a country than somebody who's like 80. That's too old. That's too old. Harris is 59. Okay. That's not crazy. I think for like president, somebody in their like 40s or 50s, I think is very reasonable. Right? Because you're old enough to have a lot of experience, especially if you've been a politician since you were younger, right? So you have a lot of political experience, you have a lot of life experience. I think that's that's plenty old enough. All right? We should, why you got to be like 75 running for president? Like don't y'all have like retirement to have? I just want to be retired by then, okay? You would not be catching me trying to work and run an entire country at age 75. Okay, I wouldn't even do that shit now. And I'm supposed to be like in the prime of my life or some shit. I'm not sure. Well, heck, I don't know. The last debate had me questioning what the fuck we're doing having these as our two options. Look, I didn't watch it. I'm Canadian. I don't really care to watch it. Also, I don't know if I can handle like the secondhand embarrassment of watching that, because like you just know it's gonna be bad. You just know it's gonna be a shit show. And yeah, I feel pretty bad for y'all. Not that Canada's options are generally like much better, but we tend to not have prime ministers who are like 80 years old, which I think is good. I think having them be slightly younger than retirement home age. Yeah, you know, I don't think we should be picking our presidents and prime ministers and leaders of our country from retirement homes. You know what I'm saying? Apparently they talked about who was a better golfer. Who fucking cares? Who cares? I don't give a fuck who's good at golf. I give a fuck who's gonna run the country properly. Who cares about people's rights and shit? What? Who gives a fuck about golf? It's like the most old white man thing I've ever heard anybody ever argue about. What the fuck? Who cares? One candidate looked old, the other candidate was Pinocchio. I don't even know which is which, honestly. I feel like they both could be either of those. I think the election should be settled on the golf course. Whoever wins is the new president. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, could it possibly be worse than the current system? Yo, I'm gonna be honest. I don't understand the voting system in the US, I don't know what is it called? Like wait, the votes are like weighted. What is it called? Because like depending on where you live, your vote kind of counts for more or less, and I think that's really fucking stupid. What is it called? I don't know. Anytime I talk about this, I suddenly forget the word. I swear to God. Electoral college. Yeah. Yeah. So it's kind of based on like the states, and then based on the overall consensus per state. Like, I just think it should be based on total number of votes. If more people vote for this person to be president in the country, then this person should be president of the country, no? Surely? Like, it's weird that it doesn't work like that. I'm not sure the reasoning why they don't do it like that, but it just seems weird to me. I'm not like an expert on politics or elections or voting, but it just seems silly. If more people want one person to be their president, then that person should be their president. That just seems simple. So we vote in our states, then the Electoral College makes the real vote. They don't even have to follow the voters. What is the point of voting then? That sounds really stupid. Like what? I live in California, so my vote literally does not matter in statewide elections. It matters for propositions and down ballot races though. Yeah, because it's generally the more populated places that end up having their votes count for less, and then like the less populated states that end up having their votes count for more, like the states where nobody lives, the states that tend to be more Republican, I think, because generally the more populated places like California, New York, stuff like that tend to vote democratically from what I know. Overall, not everybody obviously, but on average they tend to have more people that vote Democrat. I'm Canadian, so if I say something wrong, let me know, but I feel like we have America's politics shoved down our throats constantly, so I feel like I know a decent amount, surprisingly. Only 2 states don't have a winner-take-all system. That is the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. That is so silly. That is so weird. I can see why people feel unmotivated to vote at times. Like, you should vote because it's kind of the only thing you can do, but I can understand why people would feel like their vote doesn't count. Because it seems like at times, maybe it doesn't. But I still think everybody should vote. It's like kind of the only way you can have your say a lot of the time, unfortunately. The Electoral College was established to make large population centers not sway an election too hard. I think it's an antiquated system. But why does it matter? Why does it matter if a large population center, aka a place with more people, has more people voting to one way or the other? Like, that's just more people in a particular area. I still think, regardless of how populated or unpopulated an area is, each individual person's vote should be identical. Like I said, if more people vote for one person, they should be the winner. There you go. More people in your country want you to be their leader, so you are their leader. Congrats. But it doesn't work like that. I think I know why they do it. Like, whoever set it up, they probably had their own biases, and for some reason they managed to get it set up. Because generally, the more populated big city centers tend to be vote more one way over another, and I'm sure there's some people who don't like that. They're like, oh no, we can't have these populated areas with their, voting one way typically more than the other. We can't have them be swayed it like that. But it's like more people voting for one thing means more people want the one thing. Give it to them. It is antiquated. There was just an intent on it that didn't pan out, in my opinion. Yeah, it feels like a really dated system. Like, anybody who looks at it for like 3 seconds or more, I think thinks it's stupid. Probably. Especially anyone who's not American. But I think even Americans sometimes look at it and they're like, wait, what? Why is it like this? That's so stupid. I just find it stupid that we're running 50 state elections for federal positions like the presidency. Is that what they do? Yeah, okay, yeah. I'm trying to think of how voting works. So, when you vote, are you voting specifically for who you want to be the president, or do you vote for like the state leader, and then based on that, whoever has more on their side wins? Question mark. I don't really get it. Rank choice for the win, maybe one day. Oh, that would be cool. Cause you're like, okay, I'd prefer this person, but if they're, you know, so you get like almost like points, you know, your first option gets 3 points, your second option gets 2, your third option gets 1. So who gets the most points wins, but that gets kind of complicated, I imagine. I wouldn't be opposed to something like that, even here. Cause like sometimes there's like, I would prefer, like it feels so all or nothing, especially, I'm not sure how to explain it, cause in Canada it's a little different. Like y'all have it like very explicitly just 2 parties that are always just like running, and it's like either one or the other. We have other parties, typically they don't win. Like I think the one, so we have conservative, that's like our Republicans. We have liberals, which is more like our Democrats, which is funny because the colors I think are like, are the colors? Yeah, the colors are like opposite, I think. Anyways, and then we also have like the NDP, which is kind of like the liberals but a little different. And there's some other ones, but NDP tends to be like the third runner, and they've made it in before. It has happened, but what happens a lot of the time is that people will go to vote, right? And so like I said, NDP and liberal are very similar, but just with some differences. But then anyone who wants to vote conservative, or, you know, like our more Republican type of party, they just vote conservative. All right? Like they're just going to vote that party. But if you have more left wing sort of views, right? More like Democratic views, that's like the liberal and NDP party, then you have to decide between those two. Like, and honestly, it's not like you're throwing away your vote necessarily if you vote for NDP. Because like I said, they have gotten in before, but they don't stand as much of a chance. And so a lot of the time people would rather vote NDP, but they're scared to do that because they're like, you know, I feel like I'm throwing away my vote, because if I don't vote liberal, then, you know, if the conservatives get like, you know, more votes, then either the NDP or the liberal, and they're like the winning party, like that's kind of bad. And so people will just out of fear vote for like the liberals, which is like the Democrats. And I know like the US technically has other parties, but I don't think anybody else has ever gotten anywhere close to getting in. Whereas like we have had an NDP government in Canada before. So it's got a chance, but people tend to vote out of fear, unfortunately. That's pretty much how our elections go. Oh, where are you from? Yeah, it kind of sucks because like I actually like the NDP. Like every time it comes time to like vote on stuff, and I like look into what each party's like platforms are and everything, like I actually genuinely like the NDP. They're the ones that are really pushing for stuff like our dental to be part of our healthcare, and you know, stuff like that. So they're like a left-wing party, but some of the stuff they specifically like platform on, I find I'm a fan of, right? And I don't know how many times I've actually ended up voting NDP though, because I'm like, I just really don't want a conservative government. Like, I'm just not right wing at all. I know, like, the stream rules say, we don't talk about politics too much here, but I mean, if you've heard me talk for more than like 10 minutes, you can probably figure out I tend to have more left-wing politics than anything. It's not really a secret. Dental really should be part of healthcare. No, I really think it should. Like, I've always thought it weird that it's not, right? Because we have healthcare, in Canada covered, right, for everyone, regardless of, employment, or I don't understand American insurance, all that stuff. Like, I don't know. You just have your health card, you go to a doctor, boom. They don't bill you, nothing. You just go home, and if they need to call you with results, they do. Boom, done, simple, easy, pog. And yeah, it's always been weird to me that dental isn't covered, because like, if your teeth get infected or fucked up and you can't afford to go get that fixed, like, that becomes a health problem very quickly. Like, it's very linked to your health. So it's weird to me that it's not included. So I would like to see it included. That's just an example of one thing, but I do like some of the things they got going on. Americans don't understand American insurance either. Fair enough, honestly. It seems really fucking stupid, everything I hear about it. They just be like, oh, sorry, you can't claim insurance because reasons, and then they hang up on you or something. I don't know. It sounds like fucking insane to me. And I would be so stressed having to deal with that shit. Like, as if like having to deal with the medical system as a whole isn't already stressful enough. Like, sometimes going to doctors, some people get really stressed out just going, but obviously if you're having medical issues, health issues, you kind of have to, and that's all very stressful on its own without having to deal with all this insurance bullshit on the side. Like, that's crazy. Like, I'm glad that when I'm worried about my health, I don't also have to worry about being in medical debt for the rest of my life as a result. That's just a crazy concept to me. Because I don't have a lot of money, right? I'm obviously a broke bitch. That's what you get when you want to be a VTuber, I guess. And I just can't fathom how I would respond if I was having like health issues and I had to potentially be in medical debt or just hope for the best. Like, that sounds insanely stressful. There's an episode of South Park that covers how fucking stupid it is here. I might have to watch that. I need them to dumb it down for me, on God. I'm not really a South Park enjoyer, but I feel like they'll dumb it down for me in a way that I can maybe understand how stupid it actually is. Easy way to fix it, enlist and get VA benefits. Oh yeah, that sounds easy. Yeah, it sounds like a good time, surely. Yeah, definitely. Would not do that. I'm sure they have their own issues too, to be honest. I'm sure they try to get out of paying for stuff as well. I feel like that's like the common denominator. Everyone always trying to get out of paying for stuff. Blah. 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 Fair chance if I got shot, I'd try to walk it off. Yo, but hear me out. What if you got shot in the leg? How you gonna walk that one off, boyo? Yeah. Dude, that's actually insane, though. That's actually insane. No, because I get it, though. Like, I get it. If I was American and somebody, like, stabbed me, I would genuinely debate if I needed to go to the hospital. I'd be like, yeah, like, I know I got, like, stabbed or whatever, but, like, it can't be that bad, right? Like, come on, just like hang out, put like a band, wrap it up, put some band-aids on it. It'll be fine, right? Probably didn't hit anything vital, right? Like, oh no. And like the cost of like an ambulance, I've heard stories of people trying to like Uber to the hospital when shit goes down because it's cheaper than calling an ambulance. It's like $1,000 for an ambulance ride, which is a lot of money. That's more money than I pay each month for my half of rent. Like, honestly, $1,000 covers all of my rent and my expenses, like my utilities and stuff, and my internet. And I barely afford that, so you can imagine that if I was put in a situation where I might need to call an ambulance and pay $1,000, I would be hesitant to do so, as I think anybody would be. 10K! Nah, I'd walk. I like shot in the stomach. I'll walk to the ER. It's fine. It's fine. That's actually fucked. What the fuck? That's actually insane. It's insane. Jesus Christ. Best part is that our ambulance drivers are paid like dirt, if I recall. Yeah, no, that does sound like something I've heard as well. Which is crazy because I feel like they have a very important job. Like, you don't call an ambulance for just anything, right? Like, if you're calling an ambulance, like, chances are you need someone to keep you alive until you get to the hospital. That's kind of their job, to keep you alive and drive you to the hospital. So, like, I feel like they should be getting paid pretty well. And it's weird that they don't. So, like, I feel like they do that job because they're very passionate. I feel like a lot of people in healthcare get into healthcare because they're very passionate about helping people. And it sucks that they're not paid well, because I feel like taking care of people is a very important job. Same thing, I think, with educators, you know, like teachers and stuff. I feel like these are some of the most important jobs, and they get paid like shit. I'm surprised anybody does them, to be honest. I would not. The shit they have to put up with compared to how much they get paid, not worth it to me. Not worth it to me. And then they're like, why do we have a shortage of teachers? Because they don't get paid enough to deal with the shit. I'm passionate about being a selfish cunt. Me too, honestly. I'm also very passionate about that. I'm also very passionate about drinking iced coffee. I'm also very passionate about gacha games and my waifus specifically on my gacha games. And I'm very passionate about sitting on my little pewter all day and talking to nobody ever. And I'm also very passionate about being a big booba anime girl on the internet. I'm also very passionate about yapping. Big fan of yapping. Remember, teachers are not growing bright people anymore. Well, they don't get paid to. They keep shoving more and more children in their classroom and paying them not any more money. Like, they just don't have they're not being set up in a way where they can do that. Like, when I was a kid, I think most of our classrooms had like 20, 25 kids per classroom, right? So it wasn't as hard to give specific students individual attention when they needed it, right? If certain students needed a little extra help, like, the classroom was small enough that they could do that. Now they're trying to shove like 40 students per teacher. Like, you just don't have the time to give any individual attention to any students, even if they need it. So I get it. I understand. Tried that Zenless Zone Zero. Yeah. I've been playing Zenless Zone Zero since day one, actually. I like it a lot. We played it the other day, actually. I think that was my most recent stream besides today's. So on Thursday? Yeah, because we didn't stream Friday or Saturday. But yeah, I played it on Thursday. We got the new character. We actually got 2 of her in a temple. We got 2 Shu Yuans. So it was a good day. But yes, I like that game a lot. It's very fun. Over half the schools in my area have been closed. Yeah. I think there's just not enough teachers because they don't pay them well enough to do the job that they do. And then because they don't have enough teachers, schools are getting shut down, or more students are getting shoved into each classroom, which makes the conditions for each teacher even worse, which makes less and less of them want to do it, and it's like a continuous cycle. Maybe if they actually paid them more, you know, they wouldn't have this problem. Because I feel like the shit that they have to deal with would not be as big of an issue if they had a fatter paycheck, right? I think most people would put up with more shit if they got paid more, to an extent. But also, teachers are generally very passionate, right? There's a lot of people who would love to still be teachers, and it's just not worth it. They love teaching, and they're very passionate about it, and it's just better for them to go be a bartender. They work less hours and make more money and are less stressed. Like, I can't blame them for that. I would do the same thing. We'll eat ourselves before we admit wrong. Yeah, unfortunately, that's pretty true. Yay, society. It's like that meme where it's got like the flying cars and like the really fancy city, right? And it's like society if, and it's like society if teachers actually got paid a decent amount of money. I truly believe that would happen though, low-key. I honestly think paying teachers a good amount of money would genuinely make society better. Genuinely. That and like healthcare. Honestly, in general, paying people more money, probably. Or making things less expensive, or I don't know, like, just I know it doesn't work like that. I know under capitalism we need everyone to be like mostly broke and poor, and then we have like 3 really rich people living their best lives. Okay, I get it, I know it, but whatever. A girl can dream, right? A girl can dream. I still can't get out from your basement. Have you tried jiggling the doorknob? I definitely didn't super glue it in place, so yeah, just jiggle it. It'll probably work. Maybe. I know a Twitch streamer who taught a few years, but streaming paid them more. You know it's bad when streaming pays you more, because streaming is not typically a very lucrative job unless you make it like pretty big. Like, I think in order to be making like a decent living, you'd have to probably have at minimum a few hundred average viewers to be making enough to, I don't know, more than a teacher's wage, I guess. It's hard to say though, because it's so individual, because obviously it depends on, you know, if you have like a really generous community, you might make more money than somebody else, or if you've gotten some really good partnerships or sponsorships, or, you know, stuff like that. Like, there's so many things that go into it, but I'd imagine to make a somewhat decent living, you probably generally need a couple hundred average viewers minimum. Probably. I don't know. I don't have that. I'll let you know. I'll accidentally share my income when I get to that point. How about that? If I get to like a couple hundred average viewers someday, I'll accidentally screen share my income on Twitch or something. I'll be like one of those people. I don't want to do that now because y'all just feel sad. It's not like you make a lot of money on Twitch at my size, right? So Callie, are you excited for Honkai Star Rail version 2.4? Yeah. I mean, I'm always excited for Star Rail updates. I'm not as like excited as I would have been in the beginning of the game, but I'm still excited. I have to see what characters are coming up actually, because that's the thing I generally get most excited about. New areas, new story, new characters. Yeah. You wanna getting same paycheck as teacher in my country, earn 1,300 euros like per month? Like, is that how much they make per month? Okay, let me convert that. Because I'm Canadian, right? How much is euros? Euro to CAD. Okay, so 1,300 euros is just about, it's like $1,951. So I don't know, close to $2,000 a month, which honestly, I would love to be making that much money. I do not make that much money. I will not tell you how much money I make because I do not want to share that information. I will say the amount that I make on Twitch specifically is almost always 3 digits. Very rarely is it not 3 digits. I do make a little money elsewhere outside of Twitch or through like other things, like the occasional sponsorship or, you know, like people donating money through like my PayPal link or whatever. But specifically on Twitch from like, you know, bits, subs, stuff like that, it is a 3-digit number. So not an insane amount of money, as you can imagine. You make more than $1. I do make more than $1. And I do consistently make enough to get a payout every month, you know, which is more than some people can say. I think the minimum used to be $100 to get paid. I think now it's $50. Either way, I was consistently making enough to at least get a payout each month. So that's something. The AFK journey money, yeah, that was like really the only sponsorship type of thing I've had in recent months. There were some other offers on like the Stream Elements thing, but they just didn't interest me. Like it was like games that I just didn't really want to try myself. So I was like, I don't really want to shill these games because they don't seem interesting to me, right? There's like some Star Trek game, there was like some Marvel game, and I was like, I don't really want to try these games, so I'm not gonna shill them. But the AFK Journey one, I was like, oh, that actually is like right up my alley, right? It's like a gacha game, cute characters, you know, chill little, right? Like I actually genuinely still play that game, so that was a good one. That was a good one, but haven't seen any good ones on there since. Raid Shadow Legends! This stream is brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends! Nah, bro, not the Raid Shadow Legends. No, I'm very particular about sponsorships and stuff, because a lot of the sponsorships, they call them sponsorships, but they're more like affiliate links type of thing. Wow! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, Pochita! Thank you for contributing to my many monies that I make on Twitch. But yeah, no, a lot of the sponsorships, they don't pay you anything by default. They only pay you if people actually use your link to download the game and then play it a bit, which is cool. But there's no guarantee that anyone's gonna do that. And you're expected to stream the game for like 2 or 3 hours. And I was like, yeah, that's, especially if it's not something I'm interested in playing like anyways, it just doesn't seem worth. But I really lucked out with the AFK Journey one because it had base pay, right? So just for streaming it for the couple of hours, I got paid. And then I also got extra money anytime people reached certain milestones, right? So I got, like, even if nobody wanted to try the game, I was like, this game looks interesting enough to me, plus I get paid just for streaming it for a couple hours, so there's really no downside. And a lot of people did try it, and some of us ended up liking it, so it was good. From what I've seen, the raid contract includes you can't say anything bad about them. But like, what if there's like one specific aspect of the game that you're not a fan of, or you're not allowed to be like, you know, honestly, as a whole, I like the game, it's chill, but like, you know, this one specific thing is kind of eh for me. Like, wouldn't you rather people be honest? That's just weird. See, I wouldn't take that. I would not take that. I'd be like, I understand you want me to like say good things about your game, and I will say good things about your game if I like your game, right? I'll try to find as many good things to say about your game. But if there's some aspect I don't like I want to say that too. Because some people may not care. Like, I may be like, oh, you know, I don't like this specific style of gameplay, but I know other people do. Like, I'm not allowed to have an opinion? Y'all don't pay me enough to not have an opinion. And like, it just seems like really, I don't know, like if I was watching somebody, right, and they were doing like a sponsored stream, and every single thing they said about the game was nothing but like really good things, like absolute praise, even though I could like tell that there's like probably stuff that like if I was playing it would, you know, bother me. I'm like, really? I'm like, no game is perfect, okay? No game is perfect. I don't think I've ever played a perfect game. And that's kind of subjective anyways. Like, some people like different stuff anyways. So, I would much prefer somebody to just be honest. You know, I like this, and this about the game, but personally not a big fan of XYZ, but, you know, if that's your thing, perfect. You're gonna love it, right? And you can like a game and not like a couple things about it. Like, it just seems like really dishonest to be like, oh, I can't say anything bad about it at all. Like, obviously, if you're getting sponsored, you're not gonna show up and say just a bunch of shit about the game. Like, I hate this game sucks. Like, no, you're not gonna do that. Obviously. Opinion on this economy. Is bad. L economy. I would do better if I made the economy. If I was the dev team for the economy, I would have made a better economy. But that's just me. You know? I'm just good at that. Any lady with opinion in this society, definitely not acceptable by Raid Shadow Legends. It just seems silly because I just don't think it looks good on your game if people aren't saying anything bad about it. It just seems fake, right? And I know a lot of people, me included, I'm kind of picky about sponsorships because like people don't want to shill stuff that they hate, right? People don't want to shill stuff that they dislike. Like, even for a lot of money, people generally don't want to shill stuff that they really don't like. So if somebody's willing to take on a sponsor for something, chances are they like it. To some extent anyways. Right? Or are at least willing to try it out if they've never tried it before, right? Because like, I know some people take a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship and they've not tried the game before, but they're like, they look into it, they're like, you know what, honestly, fuck it, let's try it, right? So would you not want the honest opinion of a new player because you're trying to get new players, right? You want to know if it's really easy or hard to get progression in the beginning of the game, if you get ample rewards, if you know it's rewarding to play, blah blah blah. Like, don't you want to know what the actual, I don't know, that's my opinion anyways. So I don't know, if you guys ever see me take a sponsorship, do like sponsored streams and stuff, it's because I'm either willing to try the thing or I've already tried the thing and I like the thing. It's a shame I'll probably never get like a partnership with anything like gamer subs or something, because I can't really drink those drinks. They hurt my tummy. They have like the sugar alternatives, you know, like sucralose and stuff, like the stuff that like Splenda is made of, that type of thing, where it's like sweetener but it has no calories, but those hurt my tummy. So I can't really drink a lot of the drinks from those places, which sucks because my sister recently she's like partnered with Gamer Subs now, and she got a bunch of their stuff to try recently, and I tried some of them. Like, I could have like a bit of them and it's fine, but if I like actually drink like a whole cup of it, it's gonna hurt my tummy. And so I tried some of them and they're like really fucking good. Like the Blowhole Blast, really good. There's the Anime Thighs one, I think it's called. and it tastes like orange creamsicle. That one was really good. And I remember she like messaged them saying she got the stuff in the mail and was like, oh my god, like this orange creamsicle flavored one, this anime girl thighs one is like super good. And they were like, yo, you gotta try it in milk though, like that shit goes hard. And she told me that, and we did it, and it was like the best thing ever. It was so good. Tasted actually like an orange creamsicle. But anyways, I probably can't get like a proper partnership with these people ever, because I can't really drink their drinks consistently. As good as they taste and whatnot, I can vouch that they taste really good and whatnot, but I can't vouch too much else, because if I drink too much of them, it hurts my tummy. So unfortunate, really. Maybe put a money cap or at least diminishing returns on stacked buffs. Yeah, whatever that means. Like, God forbid you have an opinion that isn't like just high praise for something. I think it's more realistic if you talk about the potential downsides to something, right? Like, obviously you're gonna say good things about something you're sponsored for or by, obviously, but I don't think it's a bad thing to be honest. I think that's why sponsorships for streamers work well, is because typically we have communities that we've built over a long time, and either they like us for some odd reason, or they trust our opinions, or they like the same stuff as us, or whatever, right? So they trust the streamer in a sense. And so if your streamer is playing a specific game or uses a specific product, you know, whether they're sponsored to or not, like, you're gonna be interested in that. And I think if, you know, I came on here and I was sponsored by something and I was like, yo, I genuinely like this, you know, big fan, super, you know, good, awesome, whatever, you know, this is my favorite, this is my least favorite, like, it just feels more genuine anyways. That's my opinion though. I would love more sponsorships. Please give me sponsorships. I need money. What? I can't be bothered here. Best shot I have is waiting for my congresswoman to retire, then run as a moderate Republican. Is such a thing a thing? I feel like all the Republicans I've seen in, I don't know, all my years as a conscious adult human have been very not moderate. They all feel very extreme to me, but I'm not sure if that's because I tend to gravitate towards left-wing politics a bit more, or because they're like genuinely very extreme Republicans. Maybe a bit of both. But like Trump, for example, I just can't agree with anything that man says. I think pretty much everything out of his mouth, I'm just like, what? Imagine liking Kelly, imagine. Yeah. But like, you spend a lot of time watching your streamers. You probably know a decent amount about them. Obviously, you don't know a lot about their actual real lives, so don't get parasocial or anything like that. But, you know enough about their personality and stuff to probably trust them if they tell you they like something, right? And you might be willing to try it. So I think that's why sponsorships work well for like streamers and their communities. I do not speak Spanish. Where's Hickey? We can thank gerrymandering for the extremism. Yay, gerrymandering. I remember when I first learned about gerrymandering, I was like, yippee! Huh? You know that cat meme where he's like, huh? That was my actual reaction. I was like, this is so fucking stupid. I was like, people just be changing like the areas for voting in specific areas just to make it so they're more likely to get voted in. Like, what? That was crazy. Moderate Republican is probably just center in the USA. I feel like to fully understand what moderate Republican is, I need to just like interact with somebody who has that kind of I don't know, politics, and just like get their opinions on stuff and be like, oh, okay, so that's kind of where you stand on stuff. Yeah, because I'm so used to these very extreme Republicans that I see all over the place, especially in recent years with like Trump's whole thing. And so like I think of Republicans in a very negative way. I know that. And like I know not everyone who associates with like Republican politics is necessarily like horrible, awful, but some of them, I mean, to be fair, the ones that you're gonna see online are probably the most extreme ones anyways. But yeah, I definitely see some of the real bad eggs on there, and I'm like, oh no, bad, no taking rights away from people, bad, and you're like whack them with a stick, you're like, no. It feels like schoolyard politics because it is. Yeah, it does feel like that. There is no left wing in the US? No? I don't know. I don't know the specifics of a lot of politics in the US. I just get a lot of Trump's shit shoved in my face. And I'm just like, oh, no. Oh, no. I don't like that. Democrats have actually moved very far to the left, not as far as Republicans to the right. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like left in Canada is probably more left than left in the US. I feel like Canada's politics are just like inherently a little more that way. Like even our conservative government does not come close to like, you know, Trump's Republicans. Chippy chippy choppa choppa doobie doobie choppa choppa. Wow. Chippy chippy choppa choppa doobie doobie choppa choppa. Yeah, I don't know. So I'm not sure. I don't know. I feel like if I was American, I would probably be a Democratic voter, but luckily I'm not American, so I don't have to deal with y'all politics. Y'all politics kind of wild, not gonna lie. Kind of scare me, not gonna lie. I'm not even American, and I'm like, ugh. Glad I don't have to vote in y'all's elections. I just don't do politics because it's a pain. I saw a tweet today about this actually, because I feel like, you know, with like voting and stuff coming up in the US, I've been seeing a lot of politics related stuff on my Twitter. Well, more than I usually would anyways. And I saw this one tweet and I thought it was quite clever. They were like saying, you know, how people would be like, you know, I don't really fuck with politics, you know. And it's like, honestly, no matter what you do, politics is gonna fuck with you. So you probably should be involved because it's gonna fuck you either way, right? It's gonna do you either way. And so like, even if you're not super into politics, I still think you should vote. I mean, I'm just an anime girl on the internet, but I still think everybody should have their say, even if you don't do politics, right? If you like mostly ignore politics, you can't really escape the fact that, you know, your government runs your country that you live in. So if you have the option to vote, I feel like you should. You know, I'm not going to tell you what to do with your life or how to live your life. That's just my opinion. I'm an advocate for voting for one reason. And what is your reason? I also love every time you say something, it's just like this little cat eating the chips. Like, I don't know. I feel like it really sets the tone for your messages of just like sitting here, like vibing, eating your little snackies. Like, I love it. I feel like that's me with my snacks, bro.
Why did you vote this year? A big boobied anime girl told me to.
Yeah. I mean, I don't see the downside to voting. What's the worst that could happen? You spend a little bit of your time out of your day, like time that you probably would have sat on your ass doing nothing anyways, once every 4 years. I don't think it's a huge ask. But again, you know, you can do whatever you want. I don't know how difficult the voting process is in America anyways. I know here it's very simple. Like, usually you're already registered and they just send like a thing to you to like go confirm online or something. If you don't, it's not a big deal. You can do it the day of, and it's just easier if you do it in advance. And you know, then the day shows up and there's a bunch of different places you can go. I think there's a couple different days you can do it. You can vote early, I think, too. But yeah, so day of, you know, you go to the closest place that's got voting happening. You know, you go on over. Sometimes there's a bit of a line, but I've never had to wait more than... It's never taken more than like an hour of my day. And like last time I went in the evening after everybody was like done with work, because I don't know, I didn't think it through. It would have been probably more convenient if I went earlier in the day and when everyone was still at work. But yeah, I went in the evening when everyone goes, so I had to wait in a bit of a line, but it's okay. And yeah, I think within like an hour I'd got in and voted and I was on my way. I don't know if it's quite as easy all the time in the US. I don't know. I feel like everything becomes more complicated for y'all for some reason. Young people do not turn out, and as such, if young people turn out, they can shake up elections in ways that frustrate pollsters because they can be unpredictable. Yeah, no, that's the thing too. I feel like, I don't know why young people don't vote as much. I feel like they really should, especially you're young. The politics that are happening are gonna affect you for the years to come, right? Like that, you know, 90-year-old man down the road that's voting, like it probably isn't gonna affect him that much because, you know, he might just not be alive in a couple years, right? He could die tomorrow, right? Because he's old as shit, right? His health may not be the best. But if you're young, right? If you're like 18, 19, you're in your 20s, your 30s even, like you still got a lot of life left in you, and you know, you have a little bit of say in what the country you live in is going to be like for the next few years. I see no reason not to contribute to that. I don't know. I think we just don't care. Yeah, I feel like the problem too is that sometimes everything feels really fucking hopeless, and you're like, what does it matter if I vote? Like, it doesn't matter. Everything's still shit anyways, right? Maybe that's just like how my brain works. I got a little bit of those brain worms, a little bit of that depression up there. But I feel like the younger generations just do generally have this sense of like, everything's doomed anyways. Like, what does it matter? So like, you know, I'm not gonna tell people they have to vote by any means. It's kind of everyone's own decision, but I think it's a good idea to vote. Have your little bit of a say anyways. Blah. Blah. My grandpa is very concerned about Project 2025 because it cuts to his benefits. I usually don't hear him speak out like this. Oh, yeah, now they care. Oh, when their benefits would get cut, they care. Yeah. No, I feel like that's the thing, though. A lot of people don't care until it directly affects them, right? So a lot of, like, older people, you know, generally stuff doesn't affect them as much because they've, like, generally got their stuff kind of set in stone, like whether it's like their pensions or whatever the heck they got going on. Like they're usually pretty stable with their shit, and it's like hard to make them care, especially like older white men. Like nobody's taking their rights away or anything, right? So they don't have to worry about that aspect either. So they're usually like but yeah, I know if their benefits are gonna get cut, they're like, oh, we go to war. I don't know. I'm not like a huge fan of politics, honestly. I don't get too into politics. I mostly know the stuff that I know about politics from, you know, like I spend a lot of time online, a lot of time on Twitter, so I see a lot of stuff kind of very secondhand that way. And like when I get interested in something or when an election comes up, I do look into things a little bit more. So yeah, no expert by any means at all. Definitely not at all. All right, I think it's getting kind of late here. We'll finish up the yapping soon and be on our way. I still have to post my stream schedule for this week. I'm kind of debating. I already made it, but I might change it because I put it as, I think it's like Monday and then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, because I have a collab Friday. But I'm kind of debating if we maybe do either move the Wednesday or the Thursday to Sunday. I kind of vibe with the Sunday stream, not gonna lie. Do you guys like the Sunday stream? Do you vibe with the Sunday stream? I kind of fuck with it. Especially like doing like a Friday stream too. Like it depends. Like I'm kind of flexible with my schedule, but I kind of fuck with the Sundays. We like the Sundays. But yeah, so I have a collab on Friday. Guys, I'm making friends again. I'm making friends. It's actually with a couple of my VTuber siblings. So on my mama's side. So we have the same artist. Yeah, so remember how I was saying we have a Discord server and we've been trying to set up like collabs? Yeah, so there's a couple of us. We're gonna play Party Animals on Friday. Let me double check who it is, because we spent a lot of time trying to figure out who's available at the same times, because lots of people are in different time zones and stuff. So I'm gonna start stream at 8:30, but the collab part actually starts at 9:30, so we'll have some time for some yapping and then we'll get together with my siblings for some shenanigans. But yeah, so let me just double check which siblings it is. It is, oh, okay, so Eve is gonna be there again. Guys, remember Eve from last time? She's the first one I collabed with that's my VTuber sibling. So remember her? We played Phasmophobia like a month ago together. So she's gonna be there. And then it's two of my other siblings that I haven't collabed with yet, but we've interacted and chatted a bit. And I think they've both showed up in my stream to say hi. So you guys might have seen them around. So it's Basti and Lan. Yeah. They've both popped by to say hi, and a few of the other ones have as well. So yeah, you might recognize their names if anything, and sometimes they interact with me on Twitter, so you might have seen them on Twitter too. I wonder if I could just shout out their, I don't know if I know their Twitch usernames. Anyways, Eve, yeah, so Eve will be there, and then two other siblings that you guys haven't met too much yet, but I'm sure you will like them. And I think actually Lan just hit Twitch affiliate. I think I was looking on Twitter earlier, I was scrolling, and I think I saw Lan just hit affiliates. So, you know, if you got Prime subs coming up this week, maybe you can go give it to Lan. As much as I love your Prime subs, it's always cool when somebody first gets, you know, the ability to make money on Twitch. Actually, I should maybe give her my Prime sub this week. I think I have mine coming up soon. Soon. I think I remember it being at the end of July. It was like, you have your Prime sub available at the end of July, and I was like, okay, because I think I was trying to use it one day. Leon, what's Leon's name? Bonfire. Let's see, what's she saying? She hit Twitch affiliate today? I can't remember. Yeah, it was. Yeah, okay, because she tweeted earlier today. She qualified for affiliate. Yeah. So that's very exciting. So save up your Twitch Primes and go give them to her now. I have very little hope for Gen Z. I feel like I've attacked the right enough for a day. I gotta attack both sides equally. Yeah, no, you just gotta poke everyone with a stick. Like everybody, both sides suck to some extent, to be honest. I don't love politics as a whole, honestly. There's usually obviously like one side I agree with more, so I pick them and I bully the other side more, but they all kind of suck. I feel like politicians as a whole kind of suck. I feel like you gotta be kind of a liar and a schemer as a whole to be good in politics. So, I'll be a bad politician. I'm not a very good liar. I can tell like a white lie, but generally I'm not a very good liar. Here, let me do a shout out so you guys can see who we're collabing with on Friday. Okay, so this one is Lan. So this is my sibling that just hit Twitch affiliate. So go check her out. I think she was streaming Needy Streamer Overload earlier, which I have, and it was like making me kind of want to play the game low-key. And okay, then we have Ebe, and you guys met Ebe before, but I'll give a little shout out for those who might not know or remember. Boop, 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 boop. So that's Ebe. So I think Eve plays a lot of Dark Souls types games or Souls-like games, Elden Ring and stuff. So if you guys really like that kind of game, I think you'll really enjoy hanging out with Eve. And then the other one that we're collabing with is Basti. We actually have a male sibling. Yippee! Can you believe it? And I'll shout him out too, so you guys can go check them out beforehand if you feel inclined. There we go. Yeah, so those are the three that we'll be playing party animals with on Friday. It should be a lot of fun. There should be some shenanigans. I actually thought I already owned party animals, but apparently I don't, so I actually have to go buy it. So oops. Luckily I think it's on sale. It's only like $20 Canadian right now, so I lucked out at least. I think it's like a few dollars off, but I guess it's better than paying full price. Oh my god, a guy! Oh my god, boy VTuber! I think we actually have a couple siblings who are boys. There's definitely at least one other guy that is part of the sibling family. I'm trying to remember names. I'm really bad with names. But I think he's dropped by too. But yeah, definitely lots of girl siblings. Because we have like, I feel like this art style really lends itself to like really pretty girls, but also very cool looking guys, I suppose. But yeah. So yeah, those are my siblings that we're going to be hanging out with on Friday. And hopefully I'll get to hang out with more again in the future. Because I have lots of siblings. There's very many of them. I should make a comprehensive list at some point, but I'm lazy, honestly. I'm lazy. So yeah, I don't know if any of you guys have like played Party Animals or watched people play Party Animals. It's kind of like a classic collab game, I think. I actually haven't played it. I thought I at least owned it. But yeah, I still want to play Chain Together. I need more friends. I need to set up a Chain Together thing, because I think that is a lot of fun. Actually, I think I might have an idea for who I can get together for Chain Together. Potentially. That I think would be a lot of fun. Actually, I wanted to play it with my sister, but you're gonna have 4 people chained together. So I know one time Miss Manager, Carmen, you guys know my manager, and my papa, Mr. Smooth Shading, I remember Carmen was saying that the 2 of them wanted to play that game and that they had that game. And so potentially, maybe we could get Nyx and our manager and our papa all together for some Chain Together one day. I think that would be fun. I think yeah, well, I mean, Miss Manager's also a VTuber, so like she streams and stuff too, so I'm sure she would be down to do like a collab type of thing. And I've had Smooth hang out on stream before too. He played Content Warning with us before, so you know, I'm sure we can get him on here. It's just matching everybody's schedules together. We all have really bad sleep schedules, so at least we have that. I think we're all in very similar time zones, so it's not like I'm trying to align with somebody from, you know, the opposite side of the world. But yeah, I think just finding a time when we're not all like busy. Because like I think especially for Miss Manager and Papa Smooth, I feel like they got a lot on their plates usually. They got a lot going on. I mean, so do me and Nyx, but I feel like we're more flexible because we're just yappers. But yeah, no, collab Friday. So we have Friday stream, starts at 8:30. I'll put the schedule up. I'm gonna adjust the schedule, I think, So what do you guys prefer? What do you guys prefer? We're gonna move either Wednesday or Thursday to Sunday. So we'll have tomorrow, we have Monday stream, and then we'll have Tuesday, no stream. I go get a haircut on Tuesday. I'm gonna be looking fresh. And then either Wednesday or Thursday, we'll have a stream. Do you guys have a preference? I don't know if you guys have a preference. Thursdays to Sunday? So you want me to move Thursday to Sunday? I might, okay, I will consider it. I'll think about it, because I know sometimes too, I like streaming Thursdays because Nyx doesn't stream Thursdays, so I can like steal like her viewers a little bit. I'm gonna make them hang out with me, but I am not too pressed about it either way. All of the above. I see. Okay, all right, I will probably do Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday then. And I think going forward I might do Sunday streams instead of Saturday streams. So we'll do maybe usually more like Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Sunday. I'm not sure. At some point I would like to be able to do like 5 days a week, but I feel like given that I don't have like enough help behind the scenes, it's difficult. Cause like it'd be fun if I could do, you know, like I guess like 5 days, right? Have a couple weekend days, have a couple weekdays, but I need to like find time to do other stuff, unfortunately. Why can't I be a big famous streamer and pay people to do all my offline work? Why I gotta do stuff? Why can't I just be silly goofy guy on internet? Not fair. Not fair. I'm making the decision for you. That's good, because I hate making decisions, okay? I hate making decisions. So better you making the decision than me making the decision. So I see no downside here, honestly. This is a win-win, win-win-win. Everybody wins, basically. You get to watch me on a day that's convenient for you, and I get to not make a decision. Everybody wins, because it doesn't really matter too much what days I stream, right? Like I don't have another job, right? I don't have like a Monday to Friday 9 to 5 job or anything, right? So I'm pretty flexible. Like weekends don't really mean much to me. Every day is kind of the same since I don't have like a 9 to 5 job or something, right? So I don't care necessarily what days I stream. I just pick days kind of randomly based on vibes. And I like having like little breaks. So I like having like a couple stream days and then like a day off stream and then like a couple days and then like a day off, right? I like having little breaks. I don't like doing like 5 days in a row necessarily, because that's, you know, I like having a day. I like having a rot day. All right, let's see. Who do we want to raid tonight? We could just raid Nyx, honestly. She's playing the game she's been addicted to for like all week. Yeah, on God, for real? No cap? No kizzy? I don't know what the kids are saying. Skibbity Riz? Skibbity toilet Riz? I don't know. Dude, I was talking to Nyx earlier, right? And she's been playing Once Human for like a week, right? She started playing it last weekend, maybe like the Friday or the Saturday. She has like 100 hours in the game. It's been a week, bro. She like eats, sleeps, and breathes this game, I swear to God. But she has like a really nice house built. It's actually crazy. If you guys haven't seen it, have her show you like a house tour. I'll raid her and you guys can just be like, yo, show me your house. MTV Cribs, you know? Welcome to MTV Cribs. This is my house. We need a personalized 7TV emote named after you. What would it be though? Why would you need a 7TV emote when I have emotes? I just got a new one today, guys. Look. Dink dong! Dink dong! Yeah. Okay. Here, the raid message will be show us your crib, and then if you have access to the emotes, you can do the dink donk. We'll be like, show us your crib, show us your crib, show us your crib, MTV Cribs. She creeped into your house earlier. She does that. She likes walking into people's homes. That's okay though. I leave like my doors and stuff open so that people can wander into my home if they feel like it. We're on a PvE server anyways. It's not like anybody could do anything to my home. And yeah, my home's not finished. My home's kind of not much going on with it. Got like a foundation for it built, but I don't know. I find building stuff when there's a lot of options like there is in that game, basically limitless possibilities, I get kind of overwhelmed. I don't know where to start. So I find it quite overwhelming. So I haven't really finished building my house, and who knows, I may never finish. I think I need to do what my sister did, which is she went and found like an inspiration picture online and kind of started building something similar and then turned it into something completely different. But yeah, I don't know, just staring at all the options and thinking about all the things you could do, I just get very overwhelmed. The sex floor. No, it's not as bad now. There's like a little bedroom. There's a little bedroom on the second floor. Nothing else. So I guess still technically it's the sex floor, but it's slightly better. Got a little more going on than it used to. All right, so what's today? Sunday. I didn't put the stream schedule up yet, but I will try to post after stream. And so tomorrow we have a stream again. We'll be back tomorrow. Doing what? I don't know. Yapping, gaming, something, I imagine. Yeah, and hopefully I sleep at a more reasonable time tonight, but I can't say I'm optimistic about it, if I'm being honest. Sex floor? Once human. Y'all don't build a house with a sex floor? No, that's just me. No, okay, we're gonna raid Nyx, okay? We're gonna raid my sister, also a VTuber, for those who are new. And she's playing Once Human right now. I also have been playing a bit as well on the same server. Our houses are very close to each other, so you guys can just ask her to show you my sex floor. I'm sure she will oblige. Also have her show you her place. It's very fancy. All right, I will set up the raid and I'll send you guys on your way. You can go bother Nyx and you guys will probably have lots of fun with her. I'm sure she's kind of a yapper too, so you know, you guys like yappers, you'll be in good hands. All right, have a good night, have a good Monday, hopefully see you tomorrow. Okay, bye, dink donk.